Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. It's so good to see you. I hope everybody's having a great day. Today is Monday. And just in case you don't know what Monday is, in my opinion, I think Monday's a great day for you to get your life rebooted and to be able to become the person that you want to be and do the things you want to do. And today I have a great guest that can talk to us about just our financial choices and habits, particularly in the areas of insurance, but really just all the way around the block. And her name is Miss Aisha Verzi. And Aisha is she's a longtime supporter and student in the Black Business School. She's a great person, just a really nice lady. And a lot of you might already know Aisha. You've probably seen her on Fly Nubian Money also. She joins the ladies on Fly Nubian Money. And so without further ado, I'd like to ask Aisha, how you doing today?
I am doing well. Good morning, Dr. Boyce. Thank you for having me. I'm so privileged to be here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see you as well. And so let me ask you. Let's start with the basics, just so people will know. You are Nigerian, and how long have you lived in the United States?
I've been here now for 32 years.
32 years. Okay.
Yes,
And do you get to go home to Nigeria a lot or?
Yes, I was there twice last year. I
Oh,
visited,
twice.
yes, because
Wow.
we work with a non-governmental organization there, helping, the less privileged. You have to give back. So I go to give back and participate and give my talent back to my community. Yeah. So
Oh, wow.
that is,
So
yes.
so what part of Nigeria?
I'm from Kaduna. From northern
Uh,
Nigeria, yes. So
Wow.
the federal capital city is Abuja. So to go to Kaduna is about 2 hours drive to go to where I'm from. So when you land in the airport in Abuja, 2 hours drive to where I was born and raised, my family. Yes.
Wow, I love that. So you and I, we know each other from a lot of different spaces, but I know one thing that you have a deep concern about is insurance, right? And in terms of things, life insurance, but health insurance, just us being insured. And one of the things I was thinking about just last night, or as I was kind of preparing for our conversation, was I think that it would be nice for people to sort of see just like almost like remember that movie Scrooge where he sort of said, "Here's what your life will look like if you don't do this,"
Yes.
right? And I think it would be nice for people to see like, here's what your life looks like without insurance, right? Or here's what your family's life will look like without insurance. Because I believe that if people saw that they would probably make different decisions, right? Like if they had to see their kids, begging for money and or their spouse like, try having to go to GoFundMe to pay for the funeral and your name is out there as this person who didn't make any plans or preparations. I think a lot of us would probably adjust our behavior. What do you think about that?
I absolutely agree, Doctor. Actually, I have a question to pose to everyone. If you didn't wake up this morning, if you didn't wake up this morning, or better still, yesterday, something happened and you were not here, knowing what you know about your family, where will your family be today?
Hmm.
Ask yourself because you are in charge of your life. You're in charge of your family life. If you didn't wake up or your family don't have you this morning because something happened to you yesterday, what is the situation will your family be facing right now? Just think
Hmm.
about that. Doctor, I'll share a story to you actually. I'm sorry before you. Just February 7th, my husband and I were just going to lunch, and we had a head-on collision. The car
Hmm.
is completely totaled. To be honest with you, I'm still taken aback by that, just the fact that it happened. But it can happen to any of us at any time. There's no particular, we have no idea. And it's a good thing that we have no idea because if we had an idea, like you say, about what will happen to us tomorrow, none of us will live. We'll be so scared to live. But because we don't know, we take it for granted. But we had a head-on collision February 7th at noon, going out to lunch, minding our own business. So this is what life does to you when you don't know what's going to happen. So we have to think about this blind side that we don't prepare for, the uncertainties that we don't think about. So that's why we talk about this today. So yeah, Dr. Boyce, please go ahead. That is, I had to share that.
No, that's I mean, I think that's a great point, you know. Yeah, my wife and I and our middle child, we're all on a college tour right now. You know, we're actually in Alabama. She's looking at Tuskegee because my wife's father taught here for 30 years.
Wow.
Uh, and the last time the three of us did a trip together in Oklahoma, I pulled out and I didn't know that there was this curve that's really dangerous because it's blind. The drivers can come around really fast and you don't get time to react. And I'm a very careful driver, especially when I have my family in the car. I don't drive like a fool at all. And I was stunned because I looked both ways. I pulled out, and then bam, this lady's car slams into our car. And I mean, if it had been just maybe 6 inches back, she would have hit me directly. I would have been dead. Maybe all, you know, maybe all of us would have, like, I mean, the car guy, like, because she was coming around the curve super fast. And it was, I mean, it was shocking, but it was kind of like, holy crap, I'm a pretty careful driver. And to have that happen, I was embarrassed. I was like, I apologize. I said, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to keep you all safe. And here I didn't see this car come in, and I was like, what did you do? And then I studied. I was so obsessed with it. I studied that curve. I was like, there's gotta be something. So I went back like almost like a CSI investigation, and I drove from her angle. I said, okay, now I see what's going on. This curve is dangerous, right?
Dangerous curve.
So the point is to say that, that when you go through that exercise and you say, okay, well, what if we just all died? Or what if I died? Or what if I'd been disabled? Right? Just, whatever, a vegetable in the hospital to this day. Not only does it make you count your blessings, but it makes you sort of reflect and say, okay, is everything where it needs to be, you know?
Doctor, absolutely. Those were my thoughts, just like you. I went back and relived over and over again because it's traumatic. It's like you have PTSD for a while, thinking about this just happened. And same here. If that object wasn't in front of us, our car would have gone straight into the ravine. So would have literally, and just the thought of that, like,
Mm.
oh my gosh, it could have just happened. Just that small movement, and that's it. Literally, your car will go into that ditch and you're done because it's all concrete, 100% concrete.
Wow. Well, and the thing that we forget sometimes is, it's almost like in a movie where like something bad almost happens, like, or the hero almost dies and they always survive. And I think we see ourselves as the hero. Like, I'm gonna find a way to survive. I am. But what we got to realize is that when there's that one person who survived, there is that person that actually died. There is that version of Aisha that didn't make it, that really did go off the ravine. No, I hate saying it like that, but you
No,
know what
I
I mean.
understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's that
yes.
other family, like just like ours, where everyone did die in that accident, right? So this does happen, and I think that just thinking about stuff like that in the context of insurance, I think is really important. I'm gonna give you some quick stats about insurance that I think people should be aware of, since this is financial consciousness training. That's what we do every single morning for those that are new. And one thing about financial consciousness is awareness. And awareness means you're not just aware of what's in front of you, you're aware of what could be in front of you. You're aware of the risks factors, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. You're aware of the past, present, future possibilities, right? So insurance is a part of that awareness, the ability to imagine your life if your life were to suddenly change, right? So check this out. Here's some quick stats. This is according to the LIMR. 70% of families would be in severe financial trouble within a month if they were to have, the death of the head of the household. Let's see here. Another one is 63% of widows and widowers experience financial struggles within the first year. So two-thirds of widows and widowers have financial stress within a year, right? And all this can be prevented with one simple insurance policy, right? Many surviving spouses, especially those with children, face immediate financial distress due to lost income and unexpected expenses. And so that leads me into another term I like to talk about, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is love. And people, it's very easy for people to say, I love you. But I'm the person who says, well, do you really love that person? Because love is an act. Love is a verb. Love I explained to our youngest child, I said, me loving you means I'm protecting you whether I'm here or I'm not here, whether I'm alive or
Amen.
when I'm dead. Uh,
Amen.
I can't say I love you and I just leave you out there like that. I leave you vulnerable where if something happens to me, then suddenly you're just completely screwed. So, what do you think about what I just said there?
Thank you, doctor, for sharing the statistics. And unfortunately, it's so true. Uh, the impact when the breadwinner of a family is lost is so tremendous, especially if you have no protection. It's scary. And a lot of time when we have this conversation, people think it's a war, it's a war. No, this is real. Whether we like it or not, it's real. It happens to people we know, people that we love, people that we care about. And it's so incredible how the impact or the way the families suffer is so impactful that and it's immediate because there's nothing in place and they're struggling. Struggling. Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? Because there was nothing in place, and now other families have to move out of where they live or have to figure out where to stay. And I'll tell you another story that really happened to me. And a good friend of ours passed away. And we're all devastated, and they lived in this townhouse. We were all there thinking, everything will be okay. But guess what? We found out that the house had a reverse mortgage. So now it doesn't belong to them, right? And then there's no life insurance. So while your family is going through this grieving process, this mourning process, you've lost somebody that you care about so much. You're not thinking about money. And then you get a letter from the insurance company because you have to report it. And so then, or the real estate or the bank, they write you a letter telling you that you have 30 days to vacate the house. So they care about you. They give you some time to think things through and leave the house. This is a house you were born and raised in, but now you don't even own that place. So
Mm.
because I said, guys, do you have is there any insurance in place? Oh no, we don't have any insurance. And literally this, while we're sitting there, they were calculating where each person will move to. You have to move to this house. You have to go over here. I sat there and I wept because this is where they all grew up in. But because there was no plan in place, we forget that life, none of us is going to leave this place alive. None of us. We are going to leave one day and we just don't know when. We trust God that He'll take care of us and He'll protect us. But at the same time, even scriptures tells us in Proverbs 13:22, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. It even says in scripture. So are we practicing what we're studying in scripture, that we're really doing these things? And if we don't do them, our families do suffer
Mm.
because where else are they going to go?
Wow. By the way, everybody, I'm talking to Aisha Verzi, and Aisha is it's hard to define her, but she does so many great things in the world of personal finance and things like that. And we're just talking about life insurance and different kinds of insurance. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually list out some ways to think about insurance in terms of how you want to protect yourself and your family. Also, I want to remind everybody if you want to be notified via text when we start class every morning, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. And I'd said a thought, Aisha, as you were talking. Um, what I really sort of think about is in terms of just when we think of ourselves as adults, right? And we think like, okay, what's important for us to to be established, right? When you're living your life and you're kind of holding it together and you want to be a part of things and have things in place, like what do we feel like needs to be in place, right? So there's certain habits we have, like I don't know, maybe we have Sunday dinner at grandma's house. Maybe we have our relationship with our significant other, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, kids. We have our job, right? Our job is a very structured part of our lives, right? So you have the job that you go to, and there's a certain amount of time you're supposed to be at work. You give, literally hundreds of thousands, or actually tens of thousands of hours, maybe 100,000 hours or more to that job. So that becomes the biggest part of your life. Your job is the biggest part of your life. And then maybe some other things, maybe your kid's school. School is a big part of our lives, right? Like most people, if you
Absolutely.
talk to them, you say, "Well, where'd you go to high school?" It doesn't matter. It could be the dumbest person in the world, but they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I went to such and such high school." Everyone goes to high school pretty much, even if you're not a good student at all, right? So what I noticed is that we kind of take certain institutions for granted in our lives, right? Now, Dawn says she has no sound. I have to stop there. Give me a yes in the chat. Let's quick sound check. Give me a yes in the chat if you can hear us. Does everybody have sound? Give me a quick yes to let me know we're doing a quick sound check. Okay, all right. So this is a test of the emergency broadcast system. All right, this is only okay, perfect. So sorry, Don. I don't know what's up with Don's sound, but if somebody can help Don out. Give her some advice. I'd appreciate it. Okay, so here's what I'm getting at, right? So we see our job as this big important thing that has to be established in our lives.
That's right.
Maybe our schooling, our education, the public school system, maybe our church even, which is very important, of course, for spiritual reasons, everything else. And see you later, man. And so I think that this whole idea of family financial planning should also be like another institution that we're committed to in our lives, right?
Oh,
Like just
absolutely.
sort of like really saying to ourselves, okay, look, if something happens to the head of the household, we're screwed. We're in big trouble. We're gonna have a big problem financially. Everything falls apart. Everybody suffers. Everybody's in pain. So we're gonna just once every 6 to 12 months, just go down the checklist real quick and make sure we've got things in place so that if something happens to one of us, we're gonna all be okay. I know that's a new idea. It's a radical idea, but it's not really radical if you consider the fact that it's simple. It's all about preparation. That's it. One my friend's mother was a mathematical genius named Josephine Shaw, and this wonderful black woman. She used to have this saying where she said, "Nothing is hard if you study." Right? And another way to say that is nothing is hard if you prepare.
Good. If you prepare.
So when we walk around talking about how hard it is to be black and how tough it is financially, how miserable we are all the time, right? Or some people feel that way. Well, nothing's hard if you study. Nothing's hard if you prepare, right? Miss Shaw
Absolutely true.
said that, and that's that old black woman wisdom that will change your life if you apply that to your life. So, give me some thoughts on what you or what you just heard and in terms of a way we can sort of incorporate that into the culture, that just that idea of being prepared.
Absolutely, doctor. Thank you so much. And what a beautiful thing she said. Like, if you study, nothing will be hard. Or if you prepare, nothing will be hard. And it's absolutely true. And that's universal for all of us. It's not said for just one particular group of people. It's for you and me and everybody else. But I think, Dr. Boyce, at the end of the day, you said it best in the beginning. Love. Love. It's all about love. If the people that God has put in your life that are your family, your wife, your children, if you love them, you will do that. And if you didn't do it before because you were not aware, that's okay. But now you're aware. Are you going
Mhm.
to have that family meeting? Are you going to call a family meeting and say, okay, we made a mistake before, but now we are going to get everything right. We are going to make sure we are protected, life insurance, car insurance, home insurance, whatever kind of insurance we need, because this family, we love you so much. We care about every one of you so much. Again, like beautifully said in your book, the Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, which I think every Black family should have that book in their library. Every family should have that book and study it. Spend the time with your family, like a book club in your family, and study each chapter. There's a chapter dedicated telling you that your family is an asset. Do you understand that your family is an asset? Right? Even the life insurance companies understand that a 2 week old child can be insured. Can you imagine that? They understand that the child is an asset. So we have to do the same thing. Really, the information is out there. Is we should study and then implement it, right? And then Dr. Boyce, I love that at the end of the book, you also talked about insurance, that families need to be insured. You cannot turn your way or your eyes away from me thinking you'll be okay. It's not about that. Like Michelle said, the mathematician, math doesn't lie. You put it together, you set it up, and you forget about it and you live your life peacefully and enjoy your family because you've done the right things. And what is that? Love. You love your family, you love them till the end. That's just
Mm,
it.
that's right. It's all about love. So let's type the word love in the chat. That's our word for today. I think that that's the word God sent us to ruminate on. I didn't plan on that, but I think love is important because love is the most powerful force in the universe, and love is why we do things. And Nietzsche, the philosopher, used to say that if you are committed to your why, then you can tolerate almost any how.
Oh, wow.
Meaning that if you know why you're doing something, then how you get it done ain't gonna matter. You'll figure
Never
it
mind.
out. You'll find a way to make a way, right? So love is the ultimate
True.
why. I
Yes.
love you, therefore I'm there for you. Therefore I'm gonna prepare for you. Therefore I'm gonna show my wife, hey, that you got a hell of a husband because I'm gonna make sure that we ready. We're gonna be more than ready. I love the kids. That's my why. And so the how is let's sit down and figure out how we can make sure we're prepared. So, all right. So let me give Aisha's information. Just there's more to talk about, but I want to give this before I forget. If Aisha does one-on-one consultations and stuff like that, she can help you with insurance and stuff like that, but also a lot of personal financial stuff. She's very skilled in a lot of in many of these areas. If you'd like to talk to Aisha directly, she is part of the BBS, so you can actually email her at bbs at aishaverzi.com. And that's spelled it's right there on the screen, AishaVirzi. So that's BBS, which stands for Black Business School, BBS at aishaverzi.com. If somebody could type
Yes.
that in the chat for me, I'd appreciate it. That's BBS at aishaverzi.com. Okay, so and also she mentioned my book, The Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power, and I mentioned to you guys that we love the idea of doing business with all of you in the Black Business School because our goal is to get that message out to as many people as possible. So what I did was I made autographed copies of my book available for literally $8 plus shipping, and you can buy as many as you want. So it's better than wholesale. Typically, if you buy
Please
books
buy the book.
wholesale, yeah, if you buy
Buy
a
the
book
book.
wholesale, typically it's like 60% off or something. No, I think we took 80% off, right? And literally you can buy a ton of the books. And one of two things you could do is either one, you could buy a bunch and just give them away, or
As a gift.
become the leader and teacher in your community, right? Spread that gospel of Black economic empowerment to as many people as possible. I guarantee you that it will make a difference in the lives. Anybody who reads even 10% of that book is going to be on a much higher plane financially. And I say this as a person with a doctorate in this stuff. This
Absolutely.
this this is simple ideas that would go a very long way. And then number two, if you want to make it into a business, there ain't no wrong with that, right? I want everybody in here to win. I want you to prosper. I don't want you to just feel good because you met us. I want you to be good. I want you to when you walk up to me. I appreciate those of you that see me in the airport and you say, "Oh, I recognize you. That's nice," and I thank you for that. But I'm not trying to be famous. I'm trying to be impactful, right? So what I really love and what I'm really listening to is when you come up and you say, I started my business because of you. I now have $100,000 in my portfolio because of you. I have, my kids are now financial. I met a guy the other day, a brother the other day in Tuskegee, actually. He's on the city council in Tuskegee and he runs a multi-million dollar business with his brother. He brought up his son. He said, yeah, my son knows all of your economic principles and he's already, and I'm just like, yes, this is how we win. This is where we're
Yes.
scoring touchdowns, people. So let's really, really move forward. We can do this. And in case y'all wonder why I sound like I'm on fire, Aisha, you know why? Because I'm at Tuskegee right now. I mean, Booker T was here. George
Oh,
Washington Carver was here, right? Like I feel like I'm sitting in a Black history mecca. Like the spiritual energies like just charged all through me. I read about their lives and their friendship,
wow.
and I'm like, oh hell yeah, we
Let's
we
do
got
this.
this.
And their
So
soul is there with you. Their soul is there. Yes.
yes, yes. So anyway, let me say, okay, so let me give you the instructions. If you want to get the $8 copies of the books and order as many as you want, our team, they'll just keep restocking them. They're kind of mad at me now, Aisha, because
Because
there's been thousands of orders coming in. But yeah, you can go to
we love it.
10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, if somebody could type that in the chat, the number 10commandments.boycewatkins.com and buy as many as you want, make it into a business, start a book club, sell the book at a fair price, right? Whatever people think that that's worth, they have an autographed copy of my book, and we'll ship you as many as you want. So and that to me makes me excited because we can fund the school. You guys can make your money. The book is damn good. It's a bestseller. Actually, a lot of people,
Absolutely. Doctor,
so
I actually had a 10-week course on that book when you came to LA and launched the book. And then I read it like in 2 days. I read the whole thing, mastered it, and I literally rolled it out 10 weeks. And I did each one for each week. I did each commandment for every single week and we completed a book. That was how powerful I felt about that, because every family must have that book on their shelf.
Well, thank you. I mean, I love that, and this is how we win. You know, I'm always, I was watching Aisha. I know this. We'll get to the insurance stuff again, but
We will.
I was watching the NAACP Image Awards, which was really interesting, right? Like I admired some of the people going up there and stuff like that. But the thing that bothers me a lot about ideas that get shared in the black community or images, and because I'm a big fan. My heroes are people like Dr. Claude Anderson, who,
I
by the
love
way,
him.
he told me to tell you all hello. And but Dr. Claude Anderson doesn't get celebrated in spaces like that because there's something about what people like he do for the black community in terms of really transformative work that upsets the structure of society, or I don't know. But anyway, I was just thinking about it, and I was thinking about, well, where do we get our ideas? Where do we get our heroes from? And a lot of times we get them from companies like, say, a BET or something that is owned by people that are not black, or maybe even the NAACP, which is a great organization, but we know they have sort of questionable roots in terms of, are you really, really advocating for true empowerment of the black community, or are you kind of sort of using the black community in a certain way to achieve your a bigger
Yeah,
objective
and
for
go.
yourself,
That's
right?
right.
And so one of the things I realize is that a lot of times the ideas that catch on are the ones that get distributed to the public. And that distribution it goes through, say, media and educational systems that are controlled by people who are not black. So the best black ideas don't tend to get to the masses of black people. That's my point. And the people that we need to hear about are not the ones we hear
So we
about.
need to hear about exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Like when they were giving away hero awards and all that, and I told my wife, I said, it's not to say that these people on the screen are not talented and great to hear about, but for every one person you see on TV that you hear about, there's 1,000 other equally talented people, really significant people, very pro-black people that you'll never hear about because they were not filtered through whiteness, right? A white person did not co-sign because I told my wife, I said, watch this. I said, every person you see on the screen, I want you to imagine what their career would have been like if a white person had not signed a document letting them into the establishment. If white people had abandoned them and there was no white person to sort of advocate and sponsor them, you wouldn't know who that person is, right? So
Sadly
so there are
not.
millions of amazing black people who are ignored and forgotten. And I believe that by us really taking charge of the idea of
The
distributing our own
narrative,
ideas,
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
distributing our own narrative. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying to you guys, like, hey, excuse me, this book is good. Pass it out to as many people as possible. Sell it, whatever, make it into a bit. This is important because we need to get the ideas that matter for us, that work for us, to our people. And I don't think that mainstream media is ever going to do that. Like there's
No.
I'm not somebody that's going to be a candidate for an NAACP Image Award, nor would I care about it. I'm not going to be on the BET Awards. I would feel awkward doing something like that. But going directly to you, we've been very effective, right? So I'm done talking. Can you please speak? Because if I keep going, I'm gonna talk all day. Sorry about
And
that.
I absolutely agree when you mentioned, Claude Anderson and all the work he's done, and nobody talks about it. But we have to talk about it. And that's why I'm grateful that you talk about them over and over again, because sometimes the narrative that is pushed to us is not what really works for us. So that is why I also believe that now we know that we have a space, we have a place where there's a voice that is calling out, saying we need to listen to our people so we can actually move from where we are to where we need to be. And these are the things that we need to do to get there, right? And that's what you're doing. And that's why I appreciate you so much. And because without you, Papa wouldn't have learned about all these other great heroes as well. Because again, the narrative is so skewed one way, right? But I have children, and I want my kids to know that they're incredible, talented, brilliant Black people that are out there doing incredible work. And if this is not going to be put out for them, we need to do it ourselves. That's why I make sure my kids know Dr. Boyce is on. They know, they hear his voice all the time. They hear me in the classroom because they know it's important to me that they also get the education and the wherewithal that they need from our people, because it's important, right? And them not talking about Claude Anderson with all the work he's done. What does that tell you? that they know that if they control the narrative that's skewed towards their benefit, will always continue to remain on the bottom. And we don't want that because we people know that if the Black people rise up with the talent that they have, whether it's in music, it's in technology, IT, nobody can even come close. No one. And we know the truth, and that's the truth. All the talents, most of them came from all African descent. But of course, you don't hear about it because somebody else, like you say, had to now take over and say, we're signing and approving. So then they become the people that we look up to. But believe me, we are not going to let that happen. As long as we're here, we're going to keep speaking the truth of those people that we believe we should be listening to, like Dr. Boyce, Dr. Anderson, and all the other great, Black scholars that have created things and done things that have made an incredible difference for all of us. So yes, I agree with you, and we have to do it ourselves. So share that book. That is one way we can make an incredible difference in our community, and make it like a book club. Instead of reading about John Grisham, read Dr. Boy's book. Have a family group and do it together, one chapter at a time, and complete it. So that way, if your family has a question about any particular commandment, they can go back and reread it. So they can go back and apply it. I really believe that. When I read that book, I felt, wow, everybody should have this book. That was why I rolled it out in 10 weeks.
Well,
And
thank you. Yeah,
people were
it's
so grateful for that.
yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And one thing I'm convinced about integration in America, and I'm not anti-white, so please don't put that label on me. I ain't got time to be hating nobody. I don't hate anybody. I just love myself. I love my people. That's it. Um, but the problem with integration so far has been that it's a partnership where we're supposed to take a certain role in the partnership, right? It's like if Donald Trump comes up to you and says, "Hey, I want to partner with you." He's not really trying to partner with you, right? As equals, right?
Yeah.
He's not gonna say, "Well, you're gonna be equal to me. You're gonna have a jet the same size as my jet. You're gonna have the same amount of power as me. You'll get to have an office just like mine." No, if he says, "I want to partner with you," or "I want to integrate you into my company," he's probably saying he wants you to come work for him. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Right? And so if you really visualize the white community as a great big Donald Trump, whether you like him or not, I don't care if you voted for him. You know this guy's ego is as big as a house.
Oh, yes.
That's what I visualize when I visualize integration. And the way it kind of ended up working was it was like Donald Trump coming to say to the black community, "Hey, you people are talented." And we're like, "Yeah, we
You
are.
people,
Wow,
yeah.
they, well, instead of saying, yeah, I know, instead of us saying, yeah, I know we are, we were like, oh my God, thank you for acknowledging us. Thank you for seeing our talent, right? Which right there, that's a problem because
That's the
we should see
problem.
our own talent. We have to see our own talent. Stop waiting for people to acknowledge you. Acknowledge your damn self. That's what's important. But anyway, with that said, we get integrated into this system, and the conditions are simple. The conditions are like, look, there's going to be some spaces for some of you, not all of you, right? But we have the DEIs and all that, so we'll integrate some of you. Maybe some of you will become celebrities, some of you will become millionaires, some of you will get wonderful black jobs. The masses of you won't, because we don't have room for the masses of you, nor do we really want the masses of you. Because what we really wanted to do was come in and kind of scream, sort of skim the cream off the top. We really wanted your exceptional people so we can do what we do in Africa and in India and other parts of the world,
Yes.
and take the wealth. Excuse me. Sorry, that was a horrible cough. Like in places like Nigeria, where we go
Yes.
and we get all the oil, and
Yes.
we don't care about the Nigerian
And the
people.
minerals.
Right. We're going to come to Nigeria. We're going to take all the resources from Nigeria and we're going to take care of a few elite people. And then the masses of people, well, you can have the
Will
rest of
be
that because
left
there's
in
no, that's
abject
almost,
poverty.
yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. So when you have people that come along, in the black community, like a Dr. Claude Anderson who says, well, actually, let's see if we can develop an infrastructure that provides for the rest of us, for the masses, and then also an infrastructure that leads to black control and ownership. That becomes really threatening. That becomes a real problem because that's like you coming in to work for Donald Trump and then you coming in and saying, "Well, sir, I'd like to own my own company." Or I'd like to be a 50-50 stakeholder in this company. Well, then at that point, you're going to have a war on your hands, right? He's going to say, well, what's
Going to
the
be a
problem?
different story. Yes. Aren't
Right.
you happy where you're at? Yes.
Yeah.
Like I thought I gave you, like give me. What are you talking about, right? I thought I
Yeah,
gave you
yeah,
enough.
yeah. You could say, well, well, the reason that I want to own 50% of the company, sir, is because you paid me well, and my family does well because you paid me well. But I've got cousins and other relatives and people I want to take care of. I don't want to take care of four people. I want to take care of 40 people or 400 people, and I can't do that with a salary. I do that by being the owner of the company.
My own business.
You're right.
Yes.
And then you're playing a whole different game. It's a whole different game. And that's the game that we're playing. If you want to know what the Powernomics game looks like, the Powernomics game is an infrastructure game. And that becomes something that isn't really going to be sustained through integration because integration is not designed around Black people controlling and owning infrastructure. It's designed around Black people supporting
Supporting
structure
or
that is
being
normally controlled
added
by
to.
other
Yes.
people. Yes.
Yes. Or being added to. And it's like you say, supporting it or being added to rather than it being its own and having its own systems in place and an infrastructure in place. And I felt this, even as an immigrant, I felt that integration was the worst thing that happened because then it took away their own power to create their own infrastructure. And I know, again, the stories of, it was built and it was destroyed, it was built and it was destroyed. That's very true. And I think that you can rebuild. You never stop rebuilding because you understand that the systems matter. Having systems in place matter because that's how then the infrastructure will be built around the system. That way you can keep growing and having your own place to go and get what you need. Like it isn't to be, it's even been in the insurance industry, there's no Black insurance company. That meaning owned by Black. There's none because there was no infrastructure built around it. So we always have to, still attach to other companies. That's great, no problem. We will do that. But as we keep building going forward, we need to think about that. Putting systems in place and having our own infrastructure rather than always being given, oh, we gave you. No, we built our
Mhm.
own, right? Just like, again, when something happens in our family, we don't wait for others to take care of our family because they say the way you do small things is the way you do big things, right? So going back to having insurance, you don't wait until something happens, then you go out to beg other people to help you, right? You protect your own, you take care of your own. So that way, if something happens, they don't go out to beg others because then the trauma continues because now they have to go back and beg somebody else to give them something, right? We don't want that. We want to build our own. It takes sacrifice and that discipline and determination, but we can do it. So if you have that book in your hand and you read it and you understand it and then number one, you read it to get the information, but you also have to implement it because it's everybody can read and just get information, but are you truly implementing those information? That's why we're here to talk about all the implementation things that we have to do to implement to make sure that our families, our communities, and then at large, as a community and as a whole, all of us are doing well, right? We have to do it ourselves. We can't wait for anybody to say, "Oh, well, we'll give you this." No, we will build it ourselves, but it starts from home. They
Yes,
our
absolutely.
little we make small decisions that will make our families stand apart and not depend on anyone because we know that if we keep doing that, we'll always be waiting for someone else to do something for us.
Yes,
And we
that's
don't
right.
want that.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, let me pop into, and by the way, this is Aisha Verzi, and Aisha Verzi is she's a personal finance expert. She also is great with insurance. And if you want to meet with Aisha directly and talk to her, you can email her. Write this email down. It's bbs@aishaverzi.com, and Aisha Verzi spelled AISHAVIRZI. It's right there on the screen, right next to her. And you can go to bbs at aishaverzi.com and meet with her directly if you have any insurance needs or anything that you'd like to talk about in terms of your personal finances and your objectives. The other thing I want to mention to you, Aisha, before we forget, because I want to circle back on the insurance tip. I'm the one who took us in so many different
Well, no,
directions.
Dr. Boy, you know what? I love it because when you talk about financial consciousness, all these things matter. They all come
Yeah.
together. It's not because sometimes when people want to hear about, they think it's only one subject. No, everything you say, it does pull together. When you understand the efficacy, but it's all true. It all comes together to give you the holistic information that you need to make decisions that are concrete, because now you're not making it based on just one thing you listen to, but really the collection of everything you hear and all the stories that ties into what you need to do. So that way you make a decision, you're making a really informed decision.
Well, good. Then, I agree with you. I think conversations should go in whatever direction they're supposed to go.
Absolutely.
And I think that when you talk about Black economic conversations, you have to really understand why um, our economic insecurity has really been one of the primary sources of our lack of freedom and our oppression. America is a country that loves to declare economic warfare on other people. They use their money to control other people. So you look at Elon Musk and the government right now. He uses his money to get things done and to fight his enemies, right? So
Absolutely.
when you don't have resources or when you don't understand, even understand where the resources are located, how to manage them, how to protect them, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to navigate this very competitive, very ruthless society, right? And I believe Black people don't have any friends. I'm not one that sits back and thinks that any political party is going to save us because they never have. So let me give you a few more quick stats about insurance that people need to pay attention to. I don't know if y'all know this. This is crazy. That GoFundMe covers one out of every three funerals in the United States. Did y'all know that? How crazy is that? That
Crazy.
GoFundMe covers one out of every three funerals in the US. Oh Lord. Jesus, that's crazy. And also, only 35% of Black people have life insurance. And yeah, so we got some work to do. Aisha, what do you think about those two stats? That's crazy. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it's very crazy. And what before I came to, I looked at it and I thought that is absolutely, and I just said unacceptable. It is unacceptable because what it does or what it says about us is again, we don't want to prepare. We now again that we don't care about their family members. It's funny when we go to some meetings and people talk and they talk about like when they're talking about this space and I'm in that room. And to be honest, I don't like the fact that, oh, you're in this room, you're the only one Black person in the room. And that's because we don't have enough of us talking about this in our community and not just talking about it, but actually being licensed to actually implement it for our community. It's so important. Only 5% of us, how many million, only 5% of professionals do this in the Black community. So if we don't have us talking about it consistently and being in our face, like, nobody's going to get covered. So that number is correct. And I hear about it all the time, and it really upsets me because I believe we can do better and we should do better because at the end of the day, we are the ones that also still suffer because again, the GoFundMe that is being done there, or the car wash, or they say the fish fry, or the barbecues to bury a human being that was here that worked hard all their life, and we have to go back again to ask for help for someone to bury them to we should be way beyond that by now because it's just unacceptable, right? And I think the biggest challenge people have, which I felt the same way too, Doctor, it's funny. I felt the same way because they feel, well, I don't need it. It's not important. I was one of those, right? And so I understand the concerns. But when you understand it better, and now you and I are talking about it, you know, you find that, wow, this is important. So I feel you. I feel your concerns. Oh, I don't need it. But I felt the same way. But now I found that no, this is actually one thing you need. Is actually the basic foundation of what you need to feel peace of mind, but also knowing that your family will not have to beg anyone for anything when something happens to you. Doctor, actually, now that we talked about it, I was going to ask you something about, I know you talk about estate planning a lot. You actually share that openly when you had your estate plan. You spend hours, literally a few days going through your estate planning and talk and getting yourself ready. Can you just please tell us just the importance of it? Just tell us why. Because I think if our people hear from you, because we want our people to hear from leaders like yourself to say that this is important, but you do it so openly. But the question is, are they hearing you and implementing as well? I know some of them are making the changes now, but we want more people to do it. So please tell us, like, why do you keep redoing your estate plan as time goes on, as things change?
Hmm. I redo my estate plan because, things evolve, relationships change, priorities change. And And what I learned from studying history of anybody that has ever done anything that means something is you have to think you really your life is very short relative to the length of the impact of your legacy if you know whether you do something good or bad, life is just really short. So a lot of your life, I think, should be spent preparing for your afterlife. And afterlife isn't a selfish concept to me where you just go to heaven and eat gummy bears for for all eternity. Um, it's also like after your life is over, a lot of people are going to benefit or not benefit for what you chose to do or not do. Every single person in this room, every one of you in this room would have a dramatically different life if somebody 40 years ago had even a fraction of the ideas that we talk about in this class and implemented any of that. Even if they did their version of the $5 a day plan, maybe it became the 50 cent a day plan or the $1 a day plan or whatever they could afford. You'd be filthy rich right now if somebody did that in the 1970s or 1980s, even the 1990s.
90s.
That's not even that long ago. Imagine somebody did it in the 1950s and 60s, right? And so I really think with estate planning, it's really sort of seeing it's a consciousness thing. It's seeing yourself as part of something bigger than yourself.
Yes.
And that requires you to let go of yourself, let go of your selfishness, but it gives you like immortality in a way,
Yes.
right? Like a person is going to die. An idea doesn't have to die. An
No,
institution doesn't
doesn't
die.
know.
Like Tuskegee University didn't die with Booker T. Washington. Booker T's been gone a long time, but Tuskegee is going to live forever, right?
Yes.
So I encourage everybody, think of yourself. You're like it's a self-esteem thing too. Just how important do you want to be in the legacy of your family? Because you are
Family.
important. You are important. You just made the question is, do you see how important you are? But think about how important your grandparents are to you. Think about how important your parents are to you. I mean, they're almost for some of you, your parents and grandparents are like, godlike figures to you almost. Like they're just, these amazing superhuman, entities, but they didn't see themselves that way. They might have, maybe grandma said, "Well, I'm just a maid or I'm just a whatever." But it's like, no, you're grandma.
Yeah.
That's huge for everybody, right? So you're huge if you want to be. Your legacy is important, right? It's going to have a huge impact on other people, and I encourage you to own that, value that, and that's important too, Aisha. I found that um, self-esteem is critical when it comes to legacy planning because if you don't value who you are and what you have, then you're not going to work hard to preserve it.
No.
But if you see the value in what you have and the value of who you are, you're going to take care of it, you're going to protect it, etc. Last thing I'll say on this, and then I'm done on this,
Absolutely true.
just for that self-esteem piece. I had a friend of mine who he runs this amazing like program for kids and does this awesome work. And we were at an event and he saw this white guy who was a billionaire and he's like, "Do
Mhm.
you know who that is? That's the such and such who runs the $50 billion company and blah blah blah." And I was like, "Yeah, that's really cool." And I said, "Yeah, but honestly, I'm not nearly as impressed with him as I am with you." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, because there's like thousands of white billionaires out here, but how many people do you know that are doing exactly what you're doing? Can you name one person on earth who's
Mm.
impacting our children, which is that's our $1 trillion
Our
asset,
legacy.
right? I don't care what some rich white man's doing. No disrespect to him. God, good for him. Bless him. But I'm looking at what you're doing, and I would trade 50 of hims for one of you. You're the prize, man, and I need you to really see that. And I think it really affected his thinking. And I think that that's as a community, we've got to really turn inward and realize the importance of what we're doing. If you're taking care of a black family, that's the most important job you could ever do. Ain't no damn job in a corporate office more important than you taking care of your kids
Family.
and your wife and your husband and building a black family. Lord, there's no more sacred responsibility you can have. So long story short, I just want to. I think if we love ourselves and stop focusing on what everybody else got and everybody else is doing and trying to get invited to everybody else's table, I think that that's when we become great. So if you want to know why I do my estate plan, it's because I know that I'm important, and I know that my children are important. I know my legacy is important, and I don't give a damn if the world doesn't see it. Oh, y'all gonna learn today because this is where I'm putting all of my energy, right? I'm not putting energy into building other legacies for Harvard and Yale and Stanford. No, we're doing this right here. So that's it. That's my thought process. Thank you for asking, and I'm
No,
done talking.
thank you, Doctor, for sharing that because we need to see how powerful and important it is. And for me, as you know, as somebody that's trying to share the word in our community and make sure they hear about it, is look at the example. Doctor is doing it. You should emulate what he's doing. He's doing estate planning. He's adding additional insurance to his to life insurance to his portfolio. He has already, but he's adding more. If he's doing that, you should be doing the same at your own level. At your own level, they say you see, you admire, you listen, you're learning every morning. We all log on every morning and hear Dr. Boyce speaking. Are we emulating what he's doing? Because those are the people that we want to emulate and copy what they do, right? They say you copy the right cat. And Dr. Boyce is a goat, right? The goat of all time. We know that everything he does is for our benefit. That is why I follow him. When I started following him years ago, I said, wow, there's a voice like this. This is it. I'm going to follow him because I believe that we need somebody like him. And the way we can also now elevate ourselves to the next level is by saying, oh, wow, he did it. He does this. I'm going to do it too. But don't just hear, do it as well. Do it because it's in the action, taking the action that we really get the results that we need, right? And as you were speaking, Doctor, I was thinking about a word. I know when I was in Michigan, I believe, we went to the museum, and the museum that I is and the as you walk in, and there was a feast, of all the slave trade that happened. And I'm from Nigeria. A lot of slave trade happened in our Gulf of on our country. It happened from there. I'm not from that part of country, but it happened in that area. So now you know more about it. And the feast says, and yet we rise. And yet we rise. And when you go through the chamber and watch, and you just start weeping. Some of the space you walk through, you can't even, there's no way to express how you feel your brothers and sisters going through that, right? But yet we rise. So how do we rise? And please remember the RISE. Own your own real estate if you can. Think about real estate ownership. If your home, make sure it's protected and it's preserved, that it's not where you can lose it. Think about that. Insurance is so important, right? And Doctor talks about stock market all the time. That's the S. And then E, being an entrepreneur, have a business, have your own business. Don't wait for anyone to give you something. Create your own business, do something. So that's how you rise. You take real estate. And if you don't know about more about real estate, you don't have any. Constant Carter talks about it. Laura Lala Lee talks about it. Chalet talks about it on Fly New Bear Money. If you want to talk about entrepreneurship, Dr. Lene Gervais talks about it. These are powerful women that can help you, right? Talk to us. Insurance, I can help you. Stock market, Dr. Boy does it every day, gives you tips and this. So really, yet we rise, but we have to take ownership of that rise and do it and not just hear it, right? It's in the doing, not just in the just only when you hear it. So I hope that as you hear us today, you listen to what we have to say, you take it to heart and say, you know what, today I'm going to make tangible changes. I'm going to have a meeting. I will get that book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, and roll out my family, study it together, implement it. Because you know what? We have to save ourselves because we have that strength of character and we've worked so hard and we've built this country actually. So we should walk with our heads up high and proud because we know who we are and we know what we have done. But now let our family feel that from us as well. Let's all
Mm.
rise together,
All
because we
right.
can do it. We can do it.
Rise, real estate, insurance, stock markets,
And
and
entrepreneur.
entrepreneurship. Oh, that's
Yes.
great. I like that. I'm gonna keep that one. All right.
Yes.
So let's rise together, everybody. And remember, this is not complicated. This is not complex stuff. This is basic stuff. There are millions of families around the world that already do these things. Just so y'all know, like in the Indian community, this is they're getting it done. The Jewish community, they're getting it done like that. Some Asian families, many Asian families doing the same thing. So, that's how you succeed. So, real estate investment, or sorry, real estate insurance, stock markets, and entrepreneurship. All right. So, Aisha, let me give everybody your email so that if you all want to talk to Aisha directly, write this email down, pull out your pen. her email address, if you want to do a consultation with her or talk to her about your insurance needs, do I get whole life, term life? She can handle all that for you. Email her at bbs@aishaverzi.com, bbs@aishaverzi.com, and that's spelled Aisha. V as in Victor, IRZI, and that's her name is right there on the screen. BBS@AishaVerzi.com. And also those of you that want to take advantage of the offer to get the $8 autograph copies of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, just go to 10commandments.boycewatkins.com. That's the number 10, 10 Commandments boycewatkins.com, and you can get as many copies as you want. And also, last but not least, we're going to meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, as we always do. And so if you'd like to get a text alert when we start class in the morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948 on your phone. Text morning to the number 87948. And I'll get in touch with you guys a little bit later on the afternoon. Those that are doing stock options, I have some stuff for you all as well. So we got a lot going on. So God bless you. Have a wonderful day. And I see one sister said I ordered 13 copies for my extended family. Great. Spread that gospel, talk your talk, walk your walk, have your pride. We're the last line of defense. I need y'all to understand.
Amen.
In the era of Booker, y'all know I'm in Tuskegee, so I'm all into Booker T and all that. And in that same era, you had a guy named W.E.B. Du Bois up at Harvard who
Deborah,
seemed,
yes.
if I'm not mistaken, he seemed to have a real issue with Booker T. I have issues with or maybe they pronounce it Du Bois, similar to my name, but I don't relate to him very much, honestly, because I feel like his ideas were good, but he was a little bit of a hater at times. And but one of the things that he used to talk about was something called the talented tenth.
Mm,
And I didn't agree with that particular approach to the talented tenth, but I do believe that you are the talented tenth in the sense of being right there in the elite in terms of your commitment to elevating. You are in the talented tenth in your commitment to being black first. You are the talented tenth in your commitment to action over words. You don't just talk about it. You're gonna go out here
do
and
it.
be about it. And so you are a leader. Like you all are. Like Louis Farrakhan used to say, I just need 10,000 good men, 10,000 good women, and I can go and get everything done. And that's it. I don't need everybody. I'm not trying to move the masses. I'm trying to move the people that will move the masses. And you and your children, your lineage is going to move the masses. So even if you don't feel like even if you don't feel like you have the power right in this generation to do all the things you want to do, stop worrying about that. You plant the seeds. My grandma didn't have the power to do what she wanted to. She made $22,000 a year. She had an associate's degree, but she raised Boyce Watkins, who then,
That's
and
right.
I'm finishing the job for grandma. And maybe one of my kids are going to fit and grandkids will finish the job for me. Do you understand? So don't feel like you got to do the whole job. Just plant the seed and start the damn job and then get the instructions to the next generation. Let the kids run with it. They're going to be better than us anyway. A lot of y'all got kids that have a financial literacy level of a college student at the age of 10. That child's going to do the job at a level that we can only dream about. So all we got to do is run the baton and pass the ball
Pass it on.
and let them do the rest. So do your best with what you
Yes.
got. That's how we succeed. So God bless you, everybody. Have a wonderful day. And thank you again, Aisha. It was great to see
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. What a
All right.
blessing. Thank you
You
so
guys
much.
take care. See you all tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
It's time to get that money. It's time to get that money. It's time to get that money, 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 y'all. Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills. Money, 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 y'all. I'm Miguel Nunez. And guess what? Today we are offering $100,000 to anyone who will take our challenge. But we don't have just ordinary challenges. But we do want you to join us. So we may come to a city near you. When you see this van that says, for the love of money, you may be a contestant and have an opportunity to win $100,000 on For the Love of Money. Now, my beautiful assistant has already found us some contestants. So we're going to go and see what they will do for the love of money. Let's go. It's time to get that money. All right. We are here, guys, in the park for our first challenge For the Love of Money. What's up? I want y'all to meet my co-host. This is Bubba. Say hi, Bubba.
Hey.
And my beautiful co-host, Tiara.
Hello.
All right, talk to me, Tiara.
Okay, so today we have Robert.
All right, Robert. Where are you from?
Fresno.
You're from Fresno. All right, Robert. Okay, so you're familiar with the show. She explained it to you.
Yeah.
The name of this show is called For the Love of Money. And we want to see what people will do for money or what they won't do for money. Bubba, you see what that is? That's 100,000. No, you got to win this. You don't get this, okay? All right. Are you willing and ready to take the For the Love of Money challenge?
I'm ready.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go. Follow me. All right. You see that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah. You see that right there?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
What about it?
Okay, now, Bubba, our first challenge. I'll give you $10,000 if you eat that dog shit.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not joking. $10,000 if you eat. You don't have to eat all of it. Just eat a little bit. All right. Then how about $20,000? $20,000 just to take a little poop scoop.
Man, $20,000 isn't worth it, bro.
What do you mean $20,000? Hold on.
Would you eat it for $20,000?
I ate some already. Okay, how about this? $30,000. Listen, you don't even have to eat a lot. Just a little bit.
Man, my doctor bills would be at least $20,000.
Your doctor bill.
I get sick eating that.
The dog didn't get sick.
Because it came out the other end, not from the mouth.
Even if the dog dies, think about it. All dogs go to heaven anyway. Open up. I'll tell you what. This is my last offer to you, and I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna find somebody. I guarantee that $50,000. 50. You can get another look. You can spray some alcohol on your lips. Okay. You can drink all of this. This kills all germs. I'm talking about 50,000. You get a new tongue.
How much would I gotta eat?
You ain't got to get full. Just a little bit.
All right. You got a towel or something when I'm done, or?
No, use your shirt, nigga. You're gonna have $50,000. Come on, let's go. $50,000, brother. Here you go. I'll get this ready for you. Tiara,
You can do it, Robert.
get there. You can do this, brother. It's only a little bit. Get down, though. I want this all right here. It's just a little $50,000, brother. You can get a new car. You can get I'll pay your mortgage, buy your girl something, get you a Rolex, and please put this in the bank so you can get a new shirt. All right, let's go. Come on now. Get down low. I want you lower. No. Get off your feet. Yeah, there you go. Go down there. I want everybody to see. No. You can't get in a little pinch. I want you to dig in there, and I want you to kill it. And that's $50,000. Man, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'll give you another $10,000. That's $60,000 if you dig in that sucker and you eat it like it's a warmed up M&M. Dude, think about all this money. There you go. You can do this. Do it, bro. Do it. Do it. Eat it. Come on, $50,000. $50,000. The dog ate it. The dog ain't dead. 50. Oh, no. That's right. Yeah. Man, take your money. Oh my God, he's nasty. Ladies and gentlemen, that proves right there. People will do anything. This nasty nigga. Let's go. Oh. Wow, this place is amazing. Welcome back to the show, guys. You're watching For the Love of Money. Listen, have you ever heard the phrase, this food tastes so good it makes you want to slap your mama? Well, guess what? Look out, mama. All right. Welcome, guys.
What's going on?
All right.
Hey, Miguel.
How are you? Talk to me. What do we got?
So we have 3 contestants who are ready to play.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. What's your name, brother?
My name's Khalil. How's it going?
All right. Good. Where you from?
Philly.
Philly. All right. What's your name?
Jay, you
Jay.
already.
All right. And what's your name?
John.
John. Where you from, John?
Tennessee.
Okay. All right, guys. All right. Here's the deal. This show is about challenge. Okay. And we're going to challenge you to do something. But we're just not going to ask you to do it. Bubba. You see this right here? $100,000. Oh, wait. Slow down. Close it, Bubba. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm going to offer you a challenge, and I'm going to offer you money. Whoever accepts gets the money. You guys ready? Okay, now, today's challenge is, have you ever heard the phrase, this food tastes so good it makes you want to slap your mama?
That's how my mom cooked.
Okay, good. That's how your mama cooked? That's
cooked.
perfect then, because here's the deal. I'm offering, Bubba, let's just say, $20,000 to slap the hell out of their mother.
Oh, no, hell no. I ain't slapping my mama.
$20,000.
Cool, man. You got that.
Come on, man. I'll slap her for $5. I'm going to let your mama know you passed up $20,000. Okay, guys, listen to me. You know what? Maybe he's right. Maybe $20,000 ain't enough to slap your mama. How about I make it $30,000, 3 stacks? Come on, man. You know your mama going to forgive you.
Man, my mama crazy though, man.
All right, you know what?
I was about to say, I can't lie. I can't slap my mom for that. I can't even. Nah.
Okay, then slap your mama for $40,000. I'll slap your mama for one of these. So I know you're gonna do it for $4. Okay, I'll tell you what. How about this? I'm gonna do this for y'all. 50.
I'll do it.
Say no more. See you later,
I'll
brother.
do it.
You go home and tell your mama you love her, because we got somebody.
50,000. 50,000.
All right, you sure?
Hell yeah.
All
I'm
right,
sure.
then. Here we go. Hold this till we get back. I'll be right back. All right, you gonna show us where your mother lives?
Yes, sir. I ain't
All right,
never
let's
seen
go.
50.
Okay,
You gonna
guys.
show me 50,000 again?
No, I promise you. This
right,
is a
then.
show. We won't mess you. Okay, guys, we're gonna go. Follow us.
Let's
guy's
do
gonna
it.
slap his mama. All right, come on, man. Just yeah. Mama gonna forgive you. I promise. Look, you think about how much you give your mama. If you gave your mama $25,000, right?
Yeah.
And you get your mama a new TV, buy her a new bedroom set, she gonna forgive you.
But I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy.
You know what? Get a new stove. Mamas love stoves and kitchen. You get her all of that. I promise you. She gonna be mad for a few minutes.
I
though.
might buy a new
She
car.
gonna be mad till her face stops stinging.
It's time to get that money.
Oh, yeah, you got 50 G's,
I'm a
you
little
give your mama
nervous, I'm a little
25,
nervous.
and get you some Bitcoins, dude, you'll be set.
Right there.
Okay, this is it.
I'm
Turn in.
I'm
Can
a
we
little
turn in the
nervous.
driveway?
I'm a little nervous.
All right, turn in the driveway. Don't be nervous, man. Don't be nervous. Dude, this is $50,000.
It says $50,000.
Exactly. And you gonna give your mama 25. She gonna
50,000,
take your time. Take your time.
50,000.
Let's go. Everybody out. Yes. Everybody out. Take your time.
50,000.
That's what you better keep thinking about.
Mama, how you doing, Mama?
Hey, baby, what's all these people? What's
Oh,
these
what you-
cameras for? What's these
I
cameras
cannot
for?
believe I'm about to do this. Mama, forgive me. Oh my God.
What the? Hey, y'all too! Get the heck out of my yard!
Go, get in the car. Come on, brother.
I can't, man. She coming.
Go. Get him. $50,000, baby.
50,000.
Yeah, but your mama gonna be mad at a month. For the love of money, baby. He slapped his mama, and I don't know where he's going, how he's gonna get to eat tonight. But brother, you got $50,000.
So I'll give her 25.
There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and today we are going to have a great conversation about multifamily real estate and just real estate in general. And I want you guys to get a chance to hear and learn from an expert that is blessing us with her time today, Miss Dawn Matthews. Is Dawn Matthews House or Dawn
It
Matthews?
is. Recently married, so it's now Dawn Matthews' house.
Oh, so Don just got married. Everybody clap for that.
You
Give
did.
her a
Thank you.
digital congratulations. That's awesome. Look at you getting
Thank you.
married.
Thank you.
That's very cool. Well, congratulations to you. Yeah, I think me and my wife are on year number 4 in May. So
Oh, okay.
yeah,
We're about a year and a half in.
good for you. Good for you. Yeah, marriage is a different world, but I believe in family, and I think it's a wonderful thing. And so anyway, Miss Matthews House is. She is a person that really knows a lot about multifamily real estate. And what I'm going to do is, as I learn about her, as you do, this first thing I'm going to do is let everybody know I'm going to send you all a text out to let you all know that class is starting. So you'll get a text from me in a second. And so before I begin, I just want to ask Miss Matthews House, sorry, tell me, where do you live? Who are you? What do you do? Let's start
Sure.
there.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on. It's my pleasure to be on speaking about my first passion, which is real estate, my first love. Um, so I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're a suburb of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've lived here most of my life, moved around a little bit between Columbia, Maryland, Orlando, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia as well. But now back to my home state of Pennsylvania. Real estate investment is what I love. In my experience, I've worked the whole gamut from I began at the age of 23 getting my real estate license. So I was a licensed real estate agent. At that time, I also became an investor. I bought my first multi-unit. It was a triplex at age 23. So that's how I got my start as an investor as well. From then, I kind of parlayed into other areas in the real estate and mortgage industry, which includes from real estate agent, I then went into becoming a senior loan officer. So under doing mortgages and getting those underwritten for prospective buyers, as well as worked in the servicing department as an AVP for both Merrill Lynch and Bank of America. So when I say servicing, from current accounts to default servicing, which includes foreclosures, short sales, deed in lieu, all the way through REO, which is real estate owned. So, and then back to now, I'm backing to real estate as a investor. So I currently own a company called Home and Deed Realty. I'm the founder and CEO, and we have a nice portfolio of both residential and commercial properties. And that is what I love to do.
Really? Okay. So at what point? So I'm curious about your educational background. What did you study anything, say, in college or grad school that got you ready for this, or was it mostly like licensing that you got on the side, or tell us about that?
Yeah, so my bachelor's degree is in organizational leadership. So I imagine are some transferable skills that allowed me to kind of get into this field. But it was more so an internal passion, an internal vision that I've had since a teenager of wanting to build communities. It was a dream of mine from the age of probably 18, 19, to buy land, build a community for us, for Black people in specific, to have, places where we own the homes. We have the schools. We're teaching our own children our own curriculum. Everything is Black owned stores where you don't have to encounter racism and difficulties, and to help our people to build wealth and be able to transfer that wealth onto the next generation.
Hmm. Okay, so you specifically chose to use your skills to build in your community. Like you did this for Black folks. You didn't do it because it was like, maybe a great job or you wanted to work for Merrill Lynch. You did it for us. Is that
I did
correct?
it for us. Yeah, it's for us.
Okay. Well, being Black out loud is awfully dangerous.
I,
Where,
especially in this climate.
right. Who called you into that? Where did you get that pro-Black energy from? Did you have a parent that
My mother.
your mother?
hmm My mother, very into investing in ourselves, and building for ourselves, and passing it on to the next generation. She didn't have something necessarily to pass on to me. She's still alive, but
Oh,
but what she did is ingrain it into me, which was just as important as being able to pass something on.
no. So your mother I like this point. What's your mama's name, if I may ask?
Wanda Matthews.
Wanda Matthews. Okay, so Miss Wanda, maybe she's watching because I think she should be acknowledged. Like, without our mamas, who are we
Thank you.
without mama, right?
Right,
Yeah. So what Miss Wanda did was she didn't just make sure that you learned how to do something. She made sure you understood why you were doing it,
right,
right? It wasn't just like, okay, I'm gonna show you how to drive a car. I'm gonna tell you where to drive to,
right.
right? And I think that's really important. I think, and I'd be curious to know if anybody else understands where I'm coming from with this. I think that a lot of us, that don't grow up in conscious spaces, where there is no conversation about what the community needs, it becomes kind of a very primitive economic discussion, like go to school, make good grades, so that hopefully someone will hire you and give you a good job.
Right.
And you say, well, why are you doing that? Well, because I want to make money. Why do you want to make money? Because I want to get a car. I want to have a nice house, right? Like, well, why do you want a nice car and a nice house? I don't know, because I want to feel like I'm successful. right? But
Mhm.
for a lot of people, at no point does that discussion come up and say, well, because I'm black and I really want my community to improve because of the work I'm putting in, right? Right? Like I'm investing
Right.
in myself and also by extension investing in my community and making us all better. And I think that's really powerful. So, so let's talk about multifamily real estate. I'd be curious, is that kind of like your jam? Like, is that kind of your main thing, in terms of real estate, or like, what's your
It
specialty?
is. It is. Multifamily investing is my jam, as you put it. And let me tell you why. I also own single family homes as well that are rentals. But what I learned initially when doing it is, okay, I'm purchasing, and this is a very important for first time investors, whether you're buying your first home or you're doing it intentionally as an investment. I can buy one single family home, right? Say it's a single family home for $300,000, depending on where you live in the country. And with that, I have a mortgage of probably $2,500 a month for that, right? Including the taxes and insurance, principal and interest. But if I buy a 4 unit property, which banks now with the Fannie Mae program look at the same way, as far as the qualifications, they'll allow you to put 5% down, as you may on a typical single family home as well, put 5% down, and now I can purchase a duplex, a triplex, or quad, which is a 4 unit apartment complex. So with that, I'm becoming an investor. I can live in one, house hacking, they call it. I can live in 1 unit, rent the other 3 out. So in addition to now I have a place to call my own that I own, I have 3 other units that are bringing me income. The second unit probably will cover the mortgage, depending on how high the mortgage is. And the third and fourth unit can be extra profit in my pocket. And
Mm.
that's how I suggest beginning your start in real estate.
Okay, so I'd be curious, when you talk about the real estate market and what's been kind of happening, um, I think sometimes, when we hear about the joy and the excitement of owning property and doing multifamily rentals, things like that, there's also, it seems like there are a lot of landmines that are out there that people are not aware of. What comes to mind for you in terms of like two or three of the biggest mistakes that people make when they jump into multifamily real estate?
Not Yeah, not doing your due diligence, right? So that's the first thing. The first law of real estate is always location, location, location. So they say buy the worst house in the best neighborhood, and that pretty much rings true. Because it'll hold its value and it'll appreciate a lot faster than some place that's not as nice, right? So that's one thing. But a mistake is not doing your due diligence, and I'll specifically speak to tax sales in this scenario. So there's properties that you could purchase at tax sale, also called sheriff sale, right? So you can do your due diligence by doing title work on that, making sure that the title is clear on the property, as well as you may not with tax sales, you can't always go into the property like you can a normal property to see what it looks like, but you can definitely drive up to the property more times so than not they're vacant. So take a look in the windows, take a look at the roof, take a look at the structure, the foundation, or how many cracks do you see? Is there water down around the foundation of the building? Or are there gaps in the roof or shingles coming off? So I think just doing your due diligence to know what you're getting into, because when you purchase a property like a tax sale property, you're going to very likely have to put some money into it. And I'll give an example of one that I did. I purchased a few properties at tax sale, and it's a great entry, right? So not all areas are like my area in Pennsylvania, where property prices are still somewhat reasonable. But at our tax sale properties, our auctions, you can buy a property for between $12,000 and $15,000. I've done that. In the same month, I bought one that was $12,000 and one that was $14,000. The one that was $12,000, I put maybe $10,000 into it in renovations. Didn't take too much. And immediately afterwards, when I say immediately, it took about 2 months for me to turn it over. It was more so like carpet and paint. But I rented it out, I think beginning at $13.95 when I started, and that was 5 years ago. When I started with the sheriff, so that was like 5 years ago. So I rented out for like $13.95. I made all my money back in the first year, and then every other year it's just icing on top of the cake. And since then, I've refinanced it twice, pulling equity out of it to make other purchases. It's the name of the game. But your question was about risks. It's just doing your due diligence, doing your homework, know what you're getting into, having money aside for things that may not go right because that's gonna happen. Um, yeah, things that like a roof or a tenant complained that the heat's not working and it's the dead of winter. You better have that couple $1,000s to buy a new boiler or a new furnace if necessary. So just being prepared, doing your due diligence, being prepared, and having some funding set aside for things that may go wrong.
Okay. Well, everybody who just came in, I'm speaking with Dawn Matthews Howes, and she's an expert in multifamily real estate. She's going to be our guest tomorrow night. If you want to talk to her and ask her questions and spend a big night with her, I'm going to let her take over the real estate club tomorrow night. If you want to do a free trial, you can go to drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com, and Miss Matthews House will be there. And also, we've had some other guests that have come through, and so the goal is to make sure you're exposed to all the different ways to make money. Also, I want to let everybody know, remind everyone, don't forget Miami. We are going to meet together. How many of you, give me a yes, I'm curious, how many of you want to come to Miami? How many of you want to meet up in person and in 3D and meet with others in the group? Give me a yes in the chat if you do. Those who are not sure, say yes or no, say no, that kind of thing. I want to see who wants to come. I want to see what the demand. I got the sense that you guys really wanted to do something in Miami. Okay, so we've set it up. So here's what's going to happen. I want to make it clear. At the Millionaire Training Camp, I am not inviting people outside of this space. I'm just not. I don't want, it's almost like you have to be qualified to be there. I want people that understand the mission. I want people that understand what we're doing in terms of Black wealth. You can bring your family members because you know them, and I need you to be accountable. Make sure you manage your cousins and stuff, because I want to do stuff for serious people that want to get better, that want to be around other serious people. And the only reason I say that is because I'll tell you, Don. I feel like when you're talking about being pro-black and really doing wealth-related things for the black community, it's crazy how I don't feel like it's as popular as it should be, right? I think
Yeah.
two things are missing, right? The desire and then the skill.
Mm-hmm.
I liked how you started the conversation and you said, in the price crystal, I'll send you the link and you can take a look. There's regular access and VIP. You guys will get the link later today. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, you'll get the link, but it's for you. I'm not marketing this outside of this space. Okay. So one thing that like at the beginning, you were talking about, I want to build for my community. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I think about that all the time. And I sit back and like, for example, when I watched Kendrick Lamar and their great performance at the Super Bowl, I said, man,
Awesome.
yeah, I was like, this is the blackest Super Bowl ever. Everything was black except for the owner's box, right?
Right.
You
Right.
know, yeah, and I said we are the biggest investors in the NFL on earth. Like
Mm-hmm.
team owners don't get CTE, when they to be a part of the football team. Team owners don't have little boys in their community that literally dedicate their whole entire lives to contributing to the NFL, right? So we're the biggest investors out there, but we're not the biggest beneficiaries. And I
Right.
remember thinking, like, you have everything you need. Why can't you start a sports league? And it's almost just like the mindset's not there. Like if you're not trained on being a builder or have a skill, like I like the fact that you said you studied organizational leadership. That to me those should be the kinds of skills that all of our children should get, right? Like don't just
Mm-hmm.
get a great job, like run an organization, create a job for other people, but there's a
Right.
mindset that comes with that. Can you talk about that part? I know I said a lot and you can talk about anything you want, but I was thinking I want to try to narrow it in because my ADHD kicks in and then I start going crazy. But this idea of organizational leadership, how critical has that been for you as a CEO? And I mean, I could tell you're a boss. Look at her. Don't she look professional? Look at that. Look at her background. I mean, you came up in here just looking like somebody that runs something, right? Tell me about how your organizational leadership training affects how you go about doing your thing.
It's very imperative. And being the CEO of your own organization, as well as I have a nonprofit as well, being taught how to effectively run an organization as well as to manage other people, how to speak and be heard, and to ensure that you're able to convey your message to the intended audience and that they're able to receive it. Those are some of the main facets I learned in organizational leadership, and it's important in every aspect of our life, especially anything in the workplace, whether you're a business owner or an employee or manager.
Okay. Well, I think like one thing that we have in the Black Business School, I don't know how familiar you are with what we do, but one thing that we do is we have a model called the Sturdy model for kids. And I
Mhm.
say kids should be trained in systems, technology, entrepreneurship, relationships, and delegation, right? And I thought about that because I was thinking about when you talk about building sturdy children, and it's spelled sturdy with an E instead of a U. It's
Okay.
like if you have a kid that understands systems, then not only are they better prepared to confront things like systematic racism, but also they're able to create systems, right? Like
Hmm.
one way to overcome a system is to leave the system and create another system, right?
Exactly.
And then same thing with technology. I think technology has become the king, the queen, and everything in between in this society, AI and all that stuff. Our kids have to be fully prepared on that. And then also when you get to entrepreneurship, that's basic, right? And learn how to start a
Hmm.
business, right? It's just as easy to fill out the form for an LLC as it is to fill out a job application.
Absolutely. Probably easier.
Yes, yes, because you don't have to fill out like 80 of them. And
Right.
and go to a bunch of interviews and get disappointed, and the labor market's so deceptive. Excuse me, I got a little bit of a chest cold. Forgive me for that. And then you talk about relationships, right? Just like I talk about relationships, hoping that people will understand what I'm saying, in that it's hard to do business if you can't form healthy relationships with other people and maintain those relationships, which
Right.
circles back to things like trauma. And we grow up with all this trauma and we don't trust anybody, you don't trust. So it's hard to kind of give people that slack in the relationship so that you can actually build together. Thinking like, for example, with your husband, you're building an institution together, and that requires you to invest in your relationship. And then the delegation piece
Right.
comes down to just like, you can't do it all by yourself. Right. And you think about how many entrepreneurs are like, I'm going to be a one person corporation. And it's like, now, I mean, you're going to have a hard time doing that.
Yeah, that's a long road ahead to do it alone.
Yeah. So, did you have any thoughts on what I just said? I won't even frame it as a question. You're smart. I'm sure you got something to say on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Relationships and networking is everything. My husband and I just got back from Ghana on Monday. So we're still a little bit off because they're 5 hours ahead of us. And the relationships that we made over there, we were only there a little over a week, but the relationships we made over there, um, this was just amazing. We got tours of new real estate developments that are being built, particularly from by African Americans who are wanting to invest in the diaspora.
Nice.
I'm not going to say the name of another organization that's over there building 400 homes. They were, pardon me, they were donated 400 acres of land. These African Americans, and they're building, I think, about between 300 and 400 homes on their villas and townhomes, and they're making great progress. But just to be able to go over there and speak to the leadership there, and be able to get tours of the properties there between the United States and the diaspora. It's all within relationship building, to be able to have that kind of access to see that. And in here on the ground in the US, that's why we feel it's so important to give back, by through our nonprofits. And we have training seminars where we're teaching not just children, but also adults. Hey, how do you get your first investment property in real estate? Or even your first home if you're not even looking to be an investor, because that's the pathway to building wealth and coming out of poverty. It's essential.
Wow, I really love that. And by the way, everybody, this is Don Matthews House, and we're talking about multifamily real estate and other stuff. So one thing I wanted to ask you quickly,
Mhm.
in terms of multifamily real estate, you mentioned some of the things that mistakes people make. The biggest mistake, not doing your due diligence, things like that. I was thinking about also things like I don't know if they call it tenant risk or something, but just that risk, like when you have someone inside a property and they just are like, well, I'll pay when I
Yeah.
can pay. I'll give you
Mhm.
money when I can give you money, and you're still paying the mortgage, and they're living in your property, and you're trying to get them out. Do you
Yeah.
sort of think carefully about like what cities you want to own property in based on how the tenants' rights are structured in those cities?
I have not dealt with that as far as tenant rights, and I live in Pennsylvania. So what my suggestion for that is screen hard.
Mm.
Screen early, screen hard. And sometimes that leaves some people outside of that window. But if you have multiple eviction after eviction after eviction, like there's some people they'll say, please, can you rent this property to me? It's perfect for me and my family. But then you'll run their background and you'll run their tenant history, and you'll see that they've been evicted 3 times in this year. That means that's a system that they have going on. They don't pay their rent month after month after month. They wait till they get evicted, and they do the same thing to the next landlord. So it's important to screen and screen hard. It's important to, if you're going to be an investor, to ensure that you're collecting enough of a security deposit. Or sometimes if you're taking additional risk on somebody who may have had some kind of rental history issues, maybe even a security deposit and a half or a double security deposit. And it's not something that we like to do because we know that that's a challenge. Oftentimes to come up with that kind of money, and you want to give someone a second chance. But at the same time, you have to protect your investment. I have had situations where someone has moved out and they left a mess. I only collected 1 month of a security deposit, and the damage they and their children put in their home was probably 3 times the security deposit. So that leaves the investor, you have to reinvest in there to get that turned over to get rented back out.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it seems like with, I mean, I personally believe, tell me what you think about this. I think
Mhm.
that anybody who wants to dive into multifamily property for the first time should probably take the time to maybe find somebody that has experience that you can pay them to kind of go through the deal with you,
Yeah.
and you can, pay for their experience, right? You're paying a small amount of money to that person to avoid this many mistakes.
Pitfalls, right.
Yeah, yeah. Once done, I did a one-on-one consultation with a student who, um, he said, he said I saved up $750,000 of my life savings, and he went to one of those seminars where they got him all pumped up and hyped up, and and then at the end they're like, yeah, just give us $30,000 to, you can join our program and stuff like that, and they got him in this real estate deal. And of course, when it's like, well, how much is it going to cost me to get involved? They're like, well, how much you got? Right? It's like
Right,
that, right?
right. It depends on how much you have. Right. That's crazy.
Right, right. So this poor guy put $750,000 into this deal, and
Mm.
he's like, I can't get my money out. I'm not making any money. What should I do? And I was like, I said, I think the thing you might have to do is build a time machine so we can go back 2 years and you can talk to me before you do this.
Right.
Because just putting your life savings into anything is just not good investing in general. And also, I find that with a lot of deals, especially in real estate and other places, it's very easy to get your money in. It's hard to get your money out.
Hmm.
Much easier like that. It's easy to get that check to clear going in one direction, but when you're,
Right.
where's my money? And they're like, well, you might have some money 5 years from now. That kind of sucks. That's terrible. And so it almost seems like people like yourself can help to avoid some of these problems that might be out there. Can you kind of speak to that in terms of things that you've seen?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're really saying is like it's important to have a mentor, whether it's a paid mentor or somebody family or friend who's gone before you and has invested themselves and have run into these issues and knows the possible outcomes. It's important to have mentors. There's multiple things I'm involved in, and for each one, I have a mentor or two. So I absolutely agree with that. If not, like the person that you spoke to, you will find yourself. Um,
Mm.
Encountering some pitfalls. And oftentimes they're costly pitfalls. And if you to avoid that, speak to somebody who's been down that path. Another thing I would say on that note, for the person you were speaking of, diversification. So I think real estate is the cornerstone. I think it's the cornerstone of wealth. I think it's probably the most important facet of building and retaining generational wealth, but diversification is also important. I wouldn't put all my eggs in one basket, meaning I would not put all my money in real estate. Stocks, bonds, um, technology, another business, have your risk spread out. Don't have it all in one thing, because 2008 can happen. 2008, remember when the mortgage and foreclosure crisis happened, and Black America lost. I couldn't tell you how much wealth they lost all in that at that one time between 2008 and 2010. it was shameful, and they had to go to the process of rebuilding. So diversification, very important, I think, as well as having a mentor, having somebody who's gone through that and dealt with those experiences go before you and give you some advice and kind of handhold,
Mm,
because no mentor is going to tell you, hey, invest everything you have into this one deal, because if it falls apart,
mm.
you're at a loss, a complete loss.
Yes. Yeah, well, when it comes to investing in anything, I encourage everybody to remember that beautiful song by Oleta Adams. And tell me if y'all know this song. Everything must change. Do you know that song, Don?
You have to keep singing so I can tell.
Is nothing stays the
Stays the same. Yeah, yeah. I do remember. Mm-hmm.
same. What will change? Nothing stays the same. And the reason I say that is because with investing, awareness, financial consciousness, that's what this class is for. Like that's what I literally call it, is like just understanding like how this stuff works, seeing your environment, knowing what space you're in, knowing what the opportunities are and the risks are. Um, One thing that it seems like people forget is that things change all the time. One minute, one sector is on fire and it's the place everybody should feels like they should be investing. The next year, that whole sector is garbage, and everybody's moving their money over here. Right? One minute, real estate is amazing and interest rates are low, and everybody's leveraging. The next minute, something happens and the Fed hikes up interest rates, and you're dealing with a whole different set of economic dynamics. And I would
Absolutely.
encourage everyone to just understand that. Not only is everything going to change, but that actually provides opportunity for you. When I can tell you, Don, when I invest, I'm not really looking to invest in the hottest areas. I'm looking to invest in the areas that I think could be hot in the future. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I like to sort of pick out those spaces that nobody's paying attention to, and then I'm piling up my capital there. Like for example, right now I'm doing that with cannabis. I believe at some point they're going to legalize cannabis, and right now the cannabis stocks are just not doing that great. But I just
Okay.
keep adding to the pile, accumulating, so that when one day everyone's like, "Oh my God, weed is legal now," and the stocks double,
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, I'm already there, right? And that's one thing about investing I think people forget is that the worst thing to do as an investor is to follow the crowd. Also, not diversifying, not doing your due diligence. And I really think, and I want you to get the last word for sure. I think patience, humility, discipline, I think goes a long way, right? So that would
It
mean, okay,
does.
maybe if I'm not sure about multifamily real estate, maybe I find some way to, maybe I'm spending all my time learning all the different ways I
Mm-hmm.
can get involved. Like a lot of people don't even realize, like I know in our community, there's a big push toward multifamily and everyone's excited about it, which they should be. But if maybe being a landlord is not your thing, it ain't my thing.
Okay.
I don't like all that. But you can buy real estate investment trust and still get some exposure to real
That's
estate,
true.
right? I'll let you get the last word. So tomorrow night when you are doing your training in the real estate club, tell us what we should expect and what that's going to be like for us.
Okay, so tomorrow evening when we discuss it, we will be talking about obviously making your first purchase for your investment property or your first time home, whichever you choose to do, how to do that, why to do that, um, how to analyze a deal properly, and how to scale and grow your portfolio. That's what we're looking to discuss tomorrow.
Okay, I love that, and I appreciate you coming in. And it's funny you talked about just getting back from Ghana. Just last night, literally just last night, we had a group meeting because we're doing a group trip to Ghana in July, and
Oh, wow. Okay.
and it's we're gonna do the investment stuff and look around and all that. Um, and by the way, anybody who wants to go to Ghana, if you want to get information, just text the word travel to the number 87948 and I'll send you information. So text travel to 87948. I'll have Chanel send out the recording from last night. Jay Cameron is going to be our tour guide, and it's a lot of fun. And I really think that our people, I think we can really benefit from really connecting with the diaspora. I think we forget just how awesome Africa is.
It is. It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
it's absolutely it was life changing. That was my first time. My husband's been there many times. That was my first time setting foot on the continent, and I was enamored. I was amazed. It's so beautiful. There's so many lies that have been told to us about Africa, about the continent, Africa, and all its countries. It's beautiful. There are beautiful people. There's so much opportunity that exists over there, and I'd venture to say there's more opportunity that exists there than that exists here. And I'd love to contribute to building the bridge between the Black diasporans here and abroad over to the motherland.
Yeah, I mean, with Africa, it's what amazed the heck out of me, Don, about Africa in general. And when I say how awesome it is, I think about how mighty it is in terms of just population alone.
Mm,
People, part of financial consciousness is understanding what wealth looks like. Human beings are a form of wealth. You know, when
right,
when you have that family and you raise your kids to be smart and productive people, you've added to your family's wealth. I hope everyone
right,
understands, right? Like I've worked with my kids and my kids have made me millions of dollars by working with me. And I've created opportunities for them. And I hope people will kind of understand this. So Africa just has not just a massive population, but a very youthful population. In fact, let me just give you some quick little stats about Africa. And what blew my mind, Don, was I was like, this is so crazy that all those years we're in public school where they're teaching us how wonderful white people are. We're not, we don't even realize how many massive African countries there are that have hundreds
right,
of millions of people, right? Like Nigeria has 228 million, Ethiopia has 126 million, Egypt has 110 million, the Congo has 102 million, Tanzania 70 million, South Africa 60 million, Kenya 55 million, Uganda 48 million, Algeria 47 million, Sudan 41 million, Morocco 36 million, Angola 35 million, Ghana 34 million, Mozambique 33, Madagascar 30, Cameroon 28. And there are so many countries that a lot of our people can't even name. They don't even know about these
right.
countries. And these countries have tens of millions of people. I almost feel like we got like kind of miseducated. Like we kind of,
We did, we did. We were speaking to some of the Ghanaians over there as well because they were miseducated on their side as well, thinking that whites and Europeans are a large part of the population. They're 11% of the whole worldwide population.
mm,
Though they dominated, they're only 11%. The other 89% are people of color, and a
mm,
large part of that African or of African descent.
wow.
But I'm happy that we're turning a corner. Or when I say I'm speaking of the people on the continent of Africa and their leaders turning a corner to leading in a different way without so much European influence and taking control of their own countries again and not allowing their resources to be stolen and pilfered out and benefiting from their resources again, including last week I heard Senegal now is doing their own oil refining and
Mm.
Burkina Faso is not allowing its minerals to be exported without them getting the benefit of it. I'm just glad to see we're turning a corner.
Yeah, yeah, I was really heartbroken when I went to Nigeria. Um, because I got invited over there by a rich guy. They, we got this special treatment, and I was just blown away by how much poverty there was. And
Yeah,
I was like, you don't have as much oil as Saudi Arabia. How come there's so much poverty here? Because I'm not gonna see all this poverty in Saudi Arabia, and I remember also being a little bit disheartened because it was almost like maybe it was just the people that I happened to be with, but it was almost like they'd become desensitized to it. They were like,
really.
oh,
Okay.
yeah, the attitude for the folks that I was traveling with, and maybe again, this is a specific individual. You can't generalize, but it was almost like when I was like, look at all this poverty. Like what's going on? It was almost like they looked at me and they're like, why do you care? Like we're rich, And the guy's bragging to me. He's like, yeah, I took my children go to school in London, and we spent $30,000 on our vacation, and
Mhm.
and I was like, is that what you do? Like you brag about how much money you like? That's it was just very weird that you can have so much poverty in a nation that's so wealthy, and that's just a clear injustice. And
It is.
it's one of those things that over time, hopefully that'll get corrected, and let's hope for the best. So without further ado, I want to say thank you so much, Miss Don Matthews House. I appreciate you joining us for today. It was a pleasure to have you in class.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on. I look forward to further conversations tomorrow evening.
Yes. So if you'd like to talk, if you're interested in multifamily real estate and you'd like to be in a private space to speak with Ms. House, where she can answer questions, and any questions you have, and also break down her presentation, her training, how to analyze deals, things like that. Feel free to do a free trial in drboycerealestate.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. I'll send you guys the link. Also, another link you guys will get via text is a link to join the event in Miami. And again, it's for you. It's not for everybody. And so if you want to come to Miami and meet everyone in 3D, I'll send out the link later on today, and let me know what that experience is like for you. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. You can text morning to 87948, and I'll send it out to you. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And thank you again, Miss Matthews House. I look
Thank
forward to
you.
it all night. All right. All right, everybody. Have a good day. And thank you again. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
It's Atlanta's #1 hip hop station, Hot 107.9 and home for the Ricky Smiley Morning Show. Of course, you know it's your boy B High, radio shouting, and stepping in the building right now. I have a doctor, author, financial advisor, business owner, and web host, Dr. Boyce Watkins. What's good with it, boss?
Oh, not much, brother. How you doing today, man?
I mean, I'm feeling good, feeling great right now, man. I'm ready to get into this all black national convention, though, doctor.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we pulling everything together, trying to have a real black conversation. You know, I use the words all black just to make a very clear point. You ain't got to be black to be there, but everything that we talk about, the whole agenda from start to finish is black, 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 black. It's not like the Democratic National Convention where they might mention black folks for like 3 seconds.
Exactly.
You know, the Republican National Convention, where they don't mention black people at all. I wanted something that clearly had the word black in it.
That's right.
And we used the word all to sort of make the double impact. And it's going really, really well, man. People are really excited.
I mean, what topics are we touching in this convention?
A lot of topics. Everything from the struggles with the educational system, police brutality, the issue of intergenerational wealth. We're going to show the film Resurrecting Black Wall Street, have a conversation on what it takes to build a Black Wall Street in your family and in your community. We got wealth experts coming in from all over the world. We also have conversations on black men, sort of rebuilding the image of the black man in America. We're actually launching Black Men United, our advocacy group for black men. So it's a strong panel. We got different brothers from different perspectives, from David Banner and Killer Mike to guys like Dr. Roosevelt Mitchell III, Yurima Karama, et cetera, who are going, and also, in fact, there's a brother named Ken Williams, who's a former police detective, who's going to talk about police brutality. And so just lots of experts, man, that just, are going to create something that I think is going to be just beautiful.
Now, what is it that made you go ahead and decide to do the convention to begin with?
I don't know, man. It came kind of like a flash of inspiration, to be honest with you. I mean, we have been doing events all over the country. We've probably gone to maybe 25 cities like this year.
Yeah.
And it was like, I just said, we need to do something really special. And I just thought about it. Let's do a convention. Let's call it the All Black National Convention. And it was almost like you're sort of moving on faith, because a lot of times to do things at that scale, you have to have corporate sponsorship and just big money. And we didn't really have the resources. We had got kind of we wiped ourselves out in making these movies that we have been making, because we're trying to make, create a film industry as well. But I just felt the spirit, man. And one thing I know about doing things that are bigger than yourself is that you're usually never going to feel ready, and also what happens is you'll surprise yourself. You put the pressure on yourself. You just go hard and you have faith. And next thing you know, things kind of unfold. And so I've grown through this, man. I mean, I really didn't know exactly how it was going to turn out, but the support's been amazing. And now we're starting to hear from all these people around the world who are excited just like we are.
How do you feel when you look up and you see your people helping to finance what's going on through group economics?
I think it's incredibly important, because black people have to realize that we are not economically and psychologically handicapped. We have been brainwashed to believe that we are a charity case, that we don't have the capacity to educate our own children, that we don't have the ability to create our own jobs, that we don't have the ability to do anything by ourselves without somebody coming along and saving us. And to understand how racial inequality works, think about how many things that white people do for themselves on a regular basis that we just don't believe we have the ability to do on our own. And I think that's wrong. And so maybe with this particular convention, there's no corporate sponsorship. Money ain't coming from outside the community. The bulk of everything comes from two companies I'm a part owner in. One is the blackbusinessschool.com, where we got 30,000 students, mostly black, who are learning business and economics and everything else, and how to start companies and all this other stuff. And basically the revenue from that is what's being used to finance all of this. And then also greatblackspeakers.com, which is a company, my brother owns it, but I own a percentage of it. And it's the largest black-owned speakers bureau in the country. And from the very beginning, when I first began my career as a public scholar, when I left the corporate plantation at Syracuse University, one of the things I wanted to do was to say, okay, I know who my heroes are. My heroes were Cornel West, Michael Eric Dyson, Julianne Malveaux, Louis Farrakhan, at that point, Al Sharpton. We don't really talk to each other as much, the Jesse Jacksons, et cetera. And so I felt that the next step in our evolution as a community would be, and again, at that point, it was a pipe dream. I mean, wasn't nobody really checking for Boyce Watkins at that time at all. And I said, but the next step would be for us to develop these platforms and spaces for ideas to be shared, but to sort of have it structured in a more independent way, in a sovereign way, right? Because think about this, most of the time throughout history, when a black person got out of line and said things that the majority of America didn't want to hear, first thing they do is they take your platform, to take away your money, maybe ruin your reputation, right? Why? Well, because that show you're on is owned by a network owned by somebody else. Those books you writing, the publishing company is owned by somebody else. That record deal you got, the record label, I mean, I could go on and on and on, right? You giving speeches over the speakers bureaus controlled by somebody else. So when you become kind of their least favorite Negro, they're gonna castrate you and throw you out the window and replace you with somebody else. So what we did was we tried to structure our organization. It was tough, but we structured from the ground up to be protected against that kind of backlash. And what it does is it translates into a kind of freedom of speech that I think is pretty unique. I'm not really scared of anybody when I do what I do. I'm not scared to say nothing about anything. And I know I'm still going to have that 3, 4, 5 million people a week that we reach online. And it's a beautiful thing.
Speaking of another beautiful thing, financial lovemaking 101.
Yes.
Break that down to me, because see, one thing that I've noticed with my brothers and sisters, if they come together in a union, okay, it's already hard enough to get us to come together in a union, okay? We get them together, but they come in and they say, I came with this, you came with that, and I don't want to hear nothing else. How do we get them to bring that together?
You know what? It's funny. What you just said sparked a lot of thoughts, and I'll try to spit them out one by one so I don't sound crazy. But first thing is, there's two things we tend to think about a lot in adulthood. It's money and sex. Every day we think about one of those two things, or both of them, probably several times a day. I mean, people that say that they don't, they lying, right? So, and it's interesting that given that those are two things you think about the most in adulthood, it's ironic that these are the two things that most families never discuss in the household, right? You talk to your mom or your daddy about sex, the conversation is, well, just don't do it. I mean, that ain't gonna work.
And just save your money.
Right. I mean, right. We've been, human beings have existed for millions of years. People gonna always be having sex, right? And so same thing with money. Money becomes just such a powerful force in the lives of all of us that it's crazy that we would go into a capitalist society where money moves the whole society, and you don't understand nothing about money. It's a lot like being thrown into the NBA and you ain't never dribbled a basketball. You don't even know which basket to put the ball in, right? And so that's where a lot of us are. So when I thought about how to teach money, just money by itself, just worshiping money and all that, that always bored me. I was never interested in that. But I was intrigued by the power of money and the way it shapes people's lives, the way it shapes us as human beings. So as I would look for creative ways to talk about money, I realized that money can easily be linked to things that we understand from birth. Things like love and sex and relationships, right? You ain't got to teach nobody how to have sex. You know what I mean? They figure it out. You know what I mean? You ain't got to teach them how to fall in love. It just happens. And what's ironic, what's very interesting is that there are an infinite number of ways I can show you how the way you see money, the way you do business, the way we choose to buy black or not buy black, all of that links back to the universal language of love. And if you understand love, then you can understand investing, you can understand risk return, you can understand all of that. So financial lovemaking was just kind of like a fun little exercise. So a lot of couples will read it to talk about how they can merge, because that's the thing. Black people, unfortunately, because so many of us are traumatized and have that distrust, we have a hard time loving each other. And the way a love relationship works is the same way an economy works. When you don't have trust, then you don't have exchange, right? Like if you got a business and I'm a consumer and I don't trust you, I'm not going to give you my money, right? Or if you're a business and you don't trust me as a customer, then you're not going to treat me. You're going to treat me in a way that's not going to make anything good come out of that relationship, right? You know, in fact, you have a lot of black business owners who say, I don't sell nothing to black people because black people, they always asking for the hookup. They ain't never got no money. They don't never pay on time, right? That lack of trust, right? Well, that same lack of trust that we have that keeps us from buying black is the same lack of trust that we have that keeps us from maintaining our marriages. It's the same lack of trust that causes so many of these young ladies, unfortunately, to have a baby and the daddy's gone before the baby even turns 1 month old. You know, I mean, think about it. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm not dissing it. It's just real. We see it, right? Like what the hell has to be happening that y'all get together, make a baby, and the dad and the family split up before the baby even comes to this planet and rebreathes his first breath?
One of the things I always say, the kids didn't ask to be here. And you figured out how to love somebody for them few minutes that y'all was getting it on, so y'all better figure it out when it comes to raising this child. Absolutely, and it is crazy. I mean, and I mean, the obvious thing is that's really not love, right? Exactly. That's something else. It's lust, it's attraction, it's all of that. Exactly. It's instant gratification. It's I want this because it's going to feel good, right? To me, love is something that's much stronger, subtler, requires more discipline, more commitment. Me really loving somebody, especially if I'm traumatized and I'm hurt, me loving somebody requires a lot of discipline. I got to fight through some walls. I got to fight through my walls and then your walls. You know what I mean? And so really, if you think about it, the ability of a black man to love a black woman requires him to have a deep-seated commitment to the black woman because the black woman's been through so much. In fact, for many black women, the first man she ever loved, her father, was not there for whatever reason. And so she's bringing that kind of those issues into the relationships that she may not even know are there. And a man has to really love her to fight through all of that. And the same thing is true. We know a lot of brothers out here are crazy because of what we go through as black men. You know, so black people loving each other requires a lot of work. So to me, that same love language must translate into an economic language. In order for a black consumer and a black business to love each other enough to want to support each other, you got to fight through some stuff. You're going to deal with some black businesses that might disappoint you. That's right. You know, that might not have the service you want, that may not have the prices you want. But if you really love your community, you know what I mean? If you're not just sort of in it because you're looking for the cheapest price all the time, then you're going to stick with it. You know, one black business lets you down, you go find another one. You know, so it's all the same thing. Another question, how easy is it to really invest? Because a lot of times we all see lump sums of cash, but we just don't know where to put it. Okay, you don't trust the bank, you don't trust yourself. You just say, you know what, let me just put the money out of sight and out of mind, and I'll come back to it, and hopefully it's magically grown somehow. How can we get into the business of investing our money and watching it grow?
At the blackbusinessschool.com, which people can actually join for free initially, we send them a video immediately on how to buy your first share of stock in 10 minutes. And what we do, the reason we do that is because we want the stock market to stop being scary to people. You know, there's no whites only sign on the stock market. You ain't got to be a millionaire to be in the stock market. You ain't got to have a PhD in finance to invest in the stock market. When you look at the gap in wealth between the rich and the middle class and the poor, most of that gap can be explained by one major factor, and that is stock market participation. You see, your money is not, you ask a 4-year-old, like, what is money? A 4-year-old will say something like, money is what I use to buy stuff, right? Or I can go buy candy with that, right? But then you go up 20 years, that same person might still think that that's what money is, that money's just used to buy stuff. And that's what they call consumption. Money's not supposed to be used all the time for consumption. Money is capital. Capital is supposed to grow. Capital is supposed to make you more money. It's like if I got a bushel of apples and all I see is how good I'm going to eat in the next 10 minutes, I'm missing the point. The value's in the seeds, right? And you know, so long story short, you know, when it comes to investing, first and foremost, I encourage people to just take the baby steps to start getting into the stock market. They think that it's about picking the right stock at the right time and, you know, and trading back and forth like the stock market's a casino. It ain't none of that. No, really, and I've studied all this. My whole dissertation was on the stock market. I know I studied the data, the history, all of that. And I'm going to tell you like this. Look, basically like this. If somebody wants to get started in the stock market, all they got to do is take about $100 a month and invest $100 a month in the market. Just pick any stock. Doesn't matter what stock you pick. Just randomly pick stocks, do $100 a month, and keep educating yourself over time. And I guarantee you, in 20, 30 years, you're going to have money. You're going to have a lot of money. And so some people may say, well, 30 years, I don't want to wait that long. But if you got a newborn baby, I mean, think about this. You do that for your child from the time they're born. And by the time they're 30, they got hundreds of thousands, if not over $1 million available in the market. That's a game changer for them. They can make different life choices than you made. They're not going to have to go in debt to go to school. They're not have to go in debt to buy a house. They're not going to have to go in debt to get married. You know what? They're going to be able to quit their job and start a business and get the money without it being a big deal. And so the biggest thing about wealth building that I think a lot of people forget is that wealth building, if you look at most wealthy families throughout the history of the world, most wealthy families accumulate their wealth over many decades, many generations. Wealth building is not a sprint. It's not a sprint. It is a marathon, and it's a relay race. It's something where you run as fast as you can. You hand the baton off to your kids and make sure they're in a better position than you were.
I'm glad you said that, Doctor, because when we think about wealth and trying to have money as black people, we want what LeBron has. We want what Jay-Z and Beyonce has, because those are the images that we see in our faces on a daily basis. And we say, you know what, I need 100 million. I need $500 million. I need to be knocking on $1 billion myself. So let's talk realistically speaking. If you're trying to come out of the hood and you want to make sure that your child is living good, what is the steps that they need to take with their tax return February?
Okay, it's funny, but actually I had to start with what you were saying about LeBron and all that, man. I was talking to the brother who was on a different world, who played Dwayne Wayne's friend Ron. And it's funny, man, because he said something that I thought was real cool. He said people don't understand that 80% of the wealth in this world has been in the last 2 years was created in Silicon Valley in technology. That literally, if we were as committed to technology as we are to basketball and singing and dancing and rapping and balling and all this other stuff, we could take over a sector that literally is where money is just being printed every day. You know, you can't afford to buy a house in Silicon Valley because there's so much money out there, right? And so basically, you know, if you talk about, you know, where the money's at, the money's not in entertainment. Most entertainers I know, you know a lot of entertainers too. You know the real story. A lot of these entertainers are not doing very well. They are this close to being homeless, and they're trying to maintain an illusion for the public, you know, fake it till you make it. You know, so you know, basically what I would say with our kids is we got to just realize like where the money's at. Mark Zuckerberg, who created Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg makes more money in a month than LeBron James will make in his whole entire life. He makes $1 billion a month from a business he created while he was in college. He started Facebook when he was 19 in college. Everybody else is going out getting turned up. He was sitting in front of the computer, pecking away, building a business, right? So, you know, we got to really think about where the money's at. But to your point, to what you were saying specifically, what somebody could do right now with their tax return, I would say number one, you have to have like a cushion of savings somewhere. Have something that can be easily turned into cash because you save your money so your money can save you. So you may do that by putting your money, even if you put it in the stock market. The stock market is liquid. Liquid means that it can easily be turned into cash. If you need the money tomorrow, you sell the stock and you got the cash. But so I would go to the stock market, man, because you know, like since Obama got elected, I'm gonna tell you like this, just being real. Obama's policies, most of his policies did not help black people. They really didn't. But one thing that he did was he helped the stock market a lot. When they spent all that money recovering from the crash in 2008, that money went straight to the bank, straight to the stock market. Anybody who was in the stock market made a lot of money when the recovery took place. Even small investors in the stock market. So, you know, if I got, you know, let's say $1,000 for my refund, I go to, you know, Ameritrade somewhere else, get a little account, start buying some shares of stock. It does not matter really what stocks you pick. It ain't about picking the right stock at the right time. They did a study. I'll tell you why it doesn't matter. Look, they did a study where they have monkeys picking stocks by throwing darts at a wall. And so when, you know, wherever the dart landed, if it landed on IBM, they bought IBM. If it landed on Sears, they bought Sears. If it landed on Kodak, they bought Kodak. And then they compared the performance of the stocks picked by the monkeys to the best, smartest experts on Wall Street. And you know what happened? The monkeys won half the time.
Are you serious?
The monkeys won half the time. Yeah, so anybody who's out here kind of talking about like, oh, you got to pick this stock at this time, they're kind of making it into like a casino, and that's not really what the market has to be. Really, if you just spread your money out, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Your grandmother probably told you that when you were a baby, and just buy consistently and be patient. Just leave your money there, let it keep growing, keep adding money to it. Then eventually your wealth will grow, but it doesn't happen overnight. Now, if somebody wants to make fast money, sometimes, you know, I don't recommend this being your only investment strategy. But I have found that the quickest, easiest way to make a lot of money quickly is by becoming a really, really good entrepreneur. Like if you want your family to really have money, then what you do is you shift the culture in your family right now. What do? Do not raise your children to believe that the only way they can get money is by going to a job and getting a paycheck. That might be a way to get some money. It works sometimes for some people, but there's nobody in America that's more unemployed than black people. So why would you want to depend on corporate America, which has proven itself to be racist time and again, to give you everything you need financially? So what I do with my kid is I would have my child, learning reading, writing, math, and black history and all the other stuff they need to know. And they can learn how to get a job if they want to. But from a very early age, I'm training them on having their own business. We're talking about this every day. We're going out here hustling, showing ways to get money. Because when you learn how to just go out here and just get money, then you never feel unemployed. You never feel like you're always just down and out and broke.
Revenue coming in from somewhere.
Yeah, you always figure it out. I mean, and that's really the new millennial way to make money. I mean, and so to me, like I've had businesses where I've invested $5,000 and turned it into $250,000 in like a year or two. Yeah, I mean, and so to me, the best decision I ever made in my life was not to go get a PhD. My PhD paid off. I made over $100,000 a year. I was doing okay doing that. But the best decision I ever made was when I just committed myself to really learning how to be a good entrepreneur. When you learn how to do that, man, it's like learning how to be a hunter. If you know how to hunt and you know how to get an animal in the woods and cook it and skin it and all that, you never feel like you're gonna starve to death because the restaurants are closed. You know how to go get food, somehow.
theblackbusinessschool.com. What are some of the courses and topics that you cover on that website?
Well, at theblackbusinessschool.com, and I want to make sure you said the Black Business School. I want to make sure people always know that there's the Black Business School. We cover a lot of stuff, man. We have classes on everything from how to invest in the stock market to how to brand yourself. If you're a blogger or a public figure. Damon Dash co-teaches a class with me called Intelligent Boss Moves, where we talk about ways to build your independent business like a boss. And I saw Dame last week, and it's like Dame has a unique personality, and it has led to a lot of success. I mean, he's done some really amazing big things. But I think also you supplement that with all the details in the middle, so that people kind of can see it. Because I don't really think that people should simply sit back and idolize what anybody has done. Him, me, or your favorite entertainer, whoever it is. Sit and try to figure out what the game is, figure out how they did it, and figure out what your angle's going to be, And so what I love about the class I teach with Dame is that it sparked a fire in a lot of young people, especially young brothers or whatever, to help them realize that, you are meant to be a king. And unfortunately, in this society, the black man is not always positioned to be the king. Nobody will invite you into their castle and make you the king. They're going to make you the servant, or they're going to make you the entertainment. So if you want to be a king and you're a black man who wants to be a king needs to learn how to build a castle. Exactly. At least that's what I found.
You said that. Now, I mean, how do you think that this whole digital age has affected entrepreneurship and economics?
Oh, it's blew it out of the water. I mean, I'll tell you, if I'm sending my child to college right now, let's say that, my child, the most important thing my child's going to learn before they go to college and while they're in school is how to start a business. Because you got all these little white kids out there in Silicon Valley and everything else. They go to college and they start companies where the companies are worth $100 million by the time they graduate. Yeah. And it's like a basic idea, like, Snapchat, very basic, worth 14, 10, 12 billion or whatever it was. It's very basic things. And I think that there's nobody more creative than black people. We have really just flipped the world on its head, and everything we do, we always excel. So my argument would be that for the next generation, the game changer must be that in our culture, we must deeply infuse a commitment to understanding technology at the highest levels and understanding entrepreneurship at the highest levels. And I think that what's going to happen is you're just going to see us just do some amazing things, because the internet really has opened the door, the democratization of media. Now we can talk to each other without a filter. Yeah. So you see the best forms of hip hop now rising back to the surface. Exactly. You're seeing, people able to speak to the public that should have been allowed to speak, but have maybe been blackballed, like say Minister Farrakhan. And I just see it as like just a beautiful brand new day. And I know it saved my life, saved my whole career, saved my whole teaching career. Because I wanted to teach, but unfortunately, when you talk all this heavy black stuff, you get blackballed. Even some HBCUs wouldn't hire me. A lot of HBCUs. Because the secret that people don't know is that a lot of the certain departments don't even have any African American teachers. So you got some Chinese department head who's looking at you like, okay, you're a troublemaker. I don't really want you here. So HBCUs wouldn't even hire me. So what I did was I was like, well, I'm going to create my own HBCU. And it was beautiful. We have, 30,000 students. And I mean, as far as like income wise, I mean, there's no way. I think we grossed over $1 million last year. So, it works better than a teaching job any day of the week.
let's talk about growth from start to where you are now. Because see, I know you didn't start with 30,000 students.
Yeah.
So how was it when you jumped out there with this idea and this bold idea on top of that? Because I mean, this digital age is going crazy now, but it still wasn't booming, and it still really hasn't even reached its peak. But when you started this, like I said earlier, it was the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, and it still is. It still is. But, you know, I'll say when I first started doing a lot of this, it was like maybe 04, 05. The first thing I did was, because back then, for example, it wasn't cool to self-publish your own books. I self-published my book. It was everything you ever want to know about college, and I did it very badly. I did a lot of things very badly in the beginning. You know what I mean? As far as like my funding source, didn't nobody give me money or a big break or nothing like that. I used money from my paycheck, and I would just, I build websites, do all this, that, and the other. I didn't know how to make money. I would go, I wanted to give speeches. Nobody would pay me to speak, so I would pay money to get a chance to speak. I would pay money to get a chance to write articles. And what made the difference was, a willingness to invest in myself. I went to AOL Black Voices and I asked them, I said, well, can I write for you? Because at that time they were the #1 black news website online in the country. And they said, well, we don't know if we can afford to pay you, because I had a PhD in this, that, and the other. I said, look, I'll make it easy. I'll work for free. And they thought I was just going to like throw them an article once every week or two. No, I was writing like 8 articles a day. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, again, like a business professor, wait a minute, this is the biggest black platform in the country, so I'm reaching all these people for free? Shit, I mean, I'll do this all day.
Exactly.
So during that time, that's when I built my first following. I built my first little mailing list, maybe 20,000 emails, whatever. And then I had my own little distribution network. Because that's the thing. When I came into media, I came into a thing, because I had a lot of media students at Syracuse, which has a pretty good media school. They would come to me and want to know, like, because they would start seeing me on CNN and whatnot, and they want to know how I did it. And the reason I was able to kind of get ahead of that curve was I thought about the business of media. In my mind, fame is it's a corporate product. It's manufactured and the people that got the power, the ones who control the money and the distribution channels, not the people who actually are on the stage, as those who build the stage and control the stage. They have the power, right? So I was like, well, I don't want to know how to be on the stage. I want to learn how to control the stage, right? Exactly. So basically, I went into it. I started thinking about distribution. Okay, so I build me a mailing list. I can reach a lot of black people with 20,000, 30,000 at a time. Now we're up to like 500,000, right? And then social media pops off, and I'm like, okay, how do you master this? And figure, okay, degrees of separation. Okay, if I reach, say, 50,000 intelligent black people, and they all reach, say, 100 apiece, then that's a pretty big number. You see what I'm saying? That's like, what, 5 million, right? So I started thinking about it like that. And so what we did was I realized that you can actually build a distribution channel, a distribution network through social media, through email, through Twitter, through Facebook, through all of that, right? So long story short, that's how we built our network, man. And so to me, I was always a teacher. I was a businessman and a teacher. As a teacher, I thought of the internet as a giant classroom. See what I'm saying? So when I get on my YouTube channel and we got like 100, I think we get about 3 million views a month, something like that on it now. Every day I go in there, I'm like, this is my classroom, man. And I love it because I always felt that the things that I was learning, my people needed this information. And what got me ahead of other scholars is that they were still thinking that it was 1995. They're still overcommitted to a system that has proven to be racist, dead, and antiquated. Exactly. Exactly. And I was like, well, okay, y'all's asses can sit in the back. Y'all just stay in academia, keep being turtles, keep hoping that maths are gonna hook you up. I'm gonna run over here and see what happens. And it was beautiful because honestly, I didn't have any competition. I'm not the only smart scholar out here, but I was like, if I can't outsmart you, I'm gonna try to out hustle you. And then lo and behold, over time, it just kind of built up.
Give me that camera, JG. If y'all do not listen to exactly what he just said and follow him step by step, use the damn fool. Use the damn fool. Okay, now, doctor. Now, because you just gave the whole game to these folks, and the folks don't run with this, they don't have no excuses. I don't want to hear no excuses after this. Now, you and Dame Dash coming together, getting into the films and stuff. How do you feel about getting into the content game?
You know what? I've always seen the content game as a part of what I did. Creating content is easy in my mind because I don't think of it as something that has to look a certain way all the time. It's more about the substance. I've never been a person that's really thought much about flash. I try to think about substance. I try to learn about flash, but substance is, I think, my strength. And so ultimately, to me, content is it could be a tweet, it could be a Facebook post, it could be a short video, and so what I realized was, like, in Hollywood, they overspend on everything. They spend, they'll spend, $100,000 shooting a 3-minute scene in a movie, crazy stuff like that, stuff that don't make any sense. So what I realize is that there's space for like this whole industry of good content, good films, good shows that Black people want to see, where you don't have to go through traditional distribution channels. You ain't got to wait for Lionsgate or Sony to hook you up. You can actually, if you got big enough social media and everything else, you can distribute that way. So, so now my first foray into that was we started making our own films. Like we made Resurrecting Black Wall Street, the blueprint to telling the story about the Black Wall Street massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And that maybe let's say it cost us 25 or less to make. But we were able to flip that into our audience and bring back, let's say 150, something like that. Right. So that's profitable. It ain't Paramount Pictures, but it works, right?
It works.
Yeah. So with now with Dame and Kanye on the Too Honorable film, it's a different kind of thing. Dame spent a lot of money making the movie. It's a bigger level of investment. But it's a similar idea. We could go through the traditional route, but actually I really like going back to my audience. But we also made another film out west called Steel Justice that we just wrapped on. And again, that's more of an investment. And so what I wanted to do was really to figure out how to utilize our existing distribution channels, but also to use traditional channels as well. So I think with Steel Justice, that might go to a Sony or a Paramount or somebody like that. But really the goal is to sort of flip that money back in to build the base that Black people, to help build. I can't do it all by myself, but to play a role in sort of helping to build that base so that it's ours. But, when like if somebody said, hey, boys, here's a show on CNN, that would be cool, but I wouldn't really feel proud of that because it'd be like, okay, I got here because somebody gave me the hookup, okay, it's nice. But when you own something, when you create something that's yours, you plant the seed and grow that tree.
Idea to conception.
Man, it's like the difference between babysitting a child and making a baby of your own. It's not the same. It's a different level, So to me, what the exciting play is, I want to see a complete production, distribution, and monetization process for film content that's controlled by Black people. Well, we can go make the movies. Maybe we can't spend $100 million in this generation. Now, next generation, our kids are going to take it to the next level if we teach them the game the right way. But maybe we're spending less than $100,000 per film. But then when that film gets done, we make the distribution deals where you go through the digital channels and you got millions of loyal Black people who love the community enough to say, I want to be a part of this. I'm gonna support this if it's good. And then also you maybe have a chain of Black venues to watch these films. Now, I would call them Black movie theaters, but they wouldn't be movie theaters in the traditional sense. It would be just venues with lower cost leases that are comfortable places for people to go watch a movie. You see what I'm saying? Like, so to me, that's exciting because I could see that in my head. You know what I mean? So like this year, we're going to make, I think, about 6 movies this year. Next year, we're going to go for like 15 to 20. And we're just going to do our best, man, see what we can do with it.
Now, for those youngsters and just creatives out there right now, see, the issue that they have no shortage of ideas, okay? And they can create anything from scratch. But crossing that chasm to monetization, that's really where the issues lie. How do you monetize that good idea that you have?
Okay, 2 things that people got to understand about what you just said. Number one, an idea ain't shit. An idea is like... It's a figment of your imagination until you make it real. You know what I mean? Like it can be great. It has potential, but it's nothing when you first have it. And anybody that's how you know the difference between somebody who's actually built something versus somebody who just has an idea. People with the idea really think that because having the idea is like most of the work. You know what I mean? Like that's not even 1% of what you got to do. It's like the difference between making a baby and raising a baby to the age of 18.
Yeah.
You can make that's
the idea.
Right. It takes 157,680 dedicated hours to raise a child to the age of 18. But you can make a baby in 5, 10, 15 minutes, depending on how much time you take in the process, right? So ultimately, I would encourage people to make sure you understand that an idea doesn't mean anything until you breathe life into it. And breathing life requires thousands of dedicated hours of your time. So you can have 1,000 different ideas, but there's only going to be maybe 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 that you can raise all the way to fruition. Just like a man could make 1,000 babies, but he can only raise a certain number of children. You know what I mean? In a proper way, right? So when you talk about raising your ideas, make sure you're mature about that. But then also the monetization piece, what that comes down to is something, the conversation I have with a lot of artists. I have a lot of hip hop artists that'll hit me up. And I tell them, my theory is that if you're in any kind of entertainment industry, anything, you should spend as much time studying business as you spend studying your art. I can think about two young artists that came to me. One of them, I'll say his name. The other one I won't, because I don't want to embarrass him. But one of them is D1. D1 is an artist. He's from the South, very intelligent young guy, man, and makes good music, doing really well. When we have conversations, we don't talk. I mean, he's in the studio. He's making music like everybody else, but he wants to know business. We're talking business. We're talking about distribution, monetization, ticket sales, marketing, all of that. The other guy makes just as much music as D1, but he don't want to do the business part. I'd be like, hey, well, check out, maybe you can check out some of the stuff. Here's some stuff that, that me and Dame were talking about, how he built Jay-Z up when nobody was checking for Jay-Z. And he's not interested in that. He's interested in the flashy part, being on stage, holding his nuts and all that. And it's like, okay, I mean, you're not learning the whole complete process. So you're going to always kind of be beholden to people who understand how this whole machine works. This is a business. And if you don't understand business and you go into this industry, you're probably going to be exploited or neglected or very frustrated. Things will happen that you'll never really understand. You'll see a lot of artists that don't understand, like, well, my music's good. Why won't they release it? Or I'm really talented. Why can't I get a deal? And it's all about knowing how the business is set up.
What are some key factors in the business that everybody needs to focus on when they're thinking about cranking up their business?
Well, I would say that, that the power, first of all, the power typically is held by the person that can get the money, right? And so, if you have some ability to get access to capital on some level, that gives you strength. Also, there's ways to build a brand or to build a distribution channel to build the business, by scaling down based on what you got, right? So when I start a new business, I don't go out and drop $80,000 trying to make it go. I might put $200 or $500 and just see if I even have a market. I test the market out. You see what I mean? And then if it works. If it works the same way you could take $1 million and turn it into $2 million, you should be able to take $10 and turn it into $20, right? Yeah. And that's what tells you if you got something, right? And so I would say that, just kind of seeing everything, seeing all of entertainment as production, distribution, monetization really goes a long way. What's production? Production is just the creation of whatever you're going to make, your album, your film, whatever. The distribution is getting it in front of people. How do you get it out there, right? In front of eyeballs. Monetization is, how do you turn fame into fortune, right? People talk about, people being rich and famous, but no, they don't always go together. There's a lot of people who are famous that are not rich.
Broke.
And it comes down to the ability to take that visibility and get the consumer to engage or to get something to happen that will allow you to monetize that. So whenever we put out a film or anything, we're always thinking, okay, what's the best monetization method? Do we let people in for free and make our money on the merch? Do we bundle the products a certain way? Do we charge for this and not charge for that? Do we get them to pay for this person and then tack this other thing onto that? You see what I mean? And the business people kind of know all of this, because a lot of times it's about how you skin the cat that really makes a difference in whether or not you're going to get access to what you're looking for.
Now, when you're thinking about the monetization part, do you think you should go corporate or go direct to consumer?
You know what? I think it depends on what your opportunities are and how it works. I had a conversation with an artist about that one time where he had already established the ability to sell, let's say, $200,000 or $300,000 worth of albums on his own, and he got offered a record deal. And I said, okay, so you got to ask yourself, what's the value added on this deal that they're offering you? You don't want to get a corporate deal just because, see, sometimes we feel better, like if we're signed, because corporate America kind of legitimizes us. It's like, I'm with Cash Money or I'm with so-and-so. So you start to feel like these labels kind of like, and I think black people, unfortunately, we're more susceptible to that because we need labels to feel validated, and I don't think that's healthy, but we do that sometimes. But truth is, like, there's some situations where what the corporation is going to do for you is something you could already do yourself. In fact, you may be giving them more than they're giving you. So, for example, I had a radio network offer me the chance to do a show. And I said, okay, well, I can already do a show online myself and reach a lot of people. Like, what are you adding? And they were like, well, we can't pay you that much, or the amount they were going to pay me was minimal. And the market wasn't that great. And I said, okay, so what you're doing is you're telling me you're going to eat up a lot of my time, utilize my audience, not compensate me, and I don't really feel like I'm really getting anything from this right now. If they had come up and said, well, you got the network and the distribution, we're going to come up with some money because you're already a proven commodity, you're not a nobody that has nothing, then that would make more sense. You see what I mean? So I think it's a matter of figuring out where you're at. Like, so for example, if I have no platform, then maybe corporate's better because they can give you that platform.
Yeah.
But if I've already got a platform that's working pretty well, like if I'm a guy like Prince E. I don't know if you ever seen Prince E. This dude puts out videos and gets 30 million views. And whatever, he's already touring around the world just off of that. That I don't really see how a corporation, unless a corporation was really advanced in their thinking, could really offer a deal to him that would even entice him if he's monetizing that even at a minimal level.
I mean, lastly, Doctor, the All Black National Convention, hit that one more time, man.
Yes, the All Black National Convention. We are going to get together and we're going to talk about all the issues that Black people need to talk about. We're also going to show 3 films. We're going to show Hidden Colors 4, Resurrecting Black Wall Street, and the third film is Generation 1, basically how to establish generational legacies in your family as it pertains to wealth. A lot of people don't know, for example, that 70% of wealthy families lose all their money within one generation. Right. So that's because you're not teaching your children everything you figured out in your hustle. So we're gonna be there for 3 days in Atlanta.
Give
September.
me a couple of those little nuggets that we got to teach these kids so they'll know what they're looking for.
A couple of things that kids need to learn in order to make sure they can build wealth and take care of the wealth they're given. Number one, knowledge. Every Black child in America should learn the fundamentals of entrepreneurship at a very early age. They should never be taught that they can only get a job. They should be taught how to create a job. The second is investment. Again, as I mentioned earlier, if you invest $100 a month for your child from the time they're born, by the time they're 30 to 40 years old, they'll have somewhere close to $1 million. The third component is discipline. It's actually KID. That's the model I use, KID, so people can remember. Discipline is the ability to delay gratification. They've shown that children who can delay gratification at an early age are more successful than other people 30, 40 years down the line. And so, long story short, I would say that the kids that's the key. I mean, we actually have a wealth building program for children at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com that people can sign up for. And it's really popular. And basically what we train our kids to do will create what I call the economic soldiers for the next generation. If we could train 50 to 100,000 Black children on the fundamentals of wealth building, entrepreneurship, and cooperative economics, that first 50,000 will employ the next 50 million. That's going to be the game changer. That will make us the envy of every other community out here. So that's what we focus on, man. So the All Black National Convention, which at allblacknationalconvention.com is where people can buy tickets. We also have a live stream, which you can find at drboycelivestream.com. That's drboycelivestream.com, where basically if you live somewhere else or you can't make it, you can actually watch the live stream. We're going to be there for 3 days. We're going to have panels on police brutality, wealth building, strengthening the Black man, strengthening the Black woman, another panel on the educational system, and a bunch of other things. And we got a lot of cool people. David Banner's coming out. Killer Mike will be there. Judge Olu Stevens, Dr. Tyra Selden, Dr. Roosevelt Mitchell III, Urema Karama. The list goes on and on. So it's going to be amazing.
Besides Atlanta, where else? What other cities will you be hitting?
You know what? We're not taking this anywhere else.
What?
Yeah. This is a convention. Right now, the plan is for us to do it
what's
one
going
time.
on here.
Yes, we gonna do it
It's gonna be
one
a weekend
time.
by the end of it.
Yeah, we gonna do it one time right here. Now, I do have other events. Dr. Claude Anderson and I, the author of Powernomics, we're doing an event in D.C. in October, and I'm going to different cities doing my thing. But this is the only time where we're really actually pulling out all the guns and bringing everybody together to really do something special. Malik Shabazz is going, just eclectic groups of Black people. And the number one thing I want is, I just said, I told them what I don't want. I don't want the paid off Negroes to be there. I don't want the people that are too institutionalized that they've really lost touch of what reality is and what the truth is in terms of what we're facing as Black people. I want truth tellers there. So, it's going to be awesome. Zaza Ali's coming. I mean, a lot of people will be there. It's going to be great.
Doctor, thank you so much for coming through this thing, sir.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Be high. It's Hot 107.9, man. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. So good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our Millionaire Training Camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and it's so great to see everybody today. And sometimes I come in a couple minutes late, but I apologize for that. It's sort of like last minute shenanigans, kind of getting everything ready, everything ready for the big show, the big class, the big gathering, the big everything. Because literally every single day I wake up excited. Today is January 14th, 2025. And we will never have another January 14th, 2025 ever again. Do you ever think about stuff like that? I think about that a lot. I think about things like that all the time. And then you can only imagine, like with my mama passing on Christmas Eve, I've been really deeply thinking about everything. And what it kind of does is it reminds me of the importance of never wasting the moment. I really believe in seizing the moment, you're pursuing your passion and your purpose. I can tell you, I think that you're more alive when you're really doing something that's purposeful and that you're passionate about. That's literally where you have more life inside your body. And I would encourage you, if you're disconnected from your purpose, then spend some time meditating, spend some time learning what your purpose is supposed to be. And I guarantee you, it'll just enhance everything. I promise you. All right. So anyway, all right, so one thing I want to mention is that there is tonight, if you are interested in going on the trip to Ghana this summer, you can meet with Jay Cameron tonight in a Zoom, and he will give you all the details and all the information. Also, we have other trips that we're partnering with Jay Cameron on. So if you want to just see all the trips that are available, you can go to b1voyages.com. That's b1voyages.com, be the number one voyages.com. And you can also text the word travel to the number 87948. If you text travel to 87948, we'll keep you notified whenever we do anything that's travel related. We are going to go to Black Wall Street. We're going to go to Miami. We're going to go to Ghana, and then maybe we'll go other places. I really want to kind of do a little bit of everything. I'm super excited about that. I'm actually going to go to Denmark tomorrow. And so I'll be sort of talking to you guys from Europe. So that's going to be very interesting. All right, so here, what I want to do is explain to you, basically give you three reasons why China is going to dominate the world. Okay, China is, not a perfect country. They make some mistakes. There are policy errors that I think are very costly for them. But Lord Jesus, man, when I tell you, I hope that did that sound that ain't sacrilegious for me to say Lord Jesus, is it? I don't think so. I wasn't saying it like in a bad way or nothing. But anyway, when I tell you that this country, I wrote notes down. I can never find my notes. When I tell you that this country is doing everything right, like they're just literally just being real gangster with the rest of the world. I'm not kidding. They are right now, China has a trade surplus. A trade surplus is the value of everything you export minus everything you import. So they have a trade surplus with the world. And if you want to understand how a trade surplus works, it's kind of like the opposite of what the black community does with white people. Like, if you want to know how a trade surplus works, a trade surplus basically says that I'm selling you more stuff than you're selling me. That's it. That's all it says. It says I'm selling you. You're buying my stuff, but I ain't buying your stuff. I don't get high on my own supply, but I'm serving these fiends all day, right? To go street with it. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if you understand that, right? So that's kind of what China does. China is they are the original gangster with the rest of the world when it comes to economics because they understand powernomics probably as well as Dr. Claude Anderson himself. And Dr. Claude Anderson, he's the goatiest of all goats. We know these things. And you know how much I love this man. But I'm going to just tell you, when you talk about the implementation of a powernomics philosophy, the Chinese have it down. The Chinese are like, I'm the producer, you're the consumer, and that's how it's going to be. When I get my money, when you get your money, you trick it off. You're supposed to spend it because you're a dumb American. When I get my money, no, we're going to say we're not buying your stuff. And if we buy some stuff in China, we're not going to buy the American stuff. We're going to buy the Chinese stuff. So the same way that we talk about being B1, the Chinese are kind of C1. They're like, no, China first. You want to sell us a car? No, we buy Chinese car. You want to sell us an iPhone? No, we make Chinese iPhone. We call it Chai phone. That's what the Chinese do. The Chinese, they're like, no, no, I don't, I know support your family. I support me family. I support my family. That's kind of what they do. And so I mean, I'm not mad at them for it at all. I think it's amazing and it's very powerful. So let me kind of give you some stats to kind of help you understand the severity of the massive economic imbalance that the Chinese are creating. They're what they're doing in a way is they're kind of doing the same things that America used to do. America used to manufacture stuff. Did y'all know that? We used to make things. And we used to make more things than anybody else in the world. That's how we won wars. That's how we won World War II and probably even World War One. Is we just knew how to like we could make like whatever for every one bullet you made, we'd make 100. For every one ship you could make, we'd make 10. For every one airplane you made, we'd make 50. And that was how America won. America was very productive because we knew how to manufacture things, and we lost that. We threw that away. Trade agreements, globalism, all that. So now America doesn't make stuff. That's what you go to cities like Gary, Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Detroit, Michigan. You see depleted manufacturing bases that don't exist as much as they used to because we just decided, oh, we don't need to make stuff. We're gonna let other people make stuff, and then we'll just let them serve it back to us. And so the Chinese said, okay, we're gonna take over manufacturing. We're just gonna be the greatest manufacturer on the planet. So here are three reasons why. Here's what's going on with China. So let me give you some stats here. I pulled some stats. And by the way, I want to mention, I forgot to tell you that if you want to come to the Ghana informational session, I didn't follow through on my thoughts. Sorry about that. ADHD kicking in again. Is if you get on the text list, I will text you a link to join us for the Ghana informational session tonight with Jay Cameron. You can get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Text the word morning to 87948. Also, for those of you that do stock options with us in the Prime program, I sent you all a video where I was showing you a strategy to adjust to what's going on in the market to generate cash flow. And one of the great students, Errol, another Errol, there's two Errols, both of them are super smart. There's an Errol who has his son. He and his son are learning stock options together. I hope you didn't mind me mentioning that because I think that this is a template for every family. And so Errol asked me to do an example selling puts, and I did. And because that's something I'd actually been doing. So I actually sent you all the video link where you can actually apply that strategy. And I did it in my portfolio and generated quite a bit of money that allowed me to deal with the market decline yesterday. So if you want to know more about stock options, and it's a great way to generate income, it's better. To me, it's far better than real estate stuff. We've talked about this. Feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word options to the number 87948. Text options to 87948. All right, so let me give you some stats on China. So here's the deal with China. Here are 5 powerful stats for China's economic dominance. Number 1, China accounts for 28% of global manufacturing output, making it the world's largest manufacturer by far. The country's manufacturing sector produces a vast array of goods, from electronics to textiles. Anything you need, they got it. We got what you need. We serving these fiends. Number 2, China is the largest exporter of goods in the world, with its exports valued at $3.5 trillion per year. 3.5 trillion. That's massive. This accounts for 14% of global exports, cementing its position as a key player in global supply chains. If China stopped manufacturing things, everything would shut down. And that's a national security risk for America. And we'll talk about that in a minute. China manufactures over 50%, 50% of the world's electronics, including smartphones, computers, and televisions, which is crazy. Let's see. China has the largest labor force in terms of people that are involved in manufacturing. There are over 100 million people that they have working in the sector. This allows China to maintain its edge in low-cost manufacturing because the cost of labor is not that high, which is a huge advantage. And also, China's industrial output is valued at more than $4 trillion, which is more than any other country, dwarfing other global manufacturing hubs. This includes everything from steel to machinery, placing China at the center of global production networks. Now, let me continue to tell you why I believe the Chinese are going to dominate the world. I saw the head of the FBI, the former FBI director, on his exit interview as he's leaving office. He said that basically the Chinese have an investing strategy that is something Americans really can't match. And the reason I say it's an investing strategy is because we talked about what investing is. Investing is not, it's not about the money. Stop thinking about the money. Some people think I'm always talking about the money. It ain't about no damn money. The money's not the most interesting part. What it is about the Chinese investing strategy is mindset. As Terrence says, they play the long game. They're very patient. They're very patient. And patient people who are committed to delayed gratification will kick you in your ass every time. Like you never want to really get into a war with a really patient person. You know, like I had a friend the one time that was like kind of a gangster, like she was a drug dealer, and she had a past that we didn't talk much about. And I said, I ain't gonna ask you nothing about nothing that happened in the 90s. But we were talking about her experiences a little bit. She was speaking like hypotheticals, right? So she would be like, well, if I wanted to go and get revenge on somebody, I would not do anything right away because the police are paying attention or whatever. She says, so I would just I would let you think that it was over. I would let you wait 4, 5, 6 years and let your guard down and get into your comfort zone. And then I would go and handle my business. So that's what she did. She said, I would just wait. I would just wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And eventually they just think, oh, it's over. It's all in the past. And then one day, next thing your dog is boiling on the stove or something or whatever, right? So, so basically, so patience is not just powerful in life, but it's powerful in investing, actually, incredibly powerful. Warren Buffett actually says that wealth is nothing but a transfer of money from impatient people to patient people. Impatient people to patient people. And so capitalism thrives in America largely because we create a society full of highly impatient people. Tell me if I'm lying. Instant gratification, gotta have it now. Dopamine spike, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, dopamine hit, right? And again, like the dope dealers, they're serving them fiends. Like you want some Instagram? Yeah, yeah. Scroll, right? You want sports betting? Yeah, yeah. Cowboys. I'm betting on the Cowboys. Don't do that because you'll lose your money. But like whatever. Like we have this society that's built on all this instant gratification. And you see it kind of pile up in a lot of areas, like relationships. Oh, if it's the third date and I ain't getting none, then I'm out. I'm out, right? If you can't spend $300 on a first date, I'm gone, right? And so what happens is that there's the short-term benefit, but there's a long-term cost. There's a long-term cost. And what I see in terms of the long-term price people are paying is number one, people are lonelier than ever. A lot of marriages don't last. A lot of people are disconnected from each other. Most young guys in their 20s haven't even slept with a woman in over a year, like 75% or something crazy like that, which is just unbelievable. And then people get older, and then they sort of realize like, wait, I didn't invest in people. I thought kids were a burden. I thought a spouse would just hold me back. So now I'm 65 years old, and I don't have what I wish I'd had if I'd made different choices when I was younger. There's a retirement crisis. Millions of people are not ready for retirement. A lot of people, because again, instant gratification over delayed gratification. So when I come along and I say, well, if you had just put $1,800 in Apple stock in 1997, you'd have $4 million right now. Well, then next thing you know, people are like, so first off, there's the regret, right? It's like, man, I had $1,800 several times in 1997. I could have done it. I could have bought some stock with that. And then you get these impossible questions like I retire in 2 years. How do I turn $1,800 into $1 million in 2 years? And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. That's like asking me to make delicious Kool-Aid when you don't give me no sugar and no water. You can't make Kool-Aid without sugar and water. If anybody's ever tried that, you know it does not work. What am I supposed to do? Spit in the bucket? Like it ain't gonna work. You need water to make your damn Kool-Aid. So you need time a lot of times to build your wealth. If you throw away time, then you've kind of thrown away your opportunity. So millions of Americans are in the middle of a retirement crisis. Millions of Americans are lonelier than ever because they didn't invest in relationships. Millions of Americans are in a physical health crisis. I saw a stat the other day that said 48% of all women over 55 are going to get dementia at some point. Also, nearly half of all Americans are going to die from cancer. There are easy, simple studies out there that talk about the link between sugar and cancer, and processed food and cancer, and obesity and cancer, right? But then there's a price to be paid if you're getting up and going to the gym, if you're avoiding the sugar and the salt and all these other in the processed food, right? So it's hard to do. It's very hard to do, especially when they're putting it in your face, right? They're putting it in your face because capitalism it's almost like the original kind of artificial intelligence. Capitalism, when it is at its worst, it's like this really smart demon that literally has pierced your soul. It can read your mind. It knows what you want. It knows how to tempt you. It knows where your greed lies in your darkest spots, and it knows how to say, "Oh, you want more of this, don't you? You want some more? You want here? Take some more ice cream, right? And right here, have some sex. You want some sex, don't you? Right? And that's what happens, right? That's why spirituality and consciousness, I think, is really important because that helps you rise up above all that, right? Because we are, to some extent, we are kind of like slaves to the flesh in a way, like the cravings and desires and all. That's what things like the therapy really matter. Because if you get the therapy, then you get the self-awareness. You can kind of look at yourself and say, this isn't who I want to be. This isn't where I want to be. So now I'm going to take a different process of life optimization. I'm going to invest differently. I'm going to make sure I still enjoy my life, but I'm going to enjoy it in a way where I can enjoy it over a long period of time and not just have a lot of fun right now and pay a big price later on. The Chinese, I think, are dominant economically largely because they incorporate this into their society for children at a very early age. Like their children at an early age. You might have seen those videos on Instagram of like Chinese kindergartners in school and the crazy stuff they're doing. Like they'll be cooking and making like building buildings and like making like sewing sweaters and or they'll play even when they play basketball. They're so much better than like they'll have like 20 kids and they'll all be dribbling a basketball in sync. And like one, you ever see that where there'll be like a circle of kids. Try to imagine this, right? They'd have a big circle of kids and like maybe 30, and they would have a basketball on each side of each kid. And then they would dribble and then they would move and then take over the dribble for the next ball and then move again and take the dribble for the next ball. And the amount of coordination is very powerful. And when I taught finance in China back, I think it was about 2006, I noticed that they are in sync unlike anything I've ever seen. You want to talk about unity? We can't come we can't even dream of having that level of unity. I've never seen that level of unity. Like it's almost like they are a cyborg. They are literally they operate like the same person. It is scary and it is amazing. And what I think that they do because they're at war with the United States is they use our impatience, our lack of discipline, and our lack of unity against us. They do. They're like, oh, these people, they believe in stuff like democracy and freedom, which is, I think, actually, I like democracy and freedom. I do. That's a downside of China. They don't let you have that, right? They put the group over the individual. And every strategy has its pros and its cons. So their belief is like, hey, look, the individual is not as important as the collective. And some of you agree with that. But at the same time, when you do want to express individual liberties, there's a limitation on that, right? So every system isn't perfect. It's hard to be all things all the time to everyone, but I can tell you that their unity is something that is, I think, going to make them very dominant. And it's what's allowed them to amass a tremendous amount of power. China's I think they had a 100-year plan for world domination that they started in about the 1970s or 1980s. And they're about year 50 of that plan. So in, 40, 50 years with your grandkids, I would say they should learn Chinese, but they actually don't have to now. You can get AI glasses that'll translate everything for you. But they should probably just get used to the idea of another country being the global economic superpower. So let me continue this. Let me lay out some more ways that China's economic dominance helps them to win. Just a reminder also, don't forget that today at noon, we are meeting for Stock Market Tuesdays. So if you want to come in and ask me questions about the stock market, we'll break down the stocks that I like in terms of good investments right now. We'll also kind of do some lessons on how the market works and just whatever you guys need today. So we're going to do that at noon. So if you want to join us and do a free trial, go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. All right, so here are basically 3 reasons why China's trade surplus gives it a lot of power. First off, a trade surplus allows China to accumulate a lot of foreign reserves. They can pull in currency from other countries like the U.S. dollar. So this enables China to maintain a strong currency and support domestic policies like infrastructure development, social programs, things like that. So those reserves also give them financial leverage so they can invest globally and really have a lot of influence in other economies. So if they've got, yen and euros and dollars and everything else. They can go to these places and make things happen. They also have a lot of economic influence. So if you run a trade surplus, they can basically shape global trade and investment patterns. So basically, with China's surplus, they become a major player in global markets. They drive demand for their own goods and services, and they gain the ability to set favorable terms. So he who has the gold makes the rules. China has a lot of the gold. Also, debt financing. So basically, what China does is they lend capital to other countries, especially countries like African countries right now. Anybody ever notice how China their influence in Africa has just spiraled out of control? Jamaica. When I was in Jamaica, there was this big highway that went from Kingston all the way up to the north. I don't remember the cities up in the north, but there's this highway, and it was this beautiful, smooth highway. But I noticed there were no cars on the highway, and that was because the Chinese had built this beautiful highway to avoid having to go through the mountains and everything. Going through the mountains and stuff, I think took like 2 or 3 hours, and it was a really scary drive. It was really crazy. So Chinese had built this beautiful highway, but there were no cars on it because the toll was so high. But they had gotten these crazy 99-year leases on all the land going all the way up to the north. And it just really was like, I don't think this was a good deal for Jamaica, but it's a great deal for China. So they use debt financing to gain leverage over other countries, right? So that's no different from you having people in your family where if you have all the money and Cousin Pookie comes and says, I want to borrow money, but you want Cousin Pookie to start taking care of his kids and stop smoking dope so much, well, you could start making rules. You can say, look, if you want my money, you're going to have to change certain things. You're going to have to go to rehab. You're going to have to stop, you have to stop doing X, Y, Z. You're going to have to show up and rake the leaves every day, right? Money talks. Money talks, period. That's the world we live in. Money talks. So people that are trained on money early, children that are raised in an environment that is economically intelligent and leads to various forms of economic self-sufficiency and the ability to invest for the future and thrive in the future, those individuals tend to have a lot more power than other people. You don't believe me? Just ask the white man. Because a lot of y'all, many of us growing up, pretty much had to do what Massa told us to do every day. If he said get to work by 9 o'clock and be on time, we'd get there at 8:55. If he said work until 5, we'd work until 5:01. If he says don't call your friends while you at work or you're going to get fired, we don't call our friends. Many of us are more loyal to our boss than we are to our own damn spouse, right? And we know what that is. A lot of us have seen this. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from money. If you want to look at the source of black spiritual and political incarceration, it's money. It always comes back to money. And to break out of this horrible rut, it doesn't require you to become a millionaire. You don't have to have $1 million in the bank to be financially free. All you got to do is be able to pay your own bills. That's it. If you can pay your own bills, then it's much harder for people to tell you what to do or where to be or how to do it or anything like that. So to me, if you're raising kids and you're raising black kids and you want them to be free, I mean, you could tell them to go to Al Sharpton marches and pray to white Jesus and everything else, but I'd rather just teach them how to pay their own bills. That's it. If the person who can pay their bills has freedom. Remember when you were little and you say something to your parents, well, so and so said blah blah blah, and they'd be like, well, they don't pay no bills in this house. So you've known this your whole life. My mother used to say, my mother was like, they don't pay no bills up in this house. So my thought, honestly, is if we can get to the point where we just say, I want to be in a space where nobody who oppresses me, no one who hates me is going to be paying bills in my house, that will go a long way toward freedom. In fact, that would pretty much give you free. I can just tell you, when you have enough money to pay your own bills, you don't have to listen to shit. Like, you really don't. I didn't have to ask anybody's permission to come and talk to you today because I paid the cost to be the boss. I would make money and I invested money to do all the things that I do now. And I did all that because I don't want nobody telling me what to do. I don't want to be getting kicked around. I don't want to be disrespected. When I was 18 years old and my girlfriend was pregnant and I was on that college campus trying to figure out what my next move was going to be, had no money in the bank, didn't know how I was going to make it. I knew a couple of things. One, I did not want to go back to work at Taco Bell because I got disrespected a lot. And number two, I didn't want to be punked. I didn't want anybody kicking me around. I wanted to be a grown man. I didn't want to be in a space where I was treated like a little boy or just put through misery that I had no say in. So I kind of saw education as a way to invest early in my life at a significant level so that long term I would have some freedom. So freedom is typically not free. Freedom is something that has a price to be paid. And one of the things that I think you have to confront is when you see it is those who claim they want freedom but aren't willing to sacrifice for it. There's no individual, no country, nobody, anybody, no one on earth in the history of this world that's ever had freedom and could not fight to obtain it and could not fight to defend it. If you cannot fight to obtain your freedom and defend your freedom, then you will have no freedom. You will have no freedom. Somebody will come along, beat you up, and take all your stuff. That's what happens in a capitalist society, but that's really what happens in the jungle of humanity. We are animals at the end of the day. I'm not saying that we're 100% animals. Yeah, we're separate. We have the prefrontal cortex. We're a little bit different from the animals, but at the end of the day, go watch some bears or some lions or some cats or some chickens fight over territory and see how the weak chicken does. The little punk ass chicken that's crying and whining every time a chicken beats him up. You think they're gonna feel sorry for him and give him something? No, they're gonna beat him up and take his stuff. They're gonna say, okay, you've identified yourself. You are the weakest link. Mother Nature says you shouldn't even survive. Survival of the fittest. Darwinism says you shouldn't even exist. You certainly should be allowed to reproduce because you got these weak, punk, inferior genes. So we're just gonna beat you up, take all your stuff, make your life miserable, and kill you. Or you look in a prison. You ever see in a prison? Like it's kind of sad, what they do to the weak, to the weakest in the prisons, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I vehemently reject the way black people have been trained to perceive ourselves and perceive each other. I think that we are trained to just feel sorry for ourselves and to be sad and to just politely ask white people to please change your behavior and all this other stuff. And then you see shenanigans. You see a lack of disciplined behavior. Like Dr. Claude Anderson writes about this in Powernomics. He talks about what he calls inappropriate behavior. You out here buffooning, cooning and twerking and acting a fool, don't want to open a book, but and all these other things, but then you somehow expect the world to respect you. It does not work that way. It does not work that way. To get respect, you got to show up and command respect. If you command no respect, then you will not get it. So anyway, let me keep going because I don't want to offend nobody, but this is the reality. And so I think that the way we're even taught to think about race is completely wrong. It's completely wrong. I think that our children should be taught to compete. That's it. Yeah, they may not like you because you're black, but who cares? Why do you even need somebody else to like you like that? What's wrong with you? Your mother should like you. You should like yourself. The need to be liked is a weak to some extent. That's a weakness, actually. That's something people can exploit. Oh, you need us to like you. Okay, well, do what we say, or we're going to say that we don't like you. We're going to call you ugly. We're going to call you stupid. We're going to take away your Oscar, your Grammy, your Nobel Prize, whatever little stupid awards we've invented to give you your self-esteem. We're going to take those things away. We're going to take away your little fancy job. You won't have the corner office no more. You won't be the chosen Negro anymore because you're not behaving appropriately. So what we do is we learn over time that if you behave, then they're going to hook you up. So we have a lot of well-behaved Negroes that are in corporate America and other places because we know that if we get out of line, there's going to be an economic consequence. And I don't know, maybe, I mean, I know my whole life I've kind of been the rebellious kid a little bit. When I was in elementary school, I used to stay in detention, and I don't even know what it was. I'd be like, I'm trying to fit in. I would just every damn day, and it was like, damn. I'm suspended again. I gotta stay after school again. I would stay in detention. Like I would just sign myself up for detention at the start of the day because I knew at some point something was gonna pop off. And I guess it must have just been like I don't know, like if something didn't make no sense, I'd be like, well, I'm not doing that, or that doesn't, or if I wanted to just do something, I would just do it. I have no idea. My mother used to say, yo, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. And when I met Cornel West for the first time, he's such a wonderful human being. Let me tell you about the time I met Cornel. It was really, really cool. We did something in Brooklyn in 2013 where I had put out this book. It's out there somewhere. You can go find it. It's probably free. It was called Wealth, Education, Family, and Community: A New Paradigm for Black America. And I was kind of doing like a little tour on that book, and Cornell joined me in Brooklyn. But we met in Manhattan. So I walked in this restaurant in the middle of Manhattan, and it was a fancy restaurant I never heard of, full of white people. And in this restaurant, let me tell you what he did. This is the kind of guy he is. He gets up in the middle of the restaurant and he walks over and he gets on one knee and he grabs my hand and like bows to me on one knee. And all these white people are like, what's happening right now? Who are these Negroes bowing to? Like, what's going on? You know, and I was like, wow, like he's such a great, humble person. I'm like, stand up, man. Like, this is kind of, if I feel like I'm Eddie Murphy and Coming to America. But anyway, when I told him what my and then when we sat down and talked, he told me that he literally knew my parents. He said Robin Watkins, blah blah blah, Larry Watkins, blah blah blah. He had read my Wikipedia page, and he knew my father was a police officer. He knew my mother was a social worker. He knew that my parents are a little more on the conservative side. That's their choice. That's who they are. Because cops, my dad's a soldier and a cop. He's black, 100% black, but he's not into the shenanigans. He's not into feeling sorry for yourself. That's kind of how he was built, and it was just really interesting. Like so just that if you want to know my bias about Cornel West, that's where it comes from. It's like I said, wow, this guy, and I spent years with him, and I watched people very closely. Like I spent hours and hours with Al Sharpton, and I told you I felt like okay, there's a game being played here, almost like a mafia type of game. It's about power. And but he also is a genius. He's extremely smart. The man is you cannot tell me that he's stupid. Cornell came off as a genuine soul. I observed him closely as he interacted with every person on the street because people recognize him more than me, and white people don't really know who I am, and I don't, and I like it that way. Whereas with him, lots of people were stopping him, and I just liked the way he treated everybody. It was something that just told me, like, wow, I wish we had more people like this running the country because we'd have a better world. I really believe that. But anyway, I remember I told him, I said, yeah, my mother used to say, boy, your mouth will either make you great or get you killed. I'm curious to see which one. And he said, I think it might be both. He said, I think it's gonna be both, brother. And I said, yeah, you might be right about that, but that's okay. I'm all right. I'm willing to die for what I believe in. So let me finish up with this China thing. Okay, so in terms of China's economic dominance and the fact that they have this massive trade surplus, this is something I think the black community should pay attention to because what happens when you have a trade surplus is that the people that are buying all your stuff, where you're not buying any of their stuff, they're at a natural economic disadvantage. You're at a disadvantage. So for the black community, when you see how little we are actually producing for the world, how little others support black-owned businesses, how black-owned businesses get boycotted by two groups. They get boycotted by black people and they get boycotted by white people. But we'll go support their businesses in a second. Like we attach purchasing things from them to our self-esteem. Like I feel like I'm a better man because I got this label on my body, this Coach, Gucci, Louis, Prada, whatever. I'm picking up a bottle of the Henny when I go to the club, right? Whatever it is, right? We tend to like it really enjoy these labels because they're attached to our self-esteem. Go watch the video, How to Sell to the Negro. So what's happened is that basically they do to us what China does to the world. That's why China is going to dominate. In fact, let me read this here. China has strategic influence or all around the world because of sorry, I lost my screen. Because of the trade surplus, right? So effectively, when they go in and your money talks and the BS walks, China is pretty much able to declare war on you without actually firing a single bullet. Like they don't have to fight you to destroy you. And they don't have to tell you that they're going to destroy you. The Chinese are very polite. I remember when I was in China, I noticed that one thing that someone told me culturally, and I don't want to stereotype, but they were literally saying like Chinese people typically don't say no to anything, right? They won't say no to you. So if you say, "Hey, I need to use $1 million. Can you give me $1 million in 3 hours?" A lot of people they won't say no. Like here, we'll be like, "Hell no! What are you talking about?" They'll be like, "Uh, I need to think about that." So that's what they kind of do. So they're very polite, extremely polite. And so what they'll kind of do with other countries, I've noticed, is they'll go and you'll do something they don't like, and they'll be very polite. They're like, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." And then next thing you know, your goods are not getting through the port in China, or or they've been done some sort of embargo on you economically that's decimated you financially. So they're very subtle about that. They declare economic warfare, not so much direct warfare. They don't want to go to direct war with the United States, but the FBI director mentioned something really interesting about how the Chinese investment strategy works. Because they don't just invest in things that generate money, they invest in power. And one thing that he said the Chinese have done is he said they have planted a bunch of bugs in a malware viruses, computer viruses in a lot of essential American infrastructure. They basically said that they're just sitting there. They're waiting. They're just waiting. Like, okay, go ahead and do something. Go ahead and say something. And what they said they can do is they can then at that point activate these Trojan horses to poison our water systems, to mess up our electrical grid, shut down all the cell phones in the United States, whatever, right? And this is what he said he was deeply concerned about. So just keep that in mind. Like if we go to war with China, they know how to fight just in sneaky little ways. Like I think they fight through social media. With all that conversation about Russia and China, getting all these ads on social media to basically kind of pit people against each other. And they're very aware of, for example, the racial divide in America. So there will be, these Chinese bots that pretend to be, strong black women on the internet who have all these opinions or angry black men or whatever that will just pour fuel on the fire to create civil war. Thank you, Sharon. That's the right word, right? So they know this. They use America's divisions against us. So here is, if you want a couple of lessons that I think we can apply as a black community to learn from China. First off, there's economic independence and wealth building. So as you know, the same way China accumulates the reserves as a source of power, I think that we should build wealth and achieve economic independence as the number one objective for our whole entire community. That has to be near the top of our priority list. So that means owning businesses. We cannot keep producing employees. Stop producing employees. Stop producing people that are consumers and employees and renters and all these other things. You cannot do that. You cannot thrive and grow when you're on the white man's economic nipple. You cannot live like that. I'm not saying you can't work with other people. I'm not saying that you're a sucker for getting a job. I'm not saying that you should get mad because a white man walked in the room. None of that. I'm talking about stop taking pride in being horrifically overly dependent on another community. That is a vulnerability. That's a national security issue. Malcolm X, great black nationalist that he was, would understand this. He shared this. He mentioned this. He fought for this. So what happens is that it's really weird. I remember when Damon Dash went on to The Breakfast Club and did that epic interview where he was really talking about having your own business and all, and he was doing it in a Dame Dash kind of way, right? It wasn't perfect. Dame, I told you he's not perfect. I spent a lot of time with the guy and I like him, but he's different. But I remember. I remember when I got a call from Charlemagne, and he's like, yeah, man, he said, I need you to come and calm down people because I got brothers calling me, telling me they're gonna quit their jobs tomorrow, they're gonna quit their job tomorrow, and I said, yeah, well, I can fix it, I can patch it up a little bit, but he's kind of right. These men, some of these men, he was talking a lot to the men, but I'm sure the women got it too, and I think women can relate as well. I said, some of these guys got to grow their balls back, man. They got to get their testicles reattached to their bodies. Like you can't just, he said, well, white people can go and get jobs and also. I said, yeah, but you got to understand, man, you're not white. You're not white. I'm not saying that we can't get jobs and that we don't deserve jobs. I'm not saying that at all. Right? You go to, you get your master's degree from Brown University or something. You should get that job at the investment bank that you apply for. But what if you don't? What if you don't? What if it doesn't work out? What if they treat you like the rest of us? What if you go through what I went through, where I had the highest grade point average of every black student on the entire University of Kentucky campus? I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years, could have had 3 if I'd taken one more class, just didn't care. And I applied to 200 Wall Street firms, 250 to be exact. I got rejected by every single one of them. Every one of them, because I didn't have the network. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to get these. I just thought you fill out the application, send in your resume, you have good grades, good things are going to happen. It didn't happen like that. I got 250 rejection letters to my house. Now what? Now what we going to do? What's the plan B, damn it? Am I supposed to sit around, man, these white people, man, I could have been somebody if they wasn't tripping this stuff. They don't be liking black people. They just don't like you because you black. I'm not, what problem is that going to solve? How is that ever going to fix anything? I have to have a plan B. Maybe God is trying, remember the color purple? God is trying to tell you something, right? So God is trying to tell me something. God was like, number one, these folks don't like you. Number two, their conversations about diversity is bull crap. I'm not gonna say bullshit because I don't want to cuss, but y'all know you know what I want to say. And then number three, it means you got to find another way. This system ain't built for you. You're not white, Boyce. Stop thinking that you're white. You're not. Your name's not Royce. You're Boyce, and you have to figure out a way you're gonna make this thing work. Where get in where you fit in. Figure it out. So to me, owning businesses and investing is essential for any black person, especially any black person with a strong black identity. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential. Ownership is a must. Any black person with a strong black identity who wants to reach their fullest potential, who also wants to maximize their economic possibilities. Ownership is the key. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential with a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have a little bit of power in this world, ownership is essential. Any black person who wants to reach their fullest potential, who has a strong black identity, who wants to maximize their income, who wants to have power, who wants to have a solid say in the structure of their families and their community, ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. Ownership is essential. You cannot go through life without owning something in this country, or you will be fried and cooked, stomped out, and busted and disgusted. If you don't believe me, just look around. I don't have to talk you into this because you see it everywhere. Nothing but despair and sadness, and then the conversation will turn into a primitive slavery, like old plantation conversation. We need to get jobs for the Negroes. Black folks needs more jobs. I'm not saying jobs are bad. I'm not saying jobs are bad, but y'all know what JOB stands for. What does it stand for? Just over broke. Just over broke. That job ain't going to make you wealthy. That job is not going to give you no real power. That job's going to give you just enough money so that you don't die of starvation or something, and you have a place to live, and then you can keep showing up to work every day. They give you just enough, like almost like a basketball player where they're like, we're not going to pay you, but we're going to buy you some gym shoes and a uniform, just enough for you to show up and play for us every day. We're not really trying to help you thrive. We're not trying to get you into the owner's box. You're not going to be Jerry Jones. You're going to be like an unpaid member of the Dallas Cowboys. That's pretty much all you're going to be. So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, jobs have to be a stepping stone. That's my point. Jobs should be, from the time children are babies, we should teach them, yeah, get a job until you can own something. Or if you have a job, make sure you own something. Or if you like your job, keep your job, but make sure you always have options. Options, options, options. Options are freedom. That's what they are. So make sure you have options, make sure you own something, and then if you don't like the job, you should be able to walk away, get a better job, or go and start something on your own. So this is why you build your networks. This is why relationships matter, because if you're an asshole, nobody's going to want to start a business with you. But if you're a good man, then a great woman will want to marry you and be by your side. If you're a good woman, then guess what? You're going to have lots of friends that are going to want to work with you. They're going to share networks with you, and you're going to succeed together. You're going to thrive together. Want an example? Yesterday, Jay Cameron came in, and Jay is a good guy. And by God, my goal when I met him was, I said, I'm going to be a good guy too, so we can be two good guys helping each other out. Neither one of us showed up as the alpha asshole who disrespects people because somehow he thinks he's the most important person in the room. I never do that. It's like, oh, you're a great man. You're a great man too. You're a good guy. You're a good guy too. Hey man, how can I help you? I don't know. Let me tell me what I can do for you. That's how we talk to each other. And you know why we do it? Not just because it's the right thing to do, but because we're helping each other succeed and survive. The world does not want a black man to be successful. This country does not want a black man to have power. This country does not want black women or black men to be together. They do not want black people unified. They do not want black people secure and safe and happy and wealthy and having stable families and all that. That's why they promote all this garbage to you in the media. That's why Sexy Red will get more radio play than India Ari, right? India Ari, no, nobody wants to hear that. They want to hear about some lady rapping about her baby daddy and how many STDs she caught last week. That's what they really want. They don't want to hear, I'm not your average girl in the video, right? No. What are you talking about? Self-respect. You haven't earned the right to have that. So what I'm saying to you is, at the end of the day, I love what China's doing. Let's circle back to China before I get railroaded in too many other directions. I love what they're doing because they're protecting their economics. China is a powerful country because they are practicing Dr. Claude Anderson principles of powernomics, basic ideas. We sell stuff to y'all, you buy stuff from us. We are the drug pusher, you are the drug addict. The pusher, the dealer always has more power than the addict. We support our businesses and you support our businesses. But we don't we no support your businesses. We in China, we no buy American products. We buy Chinese products. If you go to China, I dare you to do this. Go to China and I want you to look up Facebook on your phone and see if you can find Facebook on your phone or Instagram, or Google or Uber. I want you to try to catch an Uber in China. You'll be sitting on the corner for the rest of your life because there is no Uber in China. They said, "Oh no, we no need Uber. We make our own Uber." So and that's where they pour their resources. These are simple ideas. This is going to lead to China and Chinese youth being the most dominant on earth. One other fact about China that's really interesting is they produce more engineers in China every year than India, Japan, and the United States combined, and their engineers are more qualified. They can go on the job, and because they don't spend all their time in college, like, going to frat parties and step shows and whatever, they actually learn stuff. So they can actually go on the job on day one, start getting patents, and start actually being productive on day one. American engineers need 2 years of training after college before they can even become an asset to the company. This is just a fact. Look this up. So ultimately, when you talk about power and influence and things like that, when you own assets, you tend to have more power over your life. And then eventually, when you have an agenda or an objective, you're better able to pursue that objective because you're not hamstrung by economic limitations and economic challenges. So this is the mandate for the 21st century and beyond. This is what intelligent Black people are doing. This is the plan for our community. This is where we're going to be. And it's going to take time to build all that. But you put a good 20 or 30 years into this, you become incredibly dominant and you have a lot of leverage in the world. The Jewish community did that with Hollywood, by the way. If you ever go watch that book, I've told you all about how the Jews invented an empire of their own, how the Jews invented Hollywood. Fascinating book. It's a great blueprint. I have nothing against that community. I admire their power. I don't like what's going on in the Middle East. So let's be clear about that. I think they're abusing their power. But still, it's their power to abuse. And I don't want you to abuse your power, but I want you to just have some. Black power is something that is earned through economics. And the book, Tanya, is called An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood. Very fascinating book. All right, so anyway, let me finish up really quick. Number one, tonight, Jay Cameron is doing the informational for the trip to Ghana. If you want to know about the trips that we're going to take, text the word travel to the phone number 87948. And you can also go to b1voyages.com. So text travel to 87948 or go to b1, the number one voyages.com. And there's other trips on there that you can feel free to go on with us. Also, number two, if you're in Prime, that video, I texted out to you guys. If you have an interest in stock options, text the word options to the number 87948. And I sent you a video on how to sell some puts. And I think selling puts, it seems like it's already worked out. Like the stock market's going up today. So if you sold puts, then you actually were able to generate some money from that. Number three, later on today at noon, we're doing our Stock Market Investors Club. So if you want to give that a try, you can go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial. Somebody put that in the chat, please, drboycestockmarket.com. And also you can share your membership with your entire family. And Dorothea says, I did not get the video. Can you resend? Yes, I will resend it. If you ever miss something and don't see it, don't forget we have a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and Amani is right there, and Chanel, and they'll take good care of you. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, Charlene says, I missed what you said. I'm at work. Okay, well, I'll give you, there's a link actually. Today, this class is recorded on drboycetv.com, so I'll put this link in the chat for anybody that wants to watch the recording or maybe share it with anybody in your family if you think this message was beneficial for you. So here we go. There's the link. All right. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948, or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Take care. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to see everybody. Welcome to Money in the Morning, aka our Millionaire Training Camp. This is where we get together and we practice the art of economic elevation, aka financial consciousness. Financial consciousness, being alert, really understanding economics at a deep level, knowing what's going on in the world, knowing how to see the world, knowing what's in front of you, where the opportunities are, and where the limitations might be that you might have to go around in order to be successful. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say hello to everybody who comes in. This is great. You know what? I have to tell you that I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. I think since my wife got a little bit sick, I have not been in the 5 a.m. club for like almost a week now, which is just terrible. I did get on the exercise bike, but that ain't enough. That ain't the same as going in and pumping iron. So I gotta get right and get straight. And I'm sharing that with you because I want you to know that even when you're doing the right thing, sometimes you may not always be doing the right thing, or even when you claim to, you feel like you are the best, that doesn't mean you're always at your best. So, not to say that I'm the best, but I can't say I've been my best self. But that health is wealth. We know these things, and I encourage you, if your mood's feeling a little bit down, get up and do some exercise. That'll really, really be a mood enhancer. Every single study shows that a little exercise, lifting weights, stuff like that, really plays a big part in your mood and your confidence and feeling comfortable about your life. And so that's my public service announcement for today. All right, so there was this very angry woman on CNN, who was sort of talking about uh, DEI in a way that I thought was really interesting and intriguing enough that I wanted to kind of talk about that today. Um, you know, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I do know what to say about it actually, but I kind of had to pause and sort of process it for a minute. And I'm gonna share the clip with you. And she's in a debate with a guy who looks like he's a white guy from New York, and they're really debating that whole conversation about DEI. Now, y'all know what the real definition of DEI is, what the definition of DEI is in our space. Put it in the chat. If you don't know what DEI stands for, it does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It does not stand for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It stands for development, entrepreneurship, and investment. That is, in my opinion, the real DEI, or at least the DEI that's going to get results. When you put your energy and your time into developing the things that you want to see in the world, when you are establishing an entrepreneurial culture where you develop institutions and invest in things that are going to help you to own businesses and build businesses, and just when you pour into the people and and the people and the projects that are going to build what you want to see. I think that goes a long way, right? So I always ask people, I say the number one question any black person can ask themselves in America is, what are you investing in? What are you investing in? And if you really look at what we're investing in, if you look at where do we put our time? Most of our time is spent investing and building white businesses. That's what it's done, because we call that going to work every day. But you're investing. You're an investor. You just don't get a return on investment because America is not a country that rewards workers for their labor. They give you, kind of like a stipend. They give you just enough money to survive, just enough money to get by, but not enough money to actually thrive or create a surplus. Because a surplus would be very dangerous. A surplus for American workers would be very dangerous because when people have a surplus, extra, an abundance of resources, well, they don't want to go to work anymore, right? So ultimately, they don't want you to have a surplus. They just want you to have just enough so you can show up to work tomorrow. And that's pretty much the game plan, right? Like you're a basketball player and their goal is to make sure you have good sneakers, or you're like a horse in the Kentucky Derby and they're going to make sure the horse just has enough hay to be strong enough to run on race day, right? So ultimately, what I would say to you is I would encourage you to consider the fact that as you evolve and as you sort of think about what your next move is going to be, to ask yourself, what am I investing in? Start with your time And then start with your dollars. If you're spending money, it's really interesting that when we consume, when we buy products, right? We sometimes forget that the place where you spend your money is also where you're invested in. And I want you to look at what businesses you're putting your money behind, right? Look at your attention. Your attention is a commodity. Mark Zuckerberg has made a quarter of a trillion dollars, sorry, a quarter of a trillion dollars just on attention. And so with that attention, he's been able to turn that into this massive empire called Meta. And so if you think about where attention goes, attention is a really powerful commodity. Sometimes I say, gosh, I wish I could get the attention that I would get if I was a rapper or a stripper or something like that, because I really think that this financial thing is really important, and it really makes me very, very sad when our people are not able to really understand just how important it is to pay attention to the things that are going to help you grow, right? And not that they should pay attention to me. Maybe I'm hard to look at or something, but pay attention to something that's going to benefit you, right? So anyway, anyway, I want to welcome everybody who's coming in late. Welcome to Money in the Morning. It's good to see you. And one thing I want to remind you of is that the financial slumber party is going to be Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. And that's where we're going to meet at 11 p.m. in our pajamas on a private Zoom with our popcorn. And I'm going to teach you all about ETFs, exchange traded funds. You'd be amazed at how deep that is and how many opportunities there are. And as we talk about ETFs, we will then talk about ways that ETFs can turn you into a millionaire. ETFs are really awesome. They're a great way to invest. I refer to them almost like an economic soup or a multivitamin, right? If you take vitamins, then you're going to grow. If you'd like to get an invitation to the financial slumber party, then just make sure you're on the text list. You can get on the text list by texting the word morning to the number 87948. So just text morning to 87948. So let me see if I can find this video of this lady. She was interesting. I'll let you judge how you feel about what you see on the screen. I'm not gonna say anything one way or the other about that because I just don't know what to say. I just know it was interesting. So let me see. I put the video on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. And it was shared by a lady named Shamika Michael, who is a sister that follows me, or I follow her or something. I'm not sure which one it is. But she seems like a nice lady. I've never met her, though. And I just happened to see this and I said, okay, this is worth talking about in class. So let me see if I can make the audio work. So let me know when I play this, let me know if you can hear this okay. Give me a quick yes in the chat as I play this to let me know it's coming through all right. So hold on. Here we go.
Not have the same opportunity as you. I know I don't.
And you know
and
that
I know
too.
what's good.
I got. And you know that.
Let me just tell you about me.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I want to answer this.
I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm talking about how I feel. Me, a black woman in this country.
But not in this city.
And I will run. And if you want,
I'm a New Yorker, not in this city. You cannot say that. You can't say that in this city. I'm
not talking about New York. I'm talking about actually
let her finish.
right here. I got a law degree, a master's, and 2 bachelors. Probably more education than all of y'all added up together at this table, right? And I have always been the least paid person on payroll at every institution I have worked in. And it's not
because... Even in the White House?
Even in the White House.
Well, whose fault is that? I don't think you worked for George W. or Trump.
Well, guess what happened when I was there? DEI. Scott.
Look.
I do not have the same opportunity.
Okay, so y'all were able to hear that, right? Let me know if you were able to hear it okay. I want to make sure it came through all right. Do you have, if you were to give one sentence to describe what you saw, what would you say? Like, give me your thoughts. I really want to sort of canvas and get a sense of what everyone saw, and then I'll kind of give you my assessment because I'm still processing it. Okay. Patricia says disrespect, emotional, Claudia, Karen says the truth, Albert says BS, Angelique says disrespect, facts says Terrell, pushback and bravery, an emotional black woman, frustrated black woman, one angry black woman, railroad, dismissive and disrespectful, dismissive panel, telling the truth. Okay. Yeah, I felt all those emotions. I really did. I sat there and I was listening, and first thing I'm going to say is she has what I might refer to as RTBA, and that's the right to be angry, right? The right to be angry. Give me a yes if you agree that racism makes you angry. Give me a yes if you agree that having to work twice as hard to get half as much makes you angry. Give me a yes if you agree that the stress on the job, microaggressions, makes you angry. Give me a yes. Put that in the chat so we can acknowledge our feelings. Our feelings matter. And I think that we should sort of address that, right? Okay, so we got that off the table. I've been an angry black man for a long time. I have my angry black man card somewhere in my wallet, and I'll show it to y'all one day. It's like I'm a licensed angry black man, and I've been mad. I've been mad since the '90s. You go back and read stuff I wrote in 1996, and you will see angry black man. Um, so I get that part. Now here's what anger does for us, right? My wife is a therapist, right? So when you're a therapist, I told you it's kind of I thought it would be cool because I'd have the free therapy, but then you get diagnosed every day. Like she literally uses diagnoses to win arguments. Like she'll be like, "You're suffering from the blah 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 syndrome," and that's what. And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." You just mad because I called you on your BS. It's like stop it. Like people don't understand. I saw somebody that made a statement where they said that most therapists have mental illnesses that they aren't addressing because they're so focused on everybody else. And not to say my wife fits the description, but I'm like, look, lady, you grew up in Gary, Indiana. You're a black woman from Gary, Indiana. You can't tell me you ain't got no issues too. But here's the thing. So one thing that my therapist wife might say is that anger can sometimes bring things out of us, right? That maybe almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? And what does that mean? Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem I have. This is why I can't work for white folks. If you're white, don't try to hire me. It won't work. I just, you know, I can't work for white folks, honestly, because the trauma has been so bad. Like the trust. I can't if you're really nice to me for a long time, I'm kind of like, okay, so at what point are you going to start acting white? Because it's got the other shoe got to drop at some point. At some point, you're going to take the mask off, and you about to remind me that I'm black and you're not, and then we gonna all be mad, right? And this comes from growing up in Kentucky, and just sort of not understanding why I was treated so unfairly, even though I tried to be a good person, worked hard, did my best, and you just didn't get what you deserved. And it didn't stop in the South. Everyone thinks racism only lives in the South. I think that's the most ridiculous pile of crap I've ever heard. When I was at Syracuse University, I was very confused regarding, I said, look, I'm doing this work for my community and it's good. People love it. I'm getting calls from Farrakhan and civil rights leaders and people all over the country telling me how my work is impactful. And you're not even acknowledging it. Like you're acting like it's bad, like I've done something wrong. And I'm getting triggered. I'm starting to feel like I felt when I would go to that public school with the little white lady from the suburbs who would keep putting me in detention, and I didn't know why, because she saw me as a threat. Or if I was passionate, she would feel like I was a danger or something. And I'm like, I'm not gonna hit you. I'm just mad because you changed the date of the math test, right? So the point of the matter is to say that I think that these experiences, racism sucks because racism, it kills you, it affects your mental health, your physical health. And what it can honestly do is it can make you so angry that you get to the point where like it becomes that self-fulfilling prophecy where you're like, I'm mad because black people are the last hired and first fired, so I show up to work with my boxing gloves on, right? Because I'm suspicious. I'm not trying to connect with you, unless it's with a punch, right? I'm trying to defend myself, which only alienates us further, which then leads to me getting fired or laid off. And it may not even have to do with me being black. It may just be the fact that they just think I'm a jerk or that I'm distant, and they're like, Boyce doesn't talk to anybody at the job. Well, yeah, because Boyce don't trust y'all's asses, right? So that become and I had to confront that when I thought about my time at Syracuse. I have to be honest, I didn't hang out with those folks because I was like, wait, y'all didn't even hire a single black person. Y'all had 100 faculty here. You and all these qualified black people out here, you didn't hire one. And I can be your friend. I don't even understand like your culture that well. I didn't know. I didn't go to people's birthday parties for their kids or what. I no, your bar mitzvah, your son's bar mitzvah. I don't care about that. I'm doing research. I'm doing my job. That's what I'm gonna do, right? And unfortunately, that does not work when you talk about institutions. When you talk about joining an economic gang. We've talked about how economics is gang affiliated. Institutions are nothing more than economic gangs. The gang analogy works perfectly because you're talking about a group of people that are working toward the same objective, that have a code of conduct. Maybe they wear the same logo or whatever, right? They have some symbolism that connects them as an economic gang. So, like Apple's an economic gang that just made $120 billion in one quarter. Syracuse University was an economic gang. Every gang has its gang culture. And if you don't fit with the culture, then you're not going to fit with the institution. That's it, period. You know, if I decided to become a Crip, but I don't want to do what Crips do, I don't want to Crip walk, I don't want to do that, then I'm not going to be a very good Crip. They're going to put me out of the organization, right? And so ultimately, when I saw this video, I related to the lady talking because I was like, yeah, I kind of get it, right? This racism thing sucks. And we do get left out of institutions that are primarily run by whites. The Trump administration is a great example of that. It's mostly white guys kind of doing everything. They have one black guy, a football player or something, right? There's other black men. I don't know if they know that black men don't just play football, but whatever. But then, you know, also at the same time, the issue with DEI had become where DEI became so watered down with so many other groups that black people were kind of pushed out of that as well, right? So, because liberals can be racist just like conservatives can be. So, with that being said, um, one of the things that crossed my mind when I saw the lady talking was, I have to be honest with you, I felt like she was like her trauma was causing her to kind of respond like a person that you wouldn't want to work with. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I love black women, I really do. But I was like, man, I don't know if I'd want to work with somebody who's yelling over me, telling me to shut up. It's about me. Let me tell you about me. Let me tell you about me. Me. Like she's singing and me. Right? Everything's me. I'm telling you about me and I and me and I and me and I. And it's like, well, what about we? What about us? Like, what about all of us here? Like, you're kind of being inconsiderate right now because you're so angry that you're literally, I got more education than all of y'all. You know, it's like, come on, like really? Like really, is that how you're gonna start a relationship with another person or open a door for communication is by me telling you, like me coming in, look, I got more education than everybody up in here and da 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 da. You know, like I don't really that energy was kind of like, okay, so I don't know if that's gonna get you the opportunities that you feel like you deserve. Uh, People don't want to work with somebody who isn't trying to fit into the group that they're trying to be a part of. And this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where economic reality starts setting in. This is where the conversation goes in a direction that it needs to go, but it never goes because everybody wants to think everything is just about the basics, just about race. They don't want me because I'm black. I had to confront, well, maybe they didn't want me because they thought I was a jerk. And I'm also a black jerk, which probably doesn't help, but maybe they didn't want me because they thought I was distant. Maybe they didn't want me because I didn't follow protocol. Maybe they didn't want me because of something else. And it doesn't mean that being black doesn't play a part in that, right? I think that we don't understand each other. I think whites and blacks don't really get each other all the time. I really don't. And I agree with you, Tiffany. The man didn't give her a chance to speak, but she didn't give him a chance to speak. She was talking over everyone at the panel. For that moment, she was dominating the discussion by telling everybody that she was better than them. That does not work. It just doesn't work. And so what that does is that leads you to make two choices. One or two choices. You got one or two choices if you want to figure out this economic thing. One, you have to adjust to the culture of the institution that you're trying to be a part of. That's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. That means that forming relationships requires you to trust people. It requires you to be humble. It requires you to sometimes put other people's needs ahead of your own, put the collective ahead of yourself. And this is just a fact, right? Or you got the other option. The other option is you have to build your own institutions. You have to build your own businesses. I think those are the only two options for black people. I really do. I'm not saying that she's wrong. Yeah, I don't think there's any such thing as a right or wrong. Like, I don't have a right to tell her or you or anybody how you should go about navigating your economic reality. I don't have a right to do that at all. But I can tell you what I think the options are. The options are either you fit in or you build your own. You either fit in or you build your own shit. If you don't do one or the other, then you're gonna just be sitting on the outside of the institution screaming and hollering, y'all don't want me because I'm black and I'm smarter than y'all and blah, blah, blah. I I don't know. I can tell you as a person who hires people, if you're yelling at me, if I'm running my company and I'm making decisions for my organization, and your only way of convincing me that I should hire you is you cussing me out, yelling at me, and telling me how you're better than everybody else, I'm gonna just shut the door and say, "Have a nice day." That's it. That's it. I'm not saying that she was wrong. This is not a right or wrong thing. See, this is the problem I think with the racial conversation is that we get into like the way things should be. Like well, it ain't right. She should, be listened to. I agree with all that. I can't see the way things should be. Sometimes you gotta look at the way things are. What are your choices here? This was my reality, right? I could sit there as the angry black man, hoping that one day white people will stop being white. Hoping that one day they're going to break the 400-year-old tradition of blocking black men out of significant opportunities. Hoping that they would look beyond my anger and my dismissiveness, which came out pretty strongly, and say, "Gosh, we really still want this black guy around, even though he feels unpleasant. He's scaring the shit out of us. We're going to go ahead and really take good care of this guy." Or I can go and create a space for myself because maybe our relationship has gotten so toxic anyway that we shouldn't even be together, right? It's almost like it's really to some extent. I mean, I've always compared the relationship between blacks and whites as an abusive marriage. I really do. We love them. We love us some white folks. We love white people more than they love themselves. We give them more credit for their greatness than even they give themselves. We look for their validation. We need them to tell us that we're important. We need them to give us a degree, give us an award, give us some acknowledgement, and then we start to feel better about ourselves once we're recognized by them. So we really do love white people. I really believe that. And in this abusive relationship, if you get to the point where someone says, "Well, I don't want to be with you anymore. Like I'm sorry, I'm not of interest to you." And you think that you can make them stay with you by smacking them upside the head and cussing them out, I think that that's probably not a good way to kind of look at things, right? If I just say, "Well, I'm going to yell at you and scream at you and tell you how crappy you are, and then I still want you to love me," I don't know if that's a healthy approach to anything, right? So I've got a choice. Either I can be nice to you, which is hard, right? Maybe because I feel like you've mistreated me or whatever, and you deserve to learn about yourself, or I can go find a better relationship. You understand? I can walk away from this table. I don't have to be here. That's the ultimate Trump move, not Donald Trump. I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about spades, like big Joker. If you play spades, you know how important the big Joker. That's a big Joker move. The big Joker move is if I'm not being treated the way I deserve to be treated, I'm going to walk away because I have never forgotten that I'm the prize. And I'm not the prize because I just call myself the prize. I'm the prize because I've, number one, put in the work to be the prize. Number two, I understand that complementarity matters, meaning that I have enough awareness of how my value fits into an organization such that I can find the situation where I become the prize. See, evaluation, when we talk about like there are all these really stupid conversations online about high value men and low value women and high value people don't understand. See, you don't understand. One of the areas of specialty that I had when I was working on my doctorate is something called asset pricing. All asset pricing kind of does is it says, how do you figure out the value of something? They call that price discovery for the stock market. How do you discover what the value of an asset is? So when people say, "I'm a high value man," you don't understand. 1,000 calculations go through my head because there's a million ways to measure value. I'm like, well, what criteria are you using to determine that you're a high value man, or what's by what measure, right? Because valuation is really in the eye of the beholder. Valuation's about positioning. Let me give you a simple example. I could go to a gas station and buy a bottle of water for 50 cents. I could go to a CVS, buy that same bottle of water, same water, for $3. I could get on an airplane and buy that same bottle of water for $5, I could go to a fancy the Four Seasons restaurant in New York or Four Seasons hotel and buy that same bottle of water for $12. It's the same water. But how does the value keep changing? 1 minute is 50 cents, the next minute is $3, next minute is 12. How much is the water worth? Is it high value water or is it low value water? Well, it depends on where you're buying your damn water from. It depends on the positioning of the water. So if I'm water and I'm like, I'm high value water, everyone should love me because I'm delicious and tasty. I'm high value. How dare you offer me 50 cents for me because I'm high value? Well, you better get your ass into a place where where your value will be recognized. You're probably not positioned properly. You sitting in a damn gas station or a 7-Eleven expecting people to pay $12 for a bottle of water, and people are like, "You're crazy. Ain't no water worth $12." But if you go to the Four Seasons restaurant, people will pay $12 and think nothing of it. So when people say I'm a high value man, or I'm a high value woman, and I don't get respected and treated properly, I'm like, well, you don't because you're probably not positioning yourself in the right place. Like those when you have those ladies that say, "Oh, I only look for men in certain places because I want a rich man, so I go to places where rich men are." I think that's a smart strategy. Or men who say, "Yeah, I know I'm a high value man, so rather than me convincing you that I'm a high value man, I'm going to go to a place where men like me are valued, and then I will get the opportunity to live my life as a high value man." Right? Like for example, I have never been 6 feet tall. I keep waiting. I'm hoping that I'm going to have a growth spurt. I'm never giving up hope, but I'm still not 6 feet tall. And I can tell you, when I was single, I did online dating one time like 25 years ago. I couldn't do after I became kind of known. I couldn't do it because people be Googling each other and stuff, and it would get weird. So I never did it after. And plus, I didn't have to. You go places, you meet people. But before it, I did try it when I was like 30, and there would be a lot of women who would send me like a nice polite little message saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't date men under 6 feet tall." That's when I became aware of it. I didn't even know that it was a liability. I was like, most people aren't 6 feet tall. If you go to the basketball court, the 6 feet tall guy is the center. He's the tallest one on the court. What do you mean you don't date men under 6 feet tall? Most guys are not 6 feet tall. You want to yell. You want to scream. Don't you see? I'm high value. One day I'm going to be Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm going to make a lot of money, and I'm high value. What's wrong with you? You undeserving, ungrateful, blah, blah, blah. I could do all that if I want to, or I could just say, okay, no problem, and just go somewhere where maybe smart men are valued. And then suddenly I become high value because there are these women. I learned about this too. I learned a lot about women between the ages like 30 and 33. I read a book called What Women Want Men to Know, and that's where I learned about women that are sapiosexuals, who are just enormous, just outrageously attracted to men who are smart. And I'm like, I got a PhD, so I'm pretty smart. So I'm a high value man now. Look at me, right? So valuation. This is my point. I'm gonna stop being stupid. Valuation is based on positioning. Okay? So let's circle back to black people in your horrible, abusive relationship with white people. You love them, you want to work for them, you don't feel comfortable unless you're sitting underneath their nipple. And so you raise your children to grow up and fill out resumes and get degrees so that hopefully a white person will love them enough to want to embrace them and bring them into their company. And as a result, you have millions and millions of high value black people who are screaming and hollering and pissed off because they know their worth. They know, like this poor lady in this video that I showed you earlier, they know their worth. They're like, I'm high value. Like, why don't you see that? Why aren't you acknowledging that? Why don't you see my worth? And what it does when you don't create options for yourself and you don't have enough financial consciousness to understand positioning, to know that you can reposition yourself to where your value will be seen and acknowledged, then you end up sounding like Jennifer Hudson in Dreamgirls when she sang that horribly scary song to Jamie Foxx. Remember where she said, "No, no, no, no way. I'm living without you. I'm staying. I don't want to be free." Right? She's literally like, "You gotta love me. If I gotta kill you, you gotta love me, and you ain't loving nobody else." Ain't nobody gonna want to date you, you stalker. That's crazy. That's crazy. So what I really believe, I'm gonna just tell you the truth. I'm just be keep it real with y'all. I think we gotta stop stalking white people. I really do. You gotta love me. Like, don't nobody want to date. You can't do that. That's not how ladies. You can't go to a man and say you're gonna love me if I have to stab you to make you like. That's not gonna work. He's not gonna. He's not gonna feel safe. Right? Like fellas, don't do that. Like like you need to get the therapy and see your worth, and then you say, I want to be loved. I deserve to be loved, but I'm gonna find somebody who can see my worth. Right? So rather than me yelling at those women who don't date men under 6 feet tall, I would say, okay, no problem. And I would find women who are okay with a short, smart, rich guy, right? That became my type, right? I can't never be 6 feet tall. I can't give you that, but I can put some money in the bank account. How about that? That adds my value, I guess. Whatever, right? So my point is to say that as people, we have value. We all have worth. Financial consciousness is a powerful asset because it helps you understand your environment. It's an awareness, right? It's like, oh, wait, okay. So I got these tomatoes and I'm selling the tomatoes here and I can't get more than $1. So maybe I need to sell my tomatoes on the other side of town where people have more money and they really want tomatoes and there's a shortage. Right? So I think the same thing is true economically speaking. If you raise kids to understand the real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment, then that kid is never, ever, ever gonna find himself hollering and screaming and begging white folks to accept him. He's going to see the value for what it is. He's going to see the value without having the value have to come through the lens of a white man. See, sometimes we can't see our value until someone else sees the value, right? We'll go to school, work really hard, and get all the credentials and be super good at what we do. And it sort of almost takes this external validator for you to say, oh, wow, now I'm high value. Right? Well, why is that? Well, because they've discovered your value. They found you. They made you famous. They gave you the great job. They're paying you the high salary. So now you're like, I'm high value because they've now valued me at a high level. That makes you sound like Kunta Kinte. That makes you sound like a slave, where they put a price tag on your forehead, and now you're going around telling the world that you're high value. I'm a highfalutin, high value Negro because I look at how much money I make. Look at how nice my office is. Look at how important I am. They put me on TV. Now I'm high value. Well, the problem with that, though, is that two things. One, they could take that away from you in a second. And this is what they do. This is what economic warfare looks like. It's like, oh, you're getting out of line. Oh, you think you're controlling all this? How about we strip all that away from you and then you go back to just being an IGA? Okay, how about you just go back to being one of them? Okay. And then the second thing too is here's what I need you to understand. If they discover your value and acknowledge your value, they didn't create the value. The value was there before they discovered it. Do you understand? Like if I it's almost like those people who think that they don't actually have a disease until the doctor tells them they have a disease. No, the disease was always there. You just didn't go to the damn doctor, right? And then you go to the doctor, you're like, the doctor gave me cancer. Imagine people talking, the doctor gave me cancer because he ran the damn test. If he had never run the test, I would never have cancer. How logical is that? That makes no sense. So the same thing is true with value and worth. Your worth is always there, like just like oil being buried under the ground. And the oil doesn't come into existence just because somebody drilled for it and pulled it out. And what I want you to know how to do is how to drill for your own oil in case the oil companies never come around and decide to drill in your backyard, right? That means that if I am a high value black man because I've worked my butt off and I've got skill and I'm intelligent and I'm a great colleague and all these other things, and I lose my job, that has nothing to do with me losing my value. That just means that I lost a relationship that was making it easier for me to extract my value, but the value was already there. Do you understand? And this was my thought process when I was leaving Syracuse. I was like, damn, it kind of sucks that I don't have this 6-figure job, but I'm still one of the few black finance PhDs in the entire country, which means I can still go out here and kick some ass. I don't really need you to see what I'm capable of or who I am. I see what I'm capable of and who I am. And once I see the value, then I then realize, okay, so my goal at this point is to figure out various ways to extract the value. I know the oil is buried under the ground. I know that there's gold in the mine. All I got to do is learn how to drill for it, which comes back to the real DEI, which is development, entrepreneurship, and investment. You develop institutional infrastructure that allows you to extract your value, to extract your worth. Entrepreneurial mindsets are people that can create economic possibilities and economic realities, even when there are no jobs available. Investment means that you keep investing in drilling and extracting and pulling out that value, going back to what I talked about earlier with the pricing of an asset, which comes down to something that I mentioned to you before called price discovery. You're discovering, what is this thing worth? What is its value? And there are a lot of conditions on that. So a lot of people don't see their value because nobody ever taught them how to find it. No one ever gave them the lens or the consciousness to be able to see the value in a vacuum. So many people, in my opinion, are just built to be sheep. They're built to be sheep because a sheep only sees their value if the world tells them that they're valuable. And I encourage you to kind of move away from that. Right? Learn how to see your value. You know if you're a hardworking person. You know if you've got skill. You know if you're good at what you do. You just might have to get some help in terms of figuring out how to extract that value out for yourself. And then the other thing too is when you extract the value, like drilling the oil out of the ground, you got to understand how the economic game is played. What has been happening for hundreds of years is that other people have seen our value even more than we see it ourselves. So they come along and say that they're going to help us pull out that value, and they end up keeping most of the profits. Do you understand? Like when you work for a boss, your boss typically makes a lot more money than you from the labor that you're putting in. When you go spend money at, buying Gucci and Louis and putting it on your body or whatever, they're making more money than you are, right? So ultimately, I believe, have always struggled and suffered because we have not been able to invest in developing the skills and institutions that allow us to extract and retain our own economic value. And that's why we work the hardest, but we end up at the bottom of the wealth pool. Because you can't say black folks don't work hard. We work harder than ain't no immigrant group, ain't no white group, and nobody's ever worked harder than black people because we worked for 250 years for nothing. So stop trying to say black folks are lazy. We know that that's not true. We know that that's not true. So anyway, that's it. That's all I have to say. I don't have anything else to say today. I hope that this conversation was beneficial to you. And again, there's no disrespect to the lady on the CNN video. And she's fine. I just thought that was an interesting case in point. I want to remind you, don't forget the financial slumber parties Friday. So if you want to get an invitation, get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Also, the ladies at Fly Nubian Money, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. With smart black women, Dr. Lene Javette, Constance Carter, Tiara KJ Williams, my wife, Dr. Alicia. If you want to hang out with them, I think we should listen to smart black women. I think our women are just the baddest on the planet, and y'all crazy like us. We all need our therapy because racism hurts everybody. But I think we should work on ways to be good partners to each other and good collaborators with one another. So Fly Nubian Money does that. So if you want to be notified when they're doing their thing, just text the word Queens to the number 87948. So you can text Queens to 87948, and we'll send you a notification. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll check in with you guys a little bit later. Take care. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Sorry, I'm coughing. I hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see you on a Sunday. Well, it's great to see you any day, actually. Sunday or not. Today is, as usual, a beautiful day, and it's a great day to talk about our future and plan our black wealth and make ourselves successful. That's what we're trying to do here. That's what we're going to do. We are the chosen people. We're the chosen people. All right. So one thing that's interesting is I saw something the other day where a woman was basically explaining why your kids should not want to be professional athletes. In fact, I would say specifically the NFL. She did this great video where she was kind of giving the backdrop of life as the wife of an NFL athlete, and she was talking about the financial side of it all, and she did a masterful job of laying out this reality that people don't get. A lot of people just don't know these things because you see the big headlines or you see the stars. The stars do really well. They make a lot of money, but you don't see what happens to the the majority of professional athletes. The majority of professional athletes don't really get everything that you might think they get. It's not to say that they're all in this terrible place. I mean, most of them make more money than the average person, but there's a lot of strings attached that come attached with that. And if you are not financially conscious, if you're not able to look at money in a multi-dimensional sort of way, meaning that you can't factor in a multitude of variables in your economic journey, then it's easy for you to be pulled in as a sucker. You'll be an economic sucker because if you're playing checkers, not chess, and you're looking at everything from one dimension, like, well, how much am I going to get paid? And they say, well, you're getting paid lots of money. Don't worry about anything else. And you're like, okay, well, as long as I get my money, well, then that makes you very vulnerable because the money is a deceptor. Money can be people say, as you know, they like to talk about whether or not money is evil or good. And I told you, money is not evil or good. Money's just powerful. So imagine putting a lot of power in the hands of an evil person. Like, I don't know, let's say like your oppressor, who spent hundreds of years exploiting your community and financially screwing you and manipulating you and harming you in a multitude of ways, some of which were revealed, some of which were not. Um, well, then in that case, money could become evil. Money could become a pathway for not just control, but destruction. Just look at the hip hop music industry. Look at what hip hop did. It was the most beautiful art form I've ever seen, but it was bastardized and turned into this weapon of mass destruction. Mass destruction. In fact, give me a yes if you've noticed that how our people change, how our people have changed over the last 30 years. Give me a yes if you've noticed this. I mean, in a really bad way. Dr. George C. Frazier actually said something really profound at the All Black National Convention. He said that our people changed when our music changed. He said our people changed when our music changed. But our music was about love and being there for each other and unity and building and growing and education and all that. We were one type of people. But then when our music became about, twerking booty and killing each other and getting high as much as possible and throwing our money away and is being as ignorant as possible, well, then that's going to have an effect. And what's so really interesting to me, which speaks to where consciousness really has to be part of the conversation, is I can tell you how many people who think it's all okay just because they're making money, or people who will make excuses for celebrities because they're making money. Anybody ever seen that? Anybody ever notice how if a celebrity is accused of something or something goes wrong or they do something crazy, there are people that will defend celebrities to the death. It's really it's really fascinating. And I'm like, this person don't care nothing about you. They wouldn't spit on you if you was on the street on fire. Like, what makes you idolize this person so much that you literally will ignore any and everything that you see about this person because they made your favorite song? I find that really strange. I found that really strange. And I think that does link back to when we were talking about when Constance Carter came in and we were talking about economic self-esteem and just self-esteem in general. If you feel like you're worthy and you are worth something, you're not going to let people just uh, either disrespect you or you're not going to put people on a crazy pedestal. And so we tend to worship those celebrities because they represent something that we don't believe that we ourselves could ever be. And if you notice, most black celebrities, I want you to do a little experiment. I do this experiment in my head every time I turn on the TV. Whenever they show black people that America admires, I do an experiment. I just say this. I say, I wonder what would happen if that person lost all support from white Americans. Like, what would happen if they didn't have a big white corporation with billions of dollars in the bank backing them? If we would still know who that person is or admire that person. Do that experiment. Like your favorite actor. Like, ask yourself, what if Hollywood disavowed that person? Maybe they were too black and said, we're not doing any movies with you. We're not going to finance any of your projects. See, this is all linked back to money. Or look at your favorite singer. What would happen if no record label was willing to put out their album and spend millions of dollars distributing and marketing that album? Would you know who they are? Think about your favorite athlete. They got the Dallas Cowboys logo on their shirt. What would happen if Jerry Jones decided, I'm not going to invest millions of dollars in putting this guy on the field, and the NFL said, we don't want to draft you. We don't even want you here. We're not going to put you on the platform of the Buffalo Bills or the Dallas Cowboys or whatever. I want you to really think about that, because when you do that calculus and you take away the what you could call this call this the white man effect. If you take away the white man effect, a lot of your heroes are people that you never even meet. You'll never know who they are. And here's the other thing too. There are plenty of people in the community who didn't play the game, who decided, you know what, I don't want to be a part of that, that you'll never hear about because they did not get the financing to be able to do what they do. For example, if I was even to use myself as an example, I know a lot of you, I've been able to impact a lot of your lives because I specifically aimed for that. My goal was not just to talk and get in front of you. I don't care about being famous. My goal was to actually get a result. I'm a mathematician. When I taught math at Kentucky, one of the things that we learned a long time ago is that if you do a math problem, you got to have a solution. You can't just wave your arms and scream and holler and give a great speech and get everybody singing hallelujah and think that that's the answer. That, hallelujah is not the answer to your problems. Right? I'm not saying hallelujah is not important in your life. Sure, go to church, accept the good Lord, do what you're supposed to do. But this idea that somehow we think that having a feel good moment and a rah-rah speech is the same as actually solving a problem. That's just not the case. That is not a solution. What that is the injection of dopamine into your brain to help you feel good, and it numbs you from your pain. See, what you got to understand is that there's a lot of drug dealers out here that don't sell drugs. There are a lot of drug dealers out here who don't sell drugs. For some of y'all, your biggest dope dealer is your pastor. Drug dealers who don't sell drugs. But instead of selling drugs, they sell you dope. Look it up. Dopamine. Dopamine is the feel-good chemical in your brain that you get when a comedian tells you a joke. Oh, they dealing dope. I'm laughing because it helps me get over my pain and my undiagnosed, untreated trauma. When I go to church and the pastor's like, when the good Lord tells you, you got to do it. When the good Lord says it, you got to mean it. When the good Lord steps up and he says to Jacob that you got to climb the mountain. You might not want to climb the mountain, but you got to climb it anyway. And then when you climb the mountain, you got to keep climbing because you're going to get tired. And when you get tired, you can't take a breath. You got to keep going, right? So when the pastor's doing all that and you're like, yes, Lord, hallelujah, hallelujah. And then you realize after 2 hours, he ain't really said nothing. He's repeated himself over and over and over again. But you loved it because he spoke at the same cadence and it got you all riled up and he tapped into your emotion, but not so much your intellect, right? You're feeling good. But the problem with inspiration and motivation is that that's very temporary. So you ran out of church doing cartwheels and jumping jacks and you sprinting and you did right, and you feeling it. No disrespect. Some of y'all going to church today. Go do that. Go do that. Go do that. But then I want you to just notice you can't stay hyped up like that forever. Your cortisol levels will be through the freaking roof, first of all. Like, you can't live like that all the time. It helps. It's a spark. It's a spark. But that does not sustain you. That is not what's going to keep you going on the mornings when there is no spark. And you got to get up and you got to stick to that diet. You got to go to the gym. You got to work on that business. You got to go back to class. You got to teach your kids. You got to do all the things that you were hyped up to do. But now you're tired. So again, dope dealers. You got a lot of dope dealers who don't. You get a lot of drug dealers who are actually dope dealers because they're not dealing you drugs. They're dealing you dopamine. That's what a comedian does. They make you laugh. That's what a pastor does. They get you all pumped up and feeling good about your horrible life, and then you go home and you think that because you feel good that you've actually made your life better when really you actually haven't. But there is a value to feeling good. I mean, I'm not saying that pastors can't serve a valuable purpose, though. I think spirituality is a really important part of our ability to make it through the storm. I think that if you can tap into that when necessary, it will help you get through the dark times 100%. But you also got to have a plan. Do you understand? You got the motivation to get through the dark tunnel, but you probably need a map. You probably need some type of consciousness to sit back and say, okay, what am I doing here? What's the next move? How do we get to where we want to get to? So anyway, let me get back into one of the topics I wanted to cover today. I'm gonna play this video, and it's from this wife of an NFL player who, where she's basically kind of given the reality of what it's like to be married to an NFL player. I don't know if her man was a star, but I know that he was drafted, I think in the fourth round, and he played for the Jets or something. And she's kind of like, yo, look, it ain't what you think it is. And I appreciated her video, so I just thought that I would bring it into class today. And also, I wanted to mention to everybody, by the way, make sure you're on the text list for this class. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I will send you all a schedule of all the activities we have going on in the Black Business School this week. That way, if you want to participate, you can take a look. I am going to meet with the stock options group a little bit later. I did something yesterday, a little YouTube video yesterday was I was explaining all the little things you need to know about real estate. Um, that people don't know. A lot of people talk about real estate online, and they get, it sounds exciting and it's really cool. And I'm not saying don't do it, but a lot of people don't know a lot of the details of it that can make you absolutely hate it. So there was a really smart Black woman who did a great video where she was talking about her real estate journey, and she literally said everything that I always said in class about cash flow and headaches and everything else. So if you want to see that video, I'll text it out to you guys a little bit later. I think I might have, if I text it twice by accident, please forgive me. It's just me making sure you guys see it, because I think it's something that you want to think about as you sort of decide what your next move is going to be. Because I know a lot of your family investment clubs are doing real estate projects, and I really think it's important that you know what you're getting into. All right, so let me jump in and share my screen. All right, so here is actually, let me fix this. Hold on, so I don't do it all wrong. All right. All right, so this is a lady. I have no idea who this lady is. We'll call her random white lady. And she is, I know that's so petty, boy. Stop doing that. Okay, I won't do it no more. All right, and what I'm gonna do is share my sound and let me know if you can hear the video. And I'm gonna play this video. It's on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So here is the video. We're playing it right now. And it has no sound. See, that's where I'm messing up. There we go.
My husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he was on 8 different NFL teams. That means 8 different contracts are being signed and broken. So of course, I don't even have to say this, when you're on a team, it is good money. No matter what, practice squad, active roster, it is all good money, of course. But since these contracts aren't guaranteed, like my husband, he signed a contract and then a couple months later, you get nothing, especially if you sign at the beginning of off season and then you're cut during off season. You're not seeing any of that money because you haven't played again in a game. You haven't gone to practice. You haven't really worked out with the team, even though you signed a contract with the team as a futures contract. And us personally, because we were on 8 different NFL teams, that means 8 different states. We're moving that many times. I moved personally with him to 6 different states. And at one point in time when he was released in 2018, 4 different times we moved to 4 different states, and we were actually at one time paying for 3 different rents. It was a little bit of ignorance on our part, but also we couldn't really prepare for that situation. So he had just signed, renewed his lease for his place in New Jersey, and then was released with New Jersey after being drafted the year before. This comment. So my husband is now retired from the NFL, but he was a free agent a lot of the time, but he.
Okay, so let's stop there. How about y'all give me a yes if you caught that part about paying 3 different rents. All right, let's just start there. I thought that was really interesting. Paying rent at 3 different places. Okay. That's tough. And so that right there would be enough for me to be like, whoa, wait a minute, how did that happen? So ultimately, here's the deal with the NFL in particular. A lot of us, one time I spoke at a school with Black boys, and they had it was a school where all the teachers were white, and 80% of the kids were Black or Latino. And I went into the class for the kids that were labeled as emotional or psychologically or ADHD, psychologically slow or mentally whatever. And of course, it was full of Black boys. That's what they do. This is how the school system screws your sons. It destroys your wealth, because your son's supposed to be an asset to the family, but it's hard for him to be an asset if he has no skill. And in many of these cases, they don't educate them. We know these things. So I'm in this class with all these boys who are supposed to be intellectually deficient, and they seem fine to me. They reminded me of my little cousins. And I was talking to the boys, and I said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And about 70% of them said they want to be an athlete. 70% of them said they want to be like a NFL or NBA player. I think most of them were not even on a sports team. They weren't even playing sports. And a bunch of them are short, and I'm sitting there thinking, wow, you're going to be in the NBA, but the most you're going to grow to is about 5'8". This kind of ridiculousness is obviously something that just sort of has to be confronted, right? We kind of have to really talk more about this, and because what is also true is that even if you're in that that 1% of 1% of 1% that does get to make it to the league, uh, it's your life isn't what you think it's going to be. Most of the people I know who became professional athletes did not make very much money for very long. I knew one guy, he was All-American at Syracuse. He played defensive end. He was extremely good, and he was in the NFL for about 2 years. He was on the backup roster or something, right? Like the thing about the NFL is that you have to be an unbelievable talent just to be on the bench, just to be a backup to the backup, just to be third string. I had another friend I saw at my mother's funeral who's an incredible athlete who ran the 40-yard dash in 4.3 seconds, which is very fast, by the way. And he said, I said, yeah. So did you keep playing football? He said, yeah, I tried out for the Seahawks. And I said, what was that like? I said, how did it go? He said, oh man, you have no idea. It was unbelievable. Because the talent was just through the roof. And so this guy that from Syracuse, he was 6'7", 270 pounds. So that right there is just, I mean, how many people do you know that are 6'7", 270 pounds? Anybody? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you know like three people that are 6'7", 270. Most of us don't, unless you played in the NFL, right? And anyway, he was in the NFL for about 2 years, and he tore his body up. Because the thing is when you're leaving the league and you're being pushed out, unfortunately, you're losing more than just a job. You're losing more than just a paycheck. You're losing part of your identity. Like your whole life. If you're 6'7", 280 pounds, I would be willing to bet you that most of your life, your consciousness was manipulated. You were groomed as a child, groomed like they're grooming you for the ultimate Diddy party of economics, where they're going to screw you for life. And he was groomed to see himself as pretty much an athlete. Right. So when you're groomed that way, almost like they're molesting your consciousness, right? They're pulling you away from your community. In his mind, all he saw himself was as was an athlete. That's all he could see. That's what he didn't see. Okay, I could be a father. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great husband to somebody. He didn't see, oh, I could be a great entrepreneur. He didn't see, oh yeah, I could be a great intellect. He didn't see the things like people like Dr. Myron Roll, who's another friend of mine who has a very successful NFL journey. He didn't see all the other things he could have done. And I always talk about Myron Roll because I just admire the guy so much. Every now and then, like a famous person will reach out to me on social media, and I'll be like, wow, this is so cool. Like I have so much respect for you. Oh, you respect me too. That's nice. We just gonna sit here respecting each other. How about that? And he was one of those people. He had sent me a nice little note. He sent me a copy of his book, and I said, man, you have no idea. I've been talking about you for years. Because Dr. Roll is now a Harvard-educated neurosurgeon, if I'm not mistaken, but he had a really hard time with the NFL because they assumed that because he was a black man that didn't just see himself as an athlete, that he was going to be a problem. They labeled him almost like he was a troublemaker, like boy, what's wrong with you? Like you should be happy that we're going to let you go out here and get your head busted and play football for a couple of years for us. We're all you got. We're your only option. We're your best solution. We clearly must be the best place you could be because there's nowhere else for a black man to go other than the football field or the basketball court or whatever. Like if we don't want you, nobody will. Like an abusive relationship, you know, the abuser will be like, "Girl, if I don't want you, nobody will, because you're ugly and you're fat and you stink," right? But so that's kind of what they do to us, right? So with Dr. Roll, he said, "No, I'm not worthless without you. I'm okay without you. You're not the prize." He said, "I'm the prize. I'm the prize because not only am I one of the most talented players to ever play at Florida State, the second greatest defensive back at Florida State, other than the absolute GOAT, which was Deion Sanders. But on top of that, I'm actually smarter than you too." And so Dr. Roll literally left the NFL. He didn't take I think he didn't go right into the league. He finished college, almost won the Heisman or something. He was like way up there, like candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, that kind of stuff. And he's like, no, I want to just go be a Rhodes Scholar because I'm smart and I have options. And I think that was the most brilliant thing in the world. Whoever raised him right, because I've told you all. that the most valuable thing that a black man or black woman can have in America is options. If you want to bless your children infinitely, teach them how to have options. Options, options, options. If you have options, then you will have freedom because options and freedom are like cousins. They're connected. You can't have one without the other. It's hard to say I'm free when you ain't got no options. Am I right or am I right? Am I right? And what is an option? An option, a stock option, the definition of a stock option is the right but not the obligation to buy a certain asset at a certain price on or before a certain date. But that first part is where it all kind of captures the idea. The right but not the obligation. That means you can do whatever you want. You have rights. I know my rights. We're always talking about civil rights. I know my rights. So you have the right, but not the obligation. Ain't nobody gonna make you do nothing. But I have the right to do lots of things. So if you want to understand one of the keys to consciousness and the ability to see the whole playing field, so to speak, and to succeed in this place called America, learn what it means to have options. I have the right to do this, the right to do that, the right to do that, but I'm not obligated to do nothing. I'm the prize. I'm the prize. Y'all competing for my attention. I'm not competing for yours. So yeah, I'll go to the combine, and I'm sure Dr. Roll had to do all that, right? I'll sprint and show you how fast I am. I'll bench press and show you how strong I am. I'll catch some balls and show you what kind of dexterity I have, and then I'm gonna let you sit back and try to convince me to come play with you because I got other things I could be doing other than being here. Options. Everything is about options. So you think about this, right? You ask a black man in America, like you say, "Hey man, it's 9:30 in the morning. What you gonna do today?" And he says, "I'm going to work." You say, "Well, why are you going to work? Why don't you go and why don't we go to the movies or something?" And he's like, "Well, man, I can't." Well, because you have to go to work. Why don't you have any? Well, because in that moment you don't have any options. And I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying this is the way this is the way society is designed. Welcome to capitalism. That's what capitalism. See, capitalism is this thing where it's a little bit of a Ponzi scheme in a way. You could define it like that, or like Hunger Games, Squid Games type scenario where the people at the top want to have plenty of options, but they don't want you to have no options. That's why wealthy people worked so hard in the 1970s to dismantle labor unions because they want to have options. They want to be able to pick this employee or that employee or that employee. What they don't want is for the employees to either have options in terms of places they can go or some sort of structure where they're unified and the employer has no option other than to negotiate with them. They want to lock them in where they're like, we don't want you to have options. So that's the power game. That's how the power game kind of gets played. One of the problems that a lot of wealthy people had during the pandemic is that suddenly people had a lot of options. Why? Well, the government was writing checks, so people had stimulus money, and they were staying at home, and they started to think about their lives and all the things that they wanted to do. They started to gain consciousness, which really is the enemy of oppression. The oppressor does not want the oppressed to have consciousness. So they started to have consciousness, which is sometimes can just come from sitting around and thinking. You ever see a guy that goes to jail and he loses his freedom and he's just sitting there thinking for like 5 years and thinking about his life? And sometimes they come out super wise. You ever talk to like a smart guy that went to jail for 3 or 4 years and notice that when he comes out, in many cases, if he used his time wisely, he's smarter than most people? Right? Anybody ever know Malcolm X is one great example. Thank you, Calvin. See, Calvin always does that. You need to stop that. He's always coming with the right words at the right time. I swear he's got a gift. But literally, so they come out and they have a consciousness that exceeds most people. They're like, oh, well, did you know that the Dalai Lama once said that the key to quantum mechanics is, like, and you're like, wait a minute, Wall Street Trapper, Big Trap, that's my buddy. I love Trap, right? So there's so many people that will use that time to gain their consciousness, and then they elevate, and then they're suddenly able to see the world a certain way. So a lot of times when you're conscious, you're in a cage. I think a person that's conscious and they live in a cage can become dangerous because then they start to understand the cage. They start to see the cage, and they start to see all the places they could be other than the cage. And then at that point, once they have freedom, and a free person that has consciousnness is very, very hard to oppress. They're very, very hard to contain and control. Like if you think about pimps and the way pimps will control a prostitute. They don't want her to be conscious. They don't want her to have high self-esteem and education and knowledge of all the places she could be. They want her limited in her options, and then maybe they'll give her drugs because a person who's high, they're not very conscious at all. right? So unconscious people are manipulated. That's why Diddy kept the baby oil that was laced with the whatever it was, the that drug that makes everybody go to sleep so they'll be unconscious so that then bad things happen, right? So anyway, with that being said, let me finish up this point on the NFL stuff with a few stats that might be interesting to you. Second thing I want to mention really quick, later on this week, I'm going to send you guys a list of of some good stocks that you might want to buy your kids if you want your kids to be introduced to wealth. So look out for that. If you're not on the text list, get on the text list. You can get on there by texting the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Or also you can go to drboyceelevate.com. I know some of you live in other countries. So if you live in another country, you can and you can't do the text, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. Also, later on this week, Jay Cameron, who runs a great travel company, the name of it's not in my head right now, but he'll tell you he's going to come in on Monday and he's going to talk about our trip to Ghana. And we're also going to have an informational session if you want to go to Ghana in the summer. We're doing a few different trips in February. We're going to do the Millionaire Training Camp. Probably, I think Miami is actually the place that the team chose. We were going to do LA, but no disrespect to LA, but my gosh. My heart goes out. I mean, LA is just, so bad things are happening there. And so the team decided to kind of move it out east. And then also we're going to do a trip to Tulsa. We're going to do a tour of Black Wall Street. That's going to happen, I believe, in May. I think May is the date that they picked for that. And I think that that's everything. And of course, there's the All Black National Convention, which is the weekend of August 24th. That is a big year. It's our 10th year anniversary. We have funded this ourselves for 10 straight years. No corporate sponsorship, no government money, no Democrat, Republican money, none of that. We've done this. It has cost millions of dollars to do this. So clap for yourselves, clap for each other, clap for this, because this is independent, Black owned, and you saw that, and it was tested during the pandemic. You got penalized for even having conversations that did not agree with whatever Dr. Fauci was saying, right? And we allowed all conversations. At that convention in 2021, we were in Orlando, Florida, and we brought in Riza Islam, who was literally on the disinformation dozen list. If you remember Riza, who is a buddy of mine, who's been my friend for a long time, he was on this list of people that the government had pointed out, like as being like almost like terrorists, like because they're telling people that they don't have to actually get the shot. Now Riza's being proven correct. In case you don't know, a lot of as the information's pouring out, Riza's sitting there like, see, I told y'all, I told you. And I stood by that guy the entire time. I said, man, he came on my YouTube channel. I said, bro, you're gonna get my YouTube channel banned. But I guess this is where your character gets tested. I said, I'm not going to leave your side. So let's do this. So Riza came in, but here's the thing, though. We didn't pick a side. My belief is that you can respect all points of view. So we had doctors there that did think that the shot was something that you're supposed to get, and they gave their point of view. And I was like, look, I don't care what people decide to do. I just want people to have options, right? And we were the only Black conference, that major Black conference I can think of that did that. I don't think you're going to get that at the NAACP conference because, we know who they're in bed with. We know who pays the bills there. No disrespect, but we know who pays those bills. Corporate America and the government, and particularly the Democrat or Republican Party, usually it's the Democrat, Urban League, they can't have that conversation. We had it and we did it. We did panels on it and everybody walked away with information, and that's what it was. So anyway, the convention's going to be August 24th. It's not only the 10th year anniversary, but we're partnering with the Black Business League run by Dr. Ken Harris. Again, one of the best leaders in America. Dr. Ken Harris, last year at his Black Business League conference, they had thousands of people there. They had entire delegations from African countries. I think he might have like 5 or 6 African leaders that are going to speak there. And what he's doing is he's connecting African Americans in Africa with Black businesses that want to do business in Africa, and just doing it on an epic scale. So this year we're doing a joint conference basically. So when you come to the All Black National Convention, you will have access to our convention, and you'll also have access to the Black Business League's convention. This happens, so our 10th anniversary happens to be the same year as their 125th anniversary. They were started by Booker T. Washington. Sorry, I almost said W.B. Du Bois. Booker T. Washington. It's going to be in Atlanta at the Hilton, and it's going to be this massive conference with thousands of Black people that all have the right ideas. So it's absolutely 100% epic. And one other thing I'll say about Dr. Harris, he has a PhD in economics from Michigan State University. One of the things I admire about Dr. Harris is that he doesn't really get involved in the shenanigans. He doesn't get involved in this Democrat-Republican stuff. stuff, he does what Booker T did, which was he talks to both parties. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Democrat. He'll talk to the president of the United States if they're a Republican. And he says, "Look, I'm not picking a side. Don't use me for a photo op. I'm not here to be a mascot for you, right?" And he said, "I'm here for the black people." And you don't get that from a lot of your black leadership. A lot of your so-called black leadership has been bought, paid for, sold out, picking a side, all the pre-committing, which is absolutely the worst negotiating strategy ever, where you commit your loyalty before you even begin the negotiation. That's a sucker's move. Only idiots do that. Any book on negotiation will tell you that you don't pre-commit. You don't show up and say, "Okay, I'm on your side, boss. What you need me to do, boss?" You don't do that. You say, "I could be on your side, but maybe I won't be. I don't know. It all depends." I don't know what you got for me, right? What you got for us? What do you have for us, right? And that's what negotiation is supposed to be. This whole idea of like, I'm pledging my loyalty in advance before you even offer me anything. You can't negotiate properly if you're desperate. Like, that's just weird. That's just sad. It's pathetic. And I'm gonna tell you, as a black man, that offends me. That gets on my damn nerves. Like, don't be out here acting like that. You're supposed to be a man. You're supposed to be defending, protecting a community, but yet you're out here negotiating like a little punk. You don't do that. Stop trying to make friends and start trying to make progress. How about that? Stop making friends and start making progress, and then we'll be okay. So anyway, so to some extent, if you want to know my position on black leadership, I think you are the black leader of your household. Forget these people on TV. They're not going to help you. Anyway, let me go through some quick stats. And here's some quick stats to tell you why I don't think you want your kids to go to the NFL. Maybe if they're extremely talented and they're lucky enough to do it, then it might be a pathway or a springboard to something better. I think that that's absolutely appropriate, absolutely fine. I'm from Ohio State. We got some of the best football players on earth right now. We're about to win that championship. I don't know if you're a sports fan, but you saw my Buckeyes kick butt, and I was really proud of that. There's been some great athletes at Ohio State. There's one guy named Robert Smith. And Robert Smith was this amazing running back. He was built like a freaking Adonis. He was a track star and he was a football star. And because a lot of people don't know, I think he won, I think they won the national championship in the 4x400 meter relay that year, because a friend of mine was on that team. And but Robert Smith played maybe about 7 years, and he left the NFL early. And I think that he left because he was like, I don't want to keep on playing and get hit in the head like that, because that's not good for you. And the CTE is 100% real. Just speaking on other NFL stories, there was a guy I met named what was his name? Antoine Randall L. And Antoine Randall L played at another alma mater of mine, Indiana University. I was at Indiana. That's where I met my wife. And Antoine, I knew about him because he was a great quarterback. He was All-American. He played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He won a Super Bowl. And I think he won the NFL Man of the Year award, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But he was a great athlete. And so he and I were about to go on a panel. And the panel was hosted by Etan Thomas, who played in the NBA, another really smart guy. A lot of athletes are very smart people. So I don't want to, when I critique what's going on, I don't want you to think that I think all athletes are dumb or all rappers are dumb. I have a lot of friends that are rappers and athletes, and a lot of them are good people. Some of them are just dummies, but a lot of them are just good people, smart people, making great moves. So anyway, I'm sitting there talking to Antoine, and we're standing outside of the in the hallway getting ready to go up on the panel. And my first thought is, because I used to be an athlete, right? So I'm looking at him, looking him up and down, and I'm like thinking, dude, we're the same height. You play in the NFL. I could have played in the NFL. Like, you're no bigger than me. Like, what? I'm pretty. I got some muscles, and I'm like, I could have done this. Oh my God. So, but I didn't say all that. And Antoine, if you're watching, just no offense. Like, but I'm bigger than you. I thought in my mind, I was like, I could probably beat him up. But anyway, so so we're talking, right? And we had a friendly, great conversation, and we were talking. I said, hey man, so that CTE stuff, which happened to be discovered in Pittsburgh, the black doctor that discovered CTE, the brain damage thing that athletes get, he was in Pittsburgh, and Antoine played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And and I said, is that real? Like, are athletes really getting that? And he said, yeah, man. He said, a lot of my friends. I said, really? Like what? And he said, like you might see your boy that you used to play with, and he'll be like, hey man, what's going on? How you doing? And he said, and then the same guy 2 or 3 minutes later will see you again and be like, hey man, how you been? I ain't seen you for a long time. And like, he literally forgot that he just talked to you 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago. Now, this isn't happening to everybody, right? But that was what I think he was talking about a specific example of what he's seen, or like people, a guy going to pick up his daughter from school and then forgetting how to get back into his house, or, or just having trouble. He said, yeah, sometimes I have trouble walking down the steps. I'll just lose my balance. And, what I did not know at the time, and maybe I've shared the story before, but it really impacted me, and I really was impressed with him. He's a really nice guy, very smart guy. And after we were done, I didn't want to fight. I wasn't comparing to him no more. I mean, come on, man, that's so petty, Boyce, to be trying to compare yourself to a great athlete like that. But anyway, I remember that after we got done, I did not know that he himself had been an extreme victim of the CTE thing. And a year after our conversation, I saw this headline in USA Today where it says Antoine Randall L. says, I wish I had never played football. That was heavy. That was really heavy. And I thought back to our conversation, and I had no idea that he wasn't describing other people. He might have been describing himself. This poor guy was ground zero of what is one of the biggest cover-ups in sports history. It's one of these unspoken things. The NFL does not talk about it because there's too much money at stake. Professional football makes a ridiculous and insane amount of money. And it's going to grow because now private equity firms are being allowed to purchase percentages of NFL teams. That's going to inflate the valuations. Like right now, the Cowboys are worth 10 or 11 billion. I bet you in a decade, they're going to be worth 25 billion. Okay. Because when that money starts flowing in, those valuations start going up. It's standard inflation, basically asset inflation. That's the specific term for it. It's called asset inflation. So they don't want to mess around with their money. But what's really happening beneath the surface that nobody's really talking about is a lot of these poor guys they're basically disabled at the age of 34, 35 years old. And so you live that dream of playing professional sports, and maybe sometimes you find out that the dream isn't what you thought it was going to be. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to quit sports. I'm not, I know a lot of you are in here are football coaches and stuff or football fans. I'm a football fan. I told you that. I'd go Buckeyes, right? But I kind of think at the very least, you should know what you're getting into. I think that's really the requirement. It's like investing. When we talk about investing and someone will say, should I buy this stock or not buy it? I say, well, I can't tell you if you should buy it or not buy it because either way, I'm going to be wrong. Because if I say don't buy it, you shouldn't buy it. Well, there's millions of people that disagree with me because there's millions of people that already own that stock. Do you understand? If I say you should buy it, well, that's wrong because even more people disagree with me. They didn't buy the stock. It's really a matter of knowing what you're getting into. If you know what you're getting into and you've assessed the risk and you're okay with that, then I support you 100%. But if you're doing it either because A, you don't know, then I'm concerned for you, or B, you feel like you don't have any options. We talked about that word earlier. Like, you don't feel like you have any options, like I can't do nothing else but play football, then I beg to differ because you're a big, strong, smart black man. You're 6'5", 240 pounds. You've already won the genetic lottery. And there's a good chance you may even have a brain that is just as powerful as your body. In fact, you probably do because if anybody's ever seen the complexities of the offensive and defensive schemes of professional football, you'll know it's like studying for a master's degree. It's crazy. Like the way the quarterbacks have to remember all these different patterns and setups. And okay, if the cornerback is over here, then that means the linebacker is going to move here, and then the team goes in motion. Then you got to do this with the running back and go into the flat. Like there's a lot of thinking required in these sports, right? So to me, I'm sitting there thinking, I don't know if you realize how special you are. Like I don't know if you realize that those same skills that you have, they come from sports. Hard work, determination, consistency, right? Courage, right? Discipline, intellect, planning, strategy, skill. I don't know if you understand that's exactly what we do in business and everything else. That's exactly what you have to have those skills to be a surgeon. You use those skills to be, to be an accountant, to be an entrepreneur, to be an investor. Like all these things come into play. In fact, the reason I was the number one student at the University of Kentucky, I had the highest grade point average of all the black students, and I had a triple major. and I got 2 bachelor's degrees in 4 years. It was all very easy. It was really easy for me, and people didn't understand why it was so easy for me. They thought I was just some genius, and maybe my IQ is kind of high. I'm not going to deny that, but a lot of it really actually came from sports. Like I just learned from playing sports that if you want to be a champion, you got to bust your ass. That's it. And you can't, and no excuses. You work hard every day. Think about this. This is no different from what you do in football practice. You do 2-a-day workouts and you get hit in the head. You got to get up and don't let them see your weakness and you get ready for the next play and you got to run every play with precision and or the coach will penalize you and it's hard and you're tired, but you fight through the pain. Imagine if you just apply that to every single thing that we do. Like, imagine if that was just the cultural code. Imagine if that was what black people were known for. We just don't give up. We fight, 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 fight to the end. We do that in sports already. I think that if we did that in the game of life and understand that life is nothing but a sport, it's just your football team is playing against team white supremacy, and they're pretty good. They've got the best athletes and the most money and the biggest stadium and lots of fans cheering for them. So you're gonna have to come in with a battle plan. You're gonna come in ready to play. But if you come in there ready to play, you can actually win. I really think that we already have everything we need. I just think we have to understand that these skills can be applied in everything that we do. Everything we do. So academically, my child goes into class, they understand that they're in a competition. They're going to compete with the best students, not just from America, but from India and Finland and China and Nigeria and everywhere else on the planet because they're supposed to be the best because that's what African Americans do. I don't understand why that can't be just a simple core value. And if it's not a core value for a community, I think it could be a core value for your family. I think that we have those core values when it comes to like entertainment. Like if you are a singer, you got to be the best. If you're a singer and you're black, you go to the Apollo, they're going to boo you if you're not really talented. They booed major celebrities at the Apollo, right? If you're a basketball player, then you play in Wicker Park where they got that guy, that annoying guy with the big microphone. It's like, yeah, he's about to dunk on him. Look out, y'all. What? Right? No, but you still got to show up and really play and be excellent and extraordinary. And you're playing against guys who are going to be draft picks. And yet you still rise above all that. To me, that's like a type of excellence that we display when it comes to sports. That's why everyone admires us for the way we perform. They also admire us for the way we play a damn sport. So I'm simply saying that we have to have a battle plan, not for the black men in America who are not 6'8", 240 pounds. What are you going to do with the other 99.9%? I don't want the other 99.9% wasting their time trying to get just 5 or 6 spots in a professional sports team. That don't even make no sense. That's not even logical. That's crazy. The only way to think that way is if you have no options and you've been plagued and diseased. Your mind has been literally injected with the virus of significant misinformation, where somehow you think that because you're all city, that your little 5'8" butt is going to be playing next to LeBron. That's not going to happen. So to me, I'm like, well, let's just take what we do in sports and let's just spread it out. Let's just approach everything like we do a national championship game. Let's approach everything with the same excellence that Whitney Houston had when she was singing in the church. Right? I think that if we did that in business, we did that in education, and we did that in family, in terms of like what type of family structure we want to have. If we did that in raising kids, if we did that with our mental and physical health, right? I want to have excellent health. I want to have excellent physical health, mental health. I want to have strong relationships. I want to know how to build wealth. I want to understand cash flow and financial security at the highest level. If we had that same level of excellence in everything, I don't think we could be stopped by anybody. Racism becomes a footnote in the story of black success. I don't think racism is something that can stop you. I've never met a white man who told me I could not read a book. I've never met a white man who told me I couldn't start a business. I've never met a white man who told me I could not take care of my kids. So this default bullshit about sort of looking at racism and thinking that racism is the reason that everything's going wrong in my life is absolutely something I reject completely. And it's something that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, I really don't think white folks are really thinking about you like that. I really don't. I think that you're thinking about them. I think that we know that they don't admire us very much, except for when we're playing sports or entertaining them, right? But I don't think that they're really thinking about us. I think that we think about them. I think we admire them. We're like, oh, what that white man thinking about me? Oh, he looked at me funny. He must not like black people. Man, who cares? Who cares? I have a neighbor like that. I have a neighbor who is he is like he's a cop. And he's like a big card carrying big Trump supporter, big American flag, what's it, Blue Lives Matter kind of dude, right? Now, I think that because I'm black and maybe also because maybe he's Googled me. I have neighbors that Google me and stuff, and I'm sure they whisper about me and stuff. I think that he thinks that I'm offended by him, right? He thinks that I look at him and I get mad, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea, but I know that when I've tried to like go up and say, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you," blah, 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 it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like at one point, I swear to God, I said to the guy, um, I said, okay, I'm sorry that my package got delivered to your house by accident. I said, but here, how about I give you my phone number and you can call me and let me know and I'll come over and get it. And you know what he said? Normally, most people were like, okay, sure, let me get your number. He goes, I know where you live. I was like, okay, peace out. I'm gone. I get it, right? Like just real, like, and he's kind of interesting, right? Like I'm kind of like, okay, are you like, do you have like little dead puppies in your basement or something? Like, am I gonna find out one day that you just got something going on that you don't want nobody to even ask questions? He's a real interesting neighbor, and and the interesting crazy part is I don't know if he thinks that because he's a cop and the Black Lives Matter whole movement was like kind of anti-police. He doesn't know I that my father was a cop for 25 years, and I don't get offended by cops unless they're bad cops. I think good cops are needed. I think that the fact that we all call the police when something goes wrong means that we should show appreciation to the officers that put their lives on the line to protect perfect strangers. I'm not doing that. Most of y'all ain't doing that. So I admire cops and soldiers. I'm sorry. If you're good at what you do and you're not hurting nobody, you get all my respect. I think you should make $200,000 a year because ain't nobody else out here going to put their life on the line. That's my practice. That's how I approach things. But this guy, I think that there's something there, right? But I don't care. I don't care what he thinks about me. It's like I got my family, you got yours. Good luck. I don't care. So I think that generally I don't understand. I think as I get older, I have a harder time understanding why we are so obsessed with what others think about us. I think we should be more obsessed with what we think about ourselves. I think that actually is the solution because my belief is that if you think highly enough about yourself, you don't really need external validation. You don't need other people to tell you you're pretty if you already know that you're gorgeous, right? You don't need other people to tell you you're smart if you know that you're smart. Like Magic Johnson, when Magic Johnson got rejected from the Olympic team, remember first when he first became HIV positive, he was like, I don't really need the Olympic committee to tell me that I'm a great basketball player. I don't need that. I don't need that. Just like I don't need someone to tell me that I know finance. I have 30 years of experience in this field. That's enough. That tells me what I need to know. I appreciate you telling me good or bad, whatever you think. I appreciate your opinion, but that you 30 years late to the party, man. It starts internally. Think about that internal compass. Now, a couple more things. One, those of you that I invited a lot of you into the Fly Newbie Money Club, where Constance Carter did her whole 6 and 7 figure blueprint. There's a lot of other good stuff in there. So if you guys want to join the Fly Newbie Money Club, it's all the teachers are women. So every 2 weeks they bring in an expert in some area and they do a club meeting around some topic that expert can deliver. So Constance did her thing on Saturday. A lot of you were there. A few hundred of you were there. If you want to see the recording of that as well as all the other trainings that they've done, just go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and I'll send you guys the link. I'll text it out to you. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. Somebody said it was fire. Okay, good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah. Constance is great. Constance teaches with us in the Black Business School, and I have a lot of respect for her. So anyway, we'll text that out to you. So make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to the number 87948. And also the Queens go live every day at 1 o'clock. And I keep reiterating, like I hope that you we support our women. We got to support our Black women that are doing amazing things. I feel like as a man, I feel like we can do better. And I feel like, and as women, a lot of you women support us, and I want to say thank you for that. And if you're not supporting us, I hope that you'll reconsider that. But anyway, they go live every day at 1 o'clock. So if you text the word Queens to the number 87948, they can actually let you know when they go live. So text Queens to 87948 on your phone. All right. So a couple stats I want to read to you about NFL athletes, just because I kept referencing this list, and I wanted to make sure I share this. Number one, most athletes have a very short career span. The NFL does not stand for National Football League. It actually stands for not for long, because the average career span of an NFL player is about 2.3 years. And after retirement, most of them cannot replace the income that they had before. So not only is the income short term, but it's also very risky in the sense that sometimes your career is even shorter than you think. Like you're thinking, oh, I've only got 10 years to play. No, you might only have 2 years to play. Or you get out there, injuries are pretty frequent. So you get injured one time, you kind of fall off. I knew a lady who, and this is a funny thing too. I noticed this when I wrote my book, Financial Lovemaking, that there were a lot of women that married athletes when they were younger, and they thought that they were getting this sort of dream fantasy life because they meet the guy in college, and and all these other girls are competing for this guy, and he picks you, so you feel like you won the lottery. When really in economics, there's a term for that in economics. They call that the winner's curse. That's when you think you won, but really you lost. Like you think you won this amazing life, this fairy tale princess life with all this money and status, but really you might have actually lost. Maybe because remember, unfortunately, with being an athlete and having lots of options when it comes to women and fame and power can spoil people. If a person is not grounded and they're not conscious, it can spoil people and cause them to make a lot of bad decisions. So like when I used to work at University of Kentucky, I used to work in the basketball dorm when I was in college. And I would sit in this dorm and I sign people in and out. So the person who's sitting there silently, like running the front desk, knows everything. Like you're literally, remember the spook that sat by the door? That's kind of what I was. I don't call myself a spook though, but yeah, that's what I was. I was the Boyce that sat by the door, and I saw everything that was happening in this dorm, and I would see people signing in and signing out. And it was crazy. I would see a girl sign in to see some dude at 7 o'clock, and then she signs out at 8 o'clock. And then another girl signs in at 8:30 to see the same guy. She signs out at 9:30, and then another girl signs in at 10:30, and she signs out at 11:30. I'm like, wow. Now remember, I was a regular guy. I'm not even 6 feet tall. So ladies, y'all would have passed me up in college, I'm sure. And but I was trying to build, trying to be somebody, right? I was like studying and stuff. But back then, when you're 21, you look like a nerd. When you get older, you look like a millionaire. So that changes it. I grew about 7 inches when I got money. But anyway, so I was sitting, so I was sitting there. I was like, God, like all these girls are so pretty. Some of them would just be white girls, and no disrespect if you're white. It's like dating an alien, or I did that. Just I would say like dating a dog, but I wouldn't want to compare anybody to a dog because that's a mean way. That's a mean analogy. So no, but like white girls never did anything for me. The black girls though would just be gorgeous, right? There'd be like all these pretty girls, and I'd be thinking, God, I can't. I'm working hard to get one girlfriend, right? Like, and this dude has three girls coming into the same night. And I'm like, I wonder what they're expecting from this relationship. Like, I wonder if they know about each other. I wonder if they understand, like, this guy is not the best decision maker and he's sleeping with all these women without a condom. That's another thing, right? There's STDs. That's a real thing. And I'm like, I wonder, like, I was trying to understand the dynamics. That's it, right? Like, because I was like, if they're all thinking that they're gonna be with him and marry him, he can only pick one. So maybe they'd be better off picking like some guy, maybe like me. I don't know. Like I'll be with you, and I'll be just with you. I'm not gonna have 10 girls like coming in like that. And so anyway, there would be one, and then he would pick that one girl. Maybe they get married or something. They go to to the NFL, NBA, whatever. And then sometimes in some cases, you're dealing with a lot of extra stuff, like a lot of shenanigans, right? Like this constant competition from like thousands of other women who are trying to get your man's attention. You're dealing with drugs, right? A lot of NFL athletes have to take drugs and painkillers, especially in order to keep playing. Maybe you're just dealing with like kind of crazy culture, crazy spending, maybe some arrogance, right? Like, okay, why would I work hard on this relationship with you when I've got five other women that are telling me how much better they would be for me than you are, right? So a person who doesn't have consciousness or good values, like they're not firmly rooted in terms of knowing like, okay, this too shall pass. Remember, consciousness is time and space where they can see the bigger picture, right? They're thinking, okay, this is my wife, and I want my wife and I to have a good family. So I'm not going to get caught up in the temporary shenanigans, because I want to focus on having a wife and a family. And sometimes you'll see that. If you watch some of the NFL series like Quarterback, it seems like they would show like Patrick Mahomes, who has a $500 million contract, and he could be running to the stripper club, throwing money in the air, living his best life. But he seems like a guy that's like, no, I got my wife and my daughter and my football, and that's it. And I'm not interested in all the extra stuff. But maybe that's just front. You don't know. And so anyway, yeah, so I knew a lady who married a guy who played for Penn State, who ended up getting drafted in his junior year, and he played for the Seahawks, and he thought he was going to have a long career, because why wouldn't he? I mean, he was All-American, and they ended up cutting him like halfway through the season because he got injured, and he was waiting to come back from the injury, and he was waiting to get a phone call from the team. The call never came. So, but because he's this athlete, he didn't think of himself as a person that had options. He was a person that thought of himself as only an athlete, and so he just waited. He didn't do anything in the meantime. He didn't try to build anything, didn't start a business, didn't go to school, didn't do anything. So he'd be sitting at home, waiting for the team to call. Now, here's what happens, right? So the mental health starts to decline. The mental health starts to dip. Why? Well, because you're waiting for the call, because it's impossible that your dream is going to die. You're only 22 years old. Why? It can't die this young, and because you're too good, you're too talented. All you need is that one shot, and you're going to come back, whatever. Well, the team never called. So then you're sad and depressed. So maybe you're taking those painkillers still because they feel good, or you're drinking liquor, right? The idle mind becomes a devil's workshop. If you ever want to know the most dangerous type of man in the world, it's a man who has no purpose. A man who has no purpose, unfortunately, can be a person that that's when you dabble into the drugs, the alcohol, the porn, the whatever, right? Because you're the dope. You're getting into the dopamine. Everything's about the dopamine injection, right? The pleasure-seeking behavior. So you're dealing with 5 or 6 women because you ain't got nothing else to do. So you got a bunch of women, the weed over here, the liquor over here. A lot of y'all know men like this. Give me a yes if you've seen that. And it's sad. It's sad. It's like that Jamie Foxx movie Soul. Remember that Jamie Foxx movie Soul, where they sold people in the realm in the soul in the soul space. I guess that's what they would call it, or like the spiritual world, where they would just be sitting there just drifting along, because they don't have anything that's giving them passion, nothing that's giving them purpose. You have to have a purpose. Right? I think that's really important. And that your purpose has to come from you. It can't come from the world. It can't come from other people. If you have your purpose, then you're truly alive. You're truly living. If you're living your purpose, you feel good. If you're not living your purpose, it's easy to become stuck in a rut where you become this sort of soulless, empty vessel that's just sort of navigating through life. And a lot of our people, unfortunately, get trapped in that space, where there's a lot of people that have almost like walking depression, like a spiritual version of walking pneumonia, where they're able to go through the motions and do what they have to do, but deep down they're really, really depressed. They're really, really unhappy. A lady wrote a book like that. I forgot it. I think it's still called Black Pain. Terry Williams. I met Terry a long time ago. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she wrote a great book called Black Pain, and she talked about millions of black women in particular that have depression and anxiety. They tend to go together, but it's undiagnosed, untreated, because, well, why would you treat it? Why would you even talk about it? You're a strong black woman, and so you should be able to just function and do everything for everybody all the time, everywhere. But yet deep down, maybe you're dying on the inside. Your mental and physical health is just kind of deteriorating because you're trying to be this rock for everyone. So I think it's important to kind of do that work. But anyway, yeah, so when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, I saw a lot of couples like that. If you want to know how that story ended with the woman that married the Seahawks guy, she got to the point where she said, I was surprised. I thought that I would have an easier life as a professional, as a wife of an athlete. But she said, actually, it was harder, because I had to get 2 jobs to pay all the bills, because he refused to get a job because he only saw himself as an athlete, right? So he would sit at home and she would be out working all day. And then eventually he became abusive, right? The drugs and the alcohol and all that does mess with your head. An unhappy man who gets liquored up or whatever, then you have a risk of violence in many cases. And he started beating her up. And then eventually that's when she got the divorce. So everything that she thought would be a dream turned into a nightmare. And that is an example of the winner's curse. So when I wrote Financial Lovemaking, which, by the way, you can have a copy of the book for free, an e-copy, just go to boyceandaisha.com, boyceandaisha.com. Anyway, there were several women who had that winner's curse. Several women I saw, because, again, lack of financial consciousness means you're looking at what someone is right now, you're looking at where things are right now, and you can't see what's this going to look like 10 years from now. Where's this person going to be 15 years from now? Consciousness is like Wayne Gretzky, the hockey player, used to say, I don't look at where the puck is located, I look at where the puck is going. So in your life and in the lives of others, I think that one good way to be able to see good investment opportunities, when you're talking about investing in people, the biggest investments you make are in people. They're not in stocks and bonds and real estate. It's people. When you marry someone, you're investing in them. Do you understand? Do you agree with this? Do you get what I'm saying? You're investing something that's more valuable than money. Money is like this. Your life is like this. So you're investing like years of your life. You'll never be a cute 22-year-old ever again. You might be a cute 32-year-old, but you won't be a cute 22-year-old. Those that comes with different types of benefits, right? So when you choose that man or you choose that woman, you are making an investment. So a big part of investing in financial theory, I could show you 1,000 research papers that break this down, is knowing where the puck is going. You don't look at what a company is right now. Do you understand this? This is how the whole stock market is valued, by the way. The whole stock market, it's not valued based on what companies are actually worth. The stock market is not valued based on what companies actually have or how much money companies are actually making. You do understand companies are valued based on where the puck is going, what they think they're going to be worth, how much money they're expected to make. Do you understand? So the stock market is what they call a forward-looking vessel. And I think it's quite logical, but sometimes you can be wrong, right? If you're not conscious and not intelligent about it, then you'll buy that stock that's shooting up in value because everybody loves it right now, but you're not thinking about where the puck is going. So generally speaking, in your life, I encourage you to always remember that everything you see, most things you see that are in motion, whether you're talking about people or opportunities or investments, what they are and where they are is not nearly as important as where they're going to be. If I'm in a car and I'm going 60 miles an hour down the road, don't judge me from where I am. Think about where I'm going to be in 5 hours. If I tell you I'm in Connecticut and you think that I'm going to be in Connecticut for the rest of my life, but I'm going 60 miles an hour and I'm headed west, then you're wrong. I'm going to be in Connecticut for a little while, but eventually I'm going to be somewhere else, maybe New Jersey or something. So that really, to me, I think is a great principle to apply when you're talking about what moves you're going to make. I also think, just circling back, I think that black families should be fully aware of the limitations of professional sports, so you'd stop sending your sons off to go become slave masters or become slaves for slave masters like Jerry Jones and stuff like that. I think that that's fine. It's okay if your son can play for the Cowboys, great, but he should always know he has options, and you should also understand those risks. They are destroying the brains of these poor young guys. These guys are getting out of the NFL, and they're never going to tell you because they're very strong, hard, type guys. But a lot of them are living in a quiet hell, and I just don't want that to happen to anybody. In fact, I have another NFL story I could tell you, but I'm not going to tell it because I've been telling too many stories. But it involved Dave Durrison. I knew a lady who dated Dave Durrison, who played for the Chicago Bears. He was NFL Man of the Year, just like Antoine Randall L. And he played on that '86 Bears team that was really good. They won the Super Bowl, and it was probably arguably the greatest team in NFL history. A lot of people think that they are. And Dave, was a smart guy. He went to Notre Dame. He was All-American, a straight A student, that kind of thing. And a great businessman, got an MBA, just a really great all-around citizen for the most part. But he had brain damage. And Dave eventually, I remember my friend who was dating him at the time. I don't think he was dating only her though. I think it was he kind of was a Rolling Stone a little bit. And I remember her calling me because she would call me and complain about Dave all the time and stuff he was doing and other women and whatever. But then one day she didn't call me and tell me this. I did talk to her 2 days earlier though, and I saw on TV, I was in Chicago, and on the news they said Dave Durrison killed himself, and he shot himself in the chest because he wanted to preserve his brain, and he asked them to investigate his brain to figure out what's going on with his mind. And when they did, from what I understand, I think they found the CTE. I'm not sure. I got to double check the story, but I believe he was actually featured in that Will Smith movie all about the CTE. So this is real. I encourage you to think about this. If you have athletic sons, black boys are the best athletes on the freaking planet. African American boys in particular, when it comes to football, basketball, track and field, we just are head and shoulders above everybody else. I honestly think it might have to do with slave breeding. I really do. I'm going to tell you the truth. I think that they did something to us genetically that made us just on another planet. Like there is no white version of a Shaquille O'Neal. There is no white version of a Michael Jordan. There is no white version of an Usain Bolt, right? So again, we could talk about that later, but I think ultimately we have this asset called our athleticism that everybody wants, right? The colonizers, they want to come in and get a piece of that. And I kind of think that we should understand either, first of all, we should be the ones who benefit first before anybody else does. That requires development of systems that allow you to keep that wealth as opposed to giving it away. Number two, we got to think about what the consequences are, right? You know, you're literally running our boys through this factory, this cultural factory that spits out all this toxic waste, you know, where you when he's high flying and he's making lots of money and he's on top of the world, then you want him, you want every piece of him, you want to represent him, you want to marry him, you want to keep him with you. But then when he's like this sort of like shadow of himself and he's no longer good for your purposes anymore, you dump him off back in the hood. And we got some guy that's an alcoholic and a drug addict who's sitting around talking about what kind of player he used to be and all this other stuff. And that's kind of the way things work, and that's actually something that offends me. I'm not happy about that. And so the other things too about being a professional athlete that should be considered is that they've spent a lot of money on agents and management fees. A lot of that money gets eaten up. Also, there's a lifestyle expectation. A lot of NBA players went broke trying to gamble with Michael Jordan. Like Antoine Walker talks about how he would gamble with Michael Jordan all night, and Michael had a gambling addiction. And so he would just gamble like 24 straight hours, and they would be betting like $100,000, $50,000 a hand, stuff like that. Most guys could not afford that, but there is a lifestyle pressure that comes with making more money. A lot of you felt that actually when you maybe finished college. Maybe you got your MBA from Harvard, and everybody thought that because you got the MBA from Harvard and you got this fancy job making $250,000 a year, that you're just made of money. So when you have that expectation placed on you, because you've let everyone know how much money you have, or somehow they can maybe guess because they came to your house and saw your car, well, then now sometimes there's pressure to fulfill that expectation. Let me know if you've gone through that. Anybody go through that where you go to dinner with relatives and they don't even look at the bill, they don't even look at the tab when they eat with you because they know that you're going to cover it because you're the one who has money. I'm ground zero for that. Whenever I go eat anywhere, people pass me the bill. And truth be told, usually I can take the bill and it's not a big deal. But before I go in, I have a consciousness of what restaurant we're eating at and how comfortable I am with paying the bill for this many people. So if it's like 12 or 13 people, I'll say in advance, I'm not paying for everybody. And not in this restaurant, but we can get a pizza. Right? Well, how about this? Because I want to be generous, I'll buy 4 Domino's pizzas and everybody can eat. But no, we ain't all going to Ruth Chris with 14 people. Hell no. I'm not paying a $1,400 bill. To hell with that. I can afford to pay, but I'm not doing that. There's nothing that makes me want to do this right now, right? So maybe consciousness in terms of setting expectations in advance goes a long way. And because when you have more wealth, you're going to have more responsibility. You're going to have to protect that wealth and be a steward of that. But at the same time, I don't believe you should have to be a miser either. I think that part of the joy of financial success is the ability to bless other people and to be there for other people and to support other people and help other people, and so I don't think it's healthy to go to the other extreme either, where you're so obsessed with money that you become just really greedy and mean and evil, and you're watching every nickel. Why are you watching a nickel, man? You got $10 million in the bank, dude. It's a nickel, right? So I kind of think that there has to be a balance there, but how you structure that balance depends on you and what's going to actually help you feel good navigating the world, and that's what I encourage you to consider. But so I can't even answer that for you. That's something you have to answer for yourself. Okay. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's see a couple more things. Pretty soon I'm going to reach out to you guys to do stock options class. If you guys want to meet for that, text the word options to 87948 if you want to get notified when we do stuff related to stock options. And it's really good stuff. So we're going to do some stuff this week. So text options to 87948. And also we have a social media platform you guys are welcome to join. It's B1 Nation, and you can actually find people that live in your area. There are groups on there, stuff like that. So feel free to go to b1nation.us, b1nation.us. And Amani, by the way, I saw Amani, who's on our customer success team in the Black Business School. She's in the chat. So I want to say thank you, Amani, for hanging out this morning. I didn't expect to see her today, but I'm glad she's here. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I will see you all tomorrow. Take care. Be good. Peace. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and also, just in case you don't know, I do have a podcast called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, which is on Spotify, if you guys want to go check that out. Now, I want to talk to you guys about real estate. I want to break something down for you that is probably going to surprise you. A lot of people love real estate, and I love it too. I do own real estate. I think real estate is great as an investment vehicle for diversification purposes, but I'm going to just tell you the truth. I really actually sold a lot of my real estate, and I'm going to explain to you why I don't know if the the so-called American dream of owning property is really what it's chalked up to be. I think it might be a little bit overhyped. Now, what I want to do as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Is I want to play a video for you, and this video is there's a young lady. Her name was Stephanie Kabidi, and I'm going to share her video, and she did a really good job of explaining her experience as a real estate owner and why she's selling a lot of her properties. And so I'm gonna play this video for you guys so you can take a look and hear from the sister's mouth. She's very smart. She looks like she's really deep in the real estate game, and I respect it. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. And I really think this is worth watching. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna share this real quick. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I hear you about the homeowners insurance, Jeremy. That's a real thing, especially if you live out west and y'all know what it is. Okay, so let me play this video. Give me a yes if you can hear the audio. I always want to make sure the audio comes through okay. Let me see if I can find this dang video. Hold on. I got it. It's somewhere around here. Here we go. Here it is. Okay. So here's the video. I'm pulling it up now and I'm going to play it. Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear the audio as I play it. I'm going to look for your yeses in the chat. Here we go.
It's in only 18 months, and now I regret it. Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building, and here's another one, and here's another one, and there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand. I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Most real estate investors teach about buying rental properties, rehabbing them, renting them out to tenants, and then refinancing them with a bank just to only cash flow $300 per month. And that $300 per month may sound like a small amount, but when you have a lot of units, that amount adds up. For the 22 units that I own with my business partner, we roughly cash flow on an average of $600 per month, and that's per unit. And on a monthly basis, that comes to $13,200. And on an annual basis, each year, that comes to $158,400. And that's a big cash flow amount just for only owning 22 units. Now that we talked about the money side of things, you're probably thinking to yourself, Stephanie, why on earth would you regret buying all these properties and wanting to sell them if you're making well over 6 figures with them? Well, because I'm here to tell you the dark side of owning rental properties that the other real estate gurus won't tell you. I honestly thought that as we buy more rental properties, that I would make more money. And as we continue to buy more, I just became more broke. So owning 22 rental properties looks great on social media, but in real life, it sucks. And the 6 figures that you see that we make from all these properties isn't really 6 figures, because as you buy more and you scale, more of that money of that cash flow that you make just goes into buying more properties. And not only that, you have to remember you're dealing with properties and things happen. So a roof could go out, an HVAC system could go out, windows could need to be replaced, and those are some pricey items. And that starts to add up. Look, think about it. Let's say you own a single family house and you decide to rent it out and you cash flow $400 per month. That's great. That's above average because typical investors look to cash flow roughly $200 a month. So you're making $400 a month just from this one property. Now, let's say your roof goes out, and to buy a new roof, that costs $5,000. All your cash flow of that $400 per month is completely wiped out just because of that one thing, just because you have to pay for that roof. Look, I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money, whether that's buying rental properties or not. I'm just here to tell you what my journey is and the ups and downs that have come along with it, just so it can help you along the way. Because at the end of the day, we all know that there are pros to rental properties and there are also cons to rental properties. Throughout us buying all these rental properties within an 18-month time frame, I quickly realized that we were becoming equity rich, but cash poor. And having a lot of equity is great, but equity does not put gas in my tank for me to be able to drive to the office and drive to appointments. I don't like living a life having to constantly check if my bank account is in the negatives or not. I just got tired of it, honestly. And with you being equity rich and cash poor and not having enough in your bank account, you have to think of those things. Like, are you going to have enough money for food? Are you going to have enough money to have gas? Are you going to have enough money for just the regular bills in your life? And that's where I just got over it. I was just tired of living a life like that and just came to this realization where I just regret building and scaling this fast.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to start with a financial concept that we've talked about in Money in the Morning. In case you don't know, we do Money in the Morning economic elevation training. We call it the Millionaire Training Camp every morning. Anybody who wants to be invited, just text that word morning to 87948 on your phone, number 87948. I'll put that on the screen. It's totally free. We have thousands and thousands of you that sign up and come in for free. You bring your children, and it helps a lot. And in case you don't know my background, in case you're new, I'm a finance PhD. I taught at Syracuse University for 13 years, also at Indiana University and the Ohio State University. Go Buckeyes. So here's what I want to lay out here. There is one word that this very intelligent young woman shared repeatedly that I think everybody should write down and remember this word, because it often gets forgotten in the space of investing. And that word is liquidity. Liquidity. She didn't even use the word liquidity, but I'm going to tell you what she was saying. What she's talking about is a phenomenon that's really true in academic research in terms of wealth. Remember, as scholars, that's all we do is we look at we look at research and we figure out who has money and who doesn't and why. Well, one of the things that people don't talk about enough as we talk about all the dreams and everybody gives you the feel good speeches, about what starting a business and buying real estate, is they don't talk about the fact that that most businesses fail not because they're not profitable. They don't fail due to a lack of profitability. They fail due to a lack of liquidity. Liquidity is the availability of cash. The availability of cash. And if you want to look at the dark side of real estate, one thing about real estate is that real estate is a space where sometimes running out of cash can be a real problem. Other areas like fashion. I used to do stuff with Damon Dash from Rock Nation, and he told these great stories about Jay-Z and everything. And one thing he mentioned about when they started Rockefeller, Rockaware, and all that, he said they had no problem with people wanting Rockaware. Everybody wanted to buy Rockaware because everybody wanted to be like them in the 90s and the early 2000s. The problem was that they didn't have the cash flow to run that business. Cash flow is like lifeblood to a business. It's like blood flowing through your veins. It's like liquidity, like water in your body. You have to keep a business highly liquid in certain spaces in order to make things work. Real estate in general, in my opinion, is not a very liquid industry. I don't dislike real estate. I want to make that 100% clear. So anybody who's a big real estate person, do not get offended. I am not saying that you're silly for owning property. Real estate is great in the sense that it holds its value very well. It has made money all through time. But a lot of people are jumping into real estate who don't know a damn thing about it. A lot of people are jumping in because it sounds good on the internet, or they'll go watch an influencer and go put up $30,000, $40,000 for that influencer to show them how to buy real estate and buy property. And I just think that there are better ways to kind of get things done. And so when she's talking about this idea that you have control of all this property, you own all this real estate, and your cash flows down, your bank balance is negative. That's a big deal. That ability to get the money out is really hard. I can tell you this is not just true for real estate, but it's also true for a lot of entrepreneurial ventures. It's very easy to get your money in, but it's really hard to get your money out. So before you jump into somebody's investment or somebody gets you to go and put your life savings into something, you got to think about liquidity and say, okay, if I need my money out tomorrow, can I get my money out tomorrow? If not, how long does it take for me to get my money out? Can I get my money out in a month? Can I get it out in 2 months? What are my guarantees? What's my collateral? What's my protection? And I see Joy mentioned, she said, I dropped $1,300 for furnace repair and dryer replacement. Yeah. So that's what I'm going to actually do is I thought that this lady's video was so well done that I thought I would go ahead and play it and kind of use this as an instructive opportunity for all of us. And by the way, if you haven't joined our Money in the Morning class, you can just text the word morning to 87948. If you live out of the country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com, and you can join for free. All right, so here is this video, which I just love this video. I love what this young lady did. And I just said, man, I like this so much. I want to play this. So here we go. I'm going to play it again. All right, y'all give me the yes in the chat. Let me know if you, hold on, see, I'm already hitting the wrong buttons. Hold on. Let me hit the right button. Hit the right button, boys. Come on. Okay. All right. Got you. All right. So let me see. Here we go. I think this is the video. So let me see if I can play it.
I want you guys to know that when you are dealing with rental properties, you need another source of income just to help you sustain. Because as I just said, you will be equity rich and cash poor if you do it this way and just build and scale so fast. So that other source of income that we took into consideration was wholesale deals. But unfortunately for us, our wholesale deals were very, very inconsistent. So we weren't making really any money from that. It was just the money from our cash flow. But you got to think about it. For us, there were some things that did need repaired. And when we had no money coming from wholesale deals, then we would use our cash flow money. But when we were low and didn't even have cash flow money to use that, then we would have to come out of our own pocket. And guys, remember I told you being cash poor and not having any money in the bank account? You're probably wondering, how are you going to pay for repairs if you have no money from your personal pocket? Well, the bad thing we've done that I don't recommend is we just put it on credit cards. And that's where you get into a hole. And that's why I'm making this video, because I don't want you guys to be in the same position that I'm in. I want you guys to learn the lesson.
Okay, I'm pausing again. I'm pausing again because here's how cash flow works. Okay, you can think of it almost like when you have those fires in LA and everything. You know what happens? What happens when the hydrant runs out of water? What happens when the reservoir runs out of water? Where do you go after that? So what happens with cash flow generally, because cash flow is liquidity, that's like water being put out. You use to put out financial fires, right? You use the financial water, the liquidity, to put out your financial fire. And you know what happens when you don't have enough water? Everything burns down. That's literally a perfect analogy for how money works and how wealth works. Okay. So what she's saying here, which is really interesting, is that most of the time, for most investments that you put money into that are not liquid, that are they're almost think of them as dry, like forest wood. Dry wood can easily catch on fire. So in order to keep it from catching on fire, you have a fire hose nearby, which means she was saying that another source of income is essential for her as a real estate investor. Now, this may not be true for everyone, but in general, you have to have some source of liquidity, right? So even if you're investing, sometimes you keep that job or you keep that side business or you keep those other ventures going just so you have a place you can grab cash to put out your financial fire. Do you give me a yes if you get that analogy? So the liquidity sitting over here, you got the fire department sitting here. That's your cash flow. That's your liquidity. You're liquid. And you're standing here with the hose. And whenever there's a financial fire, you can hose it down. If you don't have the hose, then everything burns down. Do you get that? Let me know if you're following this analogy, okay? Because I think it's a perfect analogy. So what she's basically saying is that her financial water hose that she was using to bring liquidity to her real estate business, which is dry wood, catching on fire constantly. Anybody who owns real estate knows expenses are insane. Expenses are high. It sucks a lot of liquidity out of your business. You're paying for things. You're paying for repairs. You're paying for taxes. You're paying for insurance. And God forbid, don't even try to go live in California and do this. Your insurance is so high that you may not even be able to get insurance, which is a whole nother set of issues, right? So you're spraying down this business that keeps catching on fire, but then you run out of water. Well, what do you do then? Well, then she had to go to the credit cards. She had to go get deeper in debt in order to provide the liquidity that she needed in order for the business to survive. So building the business is one thing, but keeping the business alive is another. Pay attention. Building the business is one thing, but maintaining the business is a whole nother adventure. So before you celebrate when you start the damn thing, don't celebrate when you start the business. Celebrate when you kept that business going for 10, 20 years, because that means you sat there with the fire hose and you've been putting out fires for a very long time, solving problems, spraying water on the parts that need it. So it's no different from a baby. Like anybody can make a baby, but only special people can give birth to a baby and raise a baby to the age of 18. So don't celebrate because you had sex. Everybody can do that. That's easy. Celebrate when you don't raise that kid up to the age of 30 and they are a productive citizen. That's when I give you your cookies. That's when I give you your award. That's when you put in 250,000 hours of consistent effort to raise that child to adulthood. So business is the same way. A lot of people can start things, but not everybody can finish and maintain. So the liquidity is required for the maintenance. And what she's saying is that when she was maintaining the business with the liquidity that she had available through wholesaling, that ran out. So she had to go to the credit cards, which tended to make things even worse. Let me pull this up again. Let me share this video. I love this video. My God, it's a great teaching tool in terms of just us really talking about what the real deal is. I believe in realistic investing. I think too many dreams get sold online. Because people sound good and they know how to speak, and like they got the Holy Ghost and stuff, and people get caught up in that, and then people end up either getting scammed or losing a lot of money. And I don't want that to happen to you. So here we go. Let me play it again.
Learn the mistakes that I have made so that you don't have to make those same mistakes. So just remember, if you do want to build a rental portfolio, make sure you also have another source of income just coming in, because if you don't, you may end up real broke. Now, I want to talk about self-managing your rental properties, because for us, that is what we did to save money. And to be honest with you guys, I honestly don't mind it. As long as you have your proper systems and processes in place, then it's more so of a piece of cake. And what I recommend you guys do, if you are buying these rental properties, make sure you're fully fixing them up, just so you're not getting calls in the middle of the night of tenants saying, oh, my toilet's broken, where if you just get a brand new toilet, then you're less likely to have that issue. So just repair your properties up from the jump instead of having someone move in right away. And make sure you have your right proper systems and processes in place. Now, I want to get back into the money side of things, because that's the main reason people truly buy rental properties, is to have that, financial freedom. But I want to take a second to dive deeper on mortgages. And with you seeing that $300 per month in cash flow, that's not because your utility bills are so high.
I want you to pay close attention to what she says here about the real revenue. Like, you got revenue and then you got income. Those are two different things. So here she's going to break this down very well. Here we go.
Honestly, because your mortgage is so high with your principal and interest payments. And I want to give you guys an example. For this 2-unit property that we own, that you guys have seen, the upstairs unit is renting for $1,300 a month, and the downstairs unit is renting for $1,100 a month. Now, for the mortgage on that property, it is roughly $1,300 a month. So that upstairs unit already covers that mortgage, which is amazing. But we still do have utility bill payments on that. So we still cash flow a good amount on that, roughly around the $600 per unit. But still, we have expenses no matter what. But I want you guys to realize that $1,300 from the mortgage payment, that is the principal and interest, which just that part alone consists of $900. And then we have our taxes and insurance, which that's all included within the $1,300 a month. But think about it. That's a big chunk that is coming out of our cash flow. Like, wouldn't it be nice just to have an extra $900 per month in cash flow from just taking away that mortgage? You know, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I would like to have that extra $900 a month in cash flow. And that's where my mind's at. Like, I'm done worrying about scaling with no money, because I realize, like, it can be easily done where you can buy so many rental properties or just properties in general, whatever you want to do with them, whether that's, you know, fixing them up or keeping them as rental properties. You can do that with no money out of pocket. I mean, that's how we scaled from 0 to 22 units within 18 months. But it's honestly the riskier route if you don't have another source of income, because you slowly get into a hole and you have all these mortgage payments racked up. You have to make sure they're all getting paid, but you also want to make sure that you're getting paid and you're cash flowing as well. So after realizing all this, like I said, I'm done taking that risky route and I want to take a different approach where I want to focus on limiting those mortgages, having a consistent income, and having a good amount of money in reserves. Because to be honest with you, I'd rather own 30 properties that are 100% paid off than 100 properties that have mortgages on them and only cash flow $300 a door. Because you guys have to remember, it's not about what looks good on social media, and it's not about how much you gross per month. It comes down to truly how much you net per month and how much money is coming into your pocket. And
Okay. All right. So I love that video. I love what she did. And again, her name is Stephanie Kabidi, and she's very smart. And Steph, if you see this video, I applaud you for being honest and breaking it down like this. Now, let me kind of do some analysis really quick to kind of help you understand what we just watched and how this works. Let's just do. I'm gonna pull up a quick spreadsheet. Today must be a special day because I'm literally gonna share my screen again, and we're gonna go through an Excel spreadsheet where we can kind of just see the reality of owning real estate. Just what does that actually look like and feel like for a regular person? All right, and I agree with you, Linda. Cash flow is key. So let's talk about cash flow. So let's say that you get a place in Atlanta, and let's say you put $50,000 down, and you of your own money. And you buy a $500,000 property. Okay. So let's assume that they give you the property with just 10% down. So in general, first you got to pay your mortgage. If you have, say, a 5% mortgage, 30-year mortgage on the balance that you borrowed. Give me 1 second. This is my wife. Hold on, everybody. Hey. No, I'm in class.
You teaching a class? Mm-hmm. It wasn't in your schedule to do the pictures?
It was, but I don't want to.
Okay.
Like they said, I'll see you later. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Thank you for your patience. All right, so here, let's assume that you spend you get your mortgage. Your mortgage is $2,415. And then you have taxes, and let's assume your taxes are $416. I base this on average amounts in Atlanta, and let's assume that you can rent. Your monthly rent is $5,000. Okay, so your tenant's paying you $5,000 a month. Now, just so you know, I think this number is very optimistic. My wife and I owned a property in Atlanta that we paid $590,000 for, and the income that we got was $3,500 a month from the tenant. But we didn't charge as much as we could have charged. Maybe I'm thinking we could have got at least $4,500 a month. But the tenant was a single mom with 3 kids. I just didn't want to overcharge her. I wanted to just pay the mortgage and the expenses and leave it at that, because we're going to get the capital gains, right? As the property value goes up, that's our windfall, and that's what it was. So here, let's keep going. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can still hear me okay. So let's assume your insurance is $150 per month. This is based on averages for Atlanta. Utilities, let's say your utilities are $416 per month. Okay. And then let's assume that your management fee is $500 per month. Now, one thing I did not include, Jeremy, is HOA. Yeah, we do pay HOA 100%. So just right there, though, here's the deal. Just right there, your income is only about $4,100. I'm sorry, $800 left. I think so. Let me add this up. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a sum. Okay, so let's add up all of our expenses. $3,897. So I'm sorry. So if you take $3,897 minus the $5,000, you get what? Let me see here. 5,000 minus this, so $1,100 a month. Now, here's what we didn't include. We didn't include HOA fees. HOA fees can be pretty high. I have to pay those in the property that we have. And also, we don't know how much that's going to be. You know, I'm not going to put a number there. But then you throw in like another variable, headaches. How much is a headache worth to you? How much is it if somebody's stressing you out? How much is that worth? Headaches, I think that's priceless, right? Because one of the things that we did not factor in here is the amount of work required to just deal with tenants. Has anybody, give me a yes in the chat if you've ever dealt with a tenant who did or did not pay their rent on time. Give me a yes if you've ever dealt with trying to find a tenant. Give me a yes if you ever dealt with repairs and things breaking down. Here's the thing. If you were to look at sort of a list of all the things that people complain about when they own properties, first of all, you got tenant issues, especially if you live in a place that is very overly tenant friendly. They assume that landlords are all super rich people. So rich people are evil in those places. So they pretty much every ruling's in favor of the tenant. They can squat on your property and it's hard to get them out. Late payment of rent, non-payment of rent. If they don't pay the rent, you have to still pay the mortgage. Your expenses still come in even if they don't pay the rent. So there's $5,000 or $3,800 a month in expenses, which happens on a normal month. That's assuming nothing breaks down, by the way. That's assuming that I don't have, a broken, busted toilet or a broken, or I don't know, like something doesn't happen with the electrical system or there isn't a leak somewhere. And believe me, that happes all the time. How many of y'all have ever owned real estate? Anybody ever owned real estate and rented it out? Like, just say something in the chat about just how much stress it was and financial stress it was to pay for everything, be responsible for everything, take time out of your day to fix things. Even when you have a property manager, they still got to get on the phone with you and talk through it and say, we're going to fix the such and such. And you got to send us a check for $2,000 to get a new blah, blah, blah. Right. It's crazy. Right. So the headaches are priceless. Some other things that people you have to deal with. You got to screen any new tenants that come in, maintenance and repairs. We talked about that. If the property is getting older, you just might have to maintain it because it's getting older. If the property is vacant, then you still have to pay the mortgage, even if it's vacant. That's thousands and thousands of dollars lost. Now, mind you, you're defending all this with an $1,100 a month income, right? So your $1,100 a month is very fragile. That's the point. If you have one thing go wrong, that in many cases will wipe out every penny that you make, and then cost you more money, which is where she had to keep going back to the reserves. She had to keep calling the fire department to put out the fire because she didn't have enough liquidity in her business to even sustain the business. The business couldn't sustain the business, so she had to have another business to sustain the first business. That's the reality. I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you what it is. Also, don't forget, you in different cities and states, you have different building codes, eviction laws. Sometimes the taxes can be complex. If you talk about managing property, you either pay a management fee, roughly 8 to 12% a month of your rent, or you do it yourself. And that's extremely stressful. Oh, and then we didn't even talk about the liability. We didn't talk about liability. What if you own the property and somebody forgets to check the carbon monoxide detector and everyone in the house wakes up dead? Well, then they're suing you. They're taking everything they can get their hands on. And then you got to do little stuff like get an LLC for every individual property to protect. It's a lot of work. It's stressful. Okay. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just make sure that you're clear on this if you decide to go into that space. There are different ways to invest in real estate without having to actually buy it. They have real estate investment trusts. I sent you all a list before of different real estate investment trusts that I like that you can invest in that will still give you the benefit of owning property without actually having to own property, so to speak. You let somebody else kind of handle all the headaches of the management of the property and you just become the investor. I'm a big believer in investing. Maybe I'm biased because my doctorate's in stock market stuff, but I'm just telling you, this is the number one wealth builder in America. There is no jobs don't build wealth the way investing builds wealth. And actually what I'm going to try to do is find this list of real estate investment trusts, and I'll even put it in the chat so you guys can have it. And also another thing too, if you want to know what I think is a better use of that money, I really think selling stock options is a beautiful way to generate that cash flow at a higher level, in a clearer, easier way with fewer headaches. So in a more liquid way as well. And you guys know me, you know how much I love stock options. But anyway, there's that list of REITs. I just put it in the chat. I'll also put it in the description of the video. But anyway, let me show you another calculation here. And we do stock options. We sell stock options in the Prime program. So if you're interested in taking a look, go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. It's on the screen. All right. So here is, let's take a look at stock options. Let's see what we could do. Now, remember, The original capital base that we had was $50,000, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that 50,000 and I'm going to do something else with it. Let me erase the real estate. So actually, I'm going to leave it up there, and I'm going to share the screen again. Okay. All right. Don't mess this up, boys. Here we go. All right. So here is, all right. So let's imagine that we took the 50,000, we did something else with it. Let's assume we go to even Robinhood. Like, you can do this on an app, very easy to do. And we go get some margin, and we can then go, let's say we want to go into business with Mark Zuckerberg. We're going to do the opposite, right? Remember, there was a time where other people, where they got all the benefits and we did all the work. Well, I think with investing, you can let them do all the work and you get the benefits by being an investor. You just have to come up with the capital. So let's say we take this 50,000, or let's say we get it up to enough money where we can buy 200 shares of Meta stock. Okay. And the cost per share right now, you can do this. You can do this tomorrow, actually, if you want. Not tomorrow, whenever the market opens on Monday. The cost per share is $615. Can y'all see this on the screen? Let me know if you can see this. I want to make sure it's coming through okay. Can y'all see this? All right. So the cost per share is $615. So the cost of 200 shares would be $123,002. Okay. Now, you can get margin. They'll loan you half the money. They'll loan you, like whatever you have 50,000, they'll loan you another 50. If you got 60, they'll loan you another 60. So actually, this will require a capital base of about $61,000. But you can do this, right? You can do this tomorrow. So what I could then do is I could go into Meta right now, and I could sell a call up. Today is January 11th, so I'm going to sell a February 14th call option with a strike price. And you got, if you don't know what strike prices are, it's basically you're placing kind of a bet on your stock. You're letting people, you're telling them, like, look, if the stock goes above this price, you can have it. So I'm gonna pick a strike price of 640. Okay. So that means that if the stock goes above 640, they get to buy my stock for 640. But I'm not mad, because if the stock goes all the way up, if it goes up $25 a share, then I make an additional profit of 25 times 600, which I guess is what, $12,000 or something like that, for $14,000 that I get, because they're buying my stock at a premium. They're not buying it at the current price. They buy it at the premium price. So I'm okay with that. I'm not mad about that. So that option right now on the market would be worth $24.45 per share. I've got 200 shares, so I can sell 200 of those suckers. And that would give me an income right now in my bank account of $4,889. That's how much money I get. And what I want you to notice is, first off, $4,889 as an ROI on the investment is a hell of a lot higher than $1,100. That's a hell of a lot higher. That's you're 4xing your money. You're making 4 times more than you would make if you went out and bought a whole bunch of real estate with that same amount of money. First of all, let me just ask you all this simple question right now. Give me a yes if I've convinced you that this is at least something worth considering. Give me a yes if you can see why I like this so much better than real estate. Let's start there. Give me a quick yes, because I want to make sure you're following me, because I don't want to go over anybody's head. So I just sold this option. And what I basically did was someone gave me money. They put almost $5,000 in my bank account instantaneously. And all I got to do now is just sit there. I don't have to do anything. Okay. That's the first piece, right? And it's a lot more than this $1,100 I would have made by taking that same 60 grand and going out and buying a bunch of real estate and paying mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee. And that's but then here's the other part that's interesting that you got to really process is quality of life. I didn't have to get out of bed to get this money. I didn't have to make any phone calls. I ain't got to deal with no tenants. I ain't got to worry about a squatter in my property. I ain't got to worry about a broken toilet. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I don't. So not only do I not have any expenses, but I don't have any headaches. I have no mortgage, taxes, insurance, utilities, management fee, HOA fees. No headaches. No headaches. And I can do this with my family. My family, we get together, we got 60 grand, and everybody's like, let's go buy some real estate. That sounds good and it feels good, and you can show it off and tell everybody. But I'd be like, let's just take the 60,000, get some margin, go buy some Meta stock and collect those dividends on the options. That's the option. Just so you know, this isn't the same as a dividend. This is better, in my opinion. But here's the other thing too, right? So I sit back and I watch. So what if the stock goes up to 640? Well, then guess what? Christmas really came early, because if the stock goes up to 640, then I'm making an extra $25 per share on my stock. And the stock, let me see, $25 a share. Let me do some calculations here. 200 shares times 25. I'm making an extra $5,000 for my trouble. I said for 12,000. I got the math wrong. I'm so sorry, guys. Forgive me. Maybe I'm sleepy today. So this to me is far superior. Then let's go through the reasons why. Number one, not only is the income much higher, and this isn't even, I don't even own Meta. This isn't even the stock that I work with, because there are other stocks that are far better than this one. I just did this one because it's the simplest way to exhibit the point. Not only is the income much, much higher, and there are no expenses. Also, there are no headaches. There is no work required. I don't have to do anything. And also, the other piece that's really important to consider is liquidity. I can sell this asset in 5 seconds. You cannot sell real estate in 5 seconds. It's very hard to sell real estate in a day, a week, or a month. You got to call, you got to talk to brokers and deal with banks and make sure the financing comes through. And then remember this 1100 isn't just a lower number. You got to think about the other, what they call the second derivative. The second derivative relates to risk. People forget about risk. This 1100 is very, very fragile, very, very fickle. You may not get 1,100 that month. In fact, I dare say that for most landlords, you don't get the whole net income, because in many months something goes wrong. The tenant doesn't pay on time. Something breaks down. Whatever it is, right? So this is not just lower income. It's less sturdy income, right? So it's not just, and with investing, it's really important. People forget about this. It's not just making money. It's how do you make your money? It's not just the size of the cash flow. It is the stability of the cash flow. Stability. It's like two basketball players. One player is Allen Houston from the New York Knicks. Super consistent, will give you 20 points a game, shows up to get every game, doesn't party too much. He's a good citizen, no problems. The other one is Latrell Sprewell. And if you remember the Knicks, Latrell Sprewell scored about as many points as Allen, but Latrell was wild. He liked to party. He may or may not show up. He was not as consistent. Sometimes his jump shot would be off. So those are two different assets to the organization. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So when you think about investing, I encourage you to not just think about how much money you can possibly make. I want you to look at risk. Risk is extremely important. That was what I did in my whole doctoral program. I worked under a guy named Renee Stoltz at Ohio State, go Buckeyes, who was one of the leading risk management experts on the planet. And I really would be willing to bet you that most people don't process risk at a level that they probably should in order to understand how to invest in the right way. Okay. So that's the point I wanted to make. I like this young lady's video. I thought that she did a great job of laying out something that I think is important. I encourage you to consider other alternatives. This is not investing advice. This is just me sharing what I know and what I've seen. If you want to join us in the Prime program, we have a good program in the Black Business School that does all this stuff. I'll show you guys what I'm doing and exactly what I'm buying and how I'm doing it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you're interested. You can also text the word options to the phone number 87948. If you text options to 87948, I'll send you a link that way as well. So thank you all for listening. I hope this conversation was helpful. And thank you to Miss Stephanie Kabidi, who did that great video. She's super smart, and I love the fact that we're starting to see the truth about investing. When I started doing a lot of this stuff back in 2006, 2007, a lot of our people weren't as into investing as we are now and into generational wealth. So I remember just kind of going around to different shows trying to say, like hey, we got to invest. Like, we like money. We got to go make money. But what happened, unfortunately, is that when we started, a lot of people were just doing it wrong. They were taking too many risks, and they didn't understand the difference between investing and gambling. And also, we're not factoring in the important variables like quality of life, risk level, liquidity levels. All these things matter when it comes to picking an investment. So it's not just about making money at this point. It's about how you make your money and doing it in a way that is comfortable and satisfying to the other parts of your life that are more valuable and more important than money. Okay. So anyway, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. It was great to see you. And again, drboyceprime.com if you're interested in jumping in. And I will see you guys soon. Take care. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Love you. Peace.